through, and you can stay on the freeway. It's dipping down below the freeway, and we'll see if they emerge there at the bottom of the intersection or whether they just keep on going. That speed, I think they're getting right back on. CHP vehicle is cruising and they're going to get right back on the freeway. So Southern California has a lot of these exits where you can get off the freeway and you have the option of getting onto side streets or just pass right through and get right back on, and that's what happened here. So now veering across all lanes of traffic dangerously again.
Driving incredibly erratically.
3 more lanes back into the right-hand lane. If we can pop out and just get a little wider shot at the maneuver.
I think I saw a second person in the vehicle.
The right-hand lane, and now going to go onto the shoulder to get around this vehicle. You don't know if there's a parked vehicle, debris, just again, adding more danger to this, Giovanna, in what already is a very dangerous situation.
Absolutely, and it does look like units are keeping a safe distance back. That is standard protocol, especially when a suspect is driving this dangerously, this fast. Again, the silver lining here is that the roads are clear.
Right.
This is live.
See how far our camera has
in Gabriel Valley.
To get back into contact with this vehicle. It's just going so fast it escapes.
Has avoided 2 different spike strips.
We just took a look back.
It's been going on for about
and then to reload.
The news station's had it for about 5 minutes. I don't know how long the chase has been going on overall.
So we are still pushing 100 miles an hour. We're at 94 going down to.
It is a high-speed chase.
Another exit ramp. We'll see at Grand Avenue, or Garvey Avenue, or Grand. This one does not look like a pass-through, so a decision is going to have to be made now. Getting off the freeway, circling around. Perhaps they will do a U-turn and get right back on, but they are going to get around these vehicles. And that's exactly what they're going to do. U-turn back
on the
freeway. And this is an opportunity for CHP, should they be in position and find themselves wanting to do this, to be able to try and pull some kind of maneuver at these lower speeds. In a maneuver like this, they were unable to do.
Yeah, you're only supposed to pit under 35 miles an hour.
The driver is wanted for a felony warrant for carrying firearms, and we have just confirmed that authorities say they are in fact armed in this vehicle.
Believed to be armed.
Yeah.
So again, going to cross over all lanes of traffic, it looks like.
Yeah, it was a gun charge they're apparently running from.
You see this white Mini at the top of the screen. Vehicles don't know what's going on, so they're getting on the freeway and off the freeway. People are just driving down the road right now and not aware that this is happening, and they're coming at speed. And so you have a car veering across all lanes of traffic like we're seeing him do again here. Going to go back to the HOV lane to get around these vehicles. You have vehicles already in transit that are unaware this is happening.
We're coming up just shy of 3 o'clock.
Absolutely, and we've seen it happen before. Accidents
in California,
in side streets.
I'll show you some pussy here in a second, T-minus.
Suspects just not paying attention. They're just focused on getting away, making the roads very unsafe for other commuters and even pedestrians. We've seen close calls with pedestrians on the roadways as well. Again, a live developing situation, and we want to be careful about.
Yeah, I think we do have a second passenger.
Very little information, but we do know that this driver
looks to be rubbing their leg,
being armed, and for a felony warrant for carrying firearms.
At least 2 people in the vehicle, doing over 100.
Westbound, approaching the 57 interchange at some point soon. We're just trying to gauge exactly where this driver is as they head west. This was
just shy of 3 o'clock.
Freeway. That's where we heard notes that they were traveling.
School is back in session most places, so
708.
I would assume traffic is going to get hectic
lanes and making these maneuvers at
over the next little bit.
Speeds 106, 105 miles per hour in the HOV lane, and you catch someone at the wrong moment, and when you make those fast maneuvers, we could be looking at catastrophe here. Veering across.
Doing 105 on the 110.
See the struggle just at this speed. To get across those lanes, they have to kind of regain their composure and start driving straight again. Now onto the number 4 lane, and again, onto the paint. It is not easy to pull these maneuvers off, and this person is not doing it very well, not surprisingly, driving at these speeds.
The CHP tailing.
They've done this a few different times. They've gotten off on the exit.
Tried.
They've either done a U-turn or they've
spike strips. Those efforts failed.
Stayed on the access road and got back on the freeway.
Which exit that was? Is that Garvey?
It looks like they're going to be stuck on service. Well, they're making a turn back, so they're probably getting back on the freeway.
We're not quite sure, but now he's going into a residential area.
No.
Pose other risks.
You can see the Jersey wall right there. It looks like the exit ramp, and we see some CHP vehicles exiting right on the other side of that Jersey wall. So here we go. This is Garvey Avenue near Walnut Haven Drive. And again, I don't know if we can get the speed up on this, but
In East San
driving
Gabriel
way
Valley.
too fast for a road like this. 60 miles an hour down this side road.
Way too fast for a pit maneuver, too.
Pedestrians right there on that roadway. So Garvey Avenue, and now curving around. Garvey Avenue does curve around right there in the East San Gabriel Valley. And
This is the first time on surface streets.
this is Lockhart, and another. Are they going to try?
Vincent Avenue?
Yeah, Vincent Avenue. The way this has gone, you would think they're going to look for another entrance back onto a freeway, perhaps heading back out west. If there's
And
one thing we
I
have
believe
learned,
that's what he's, no.
yeah,
no.
getting
Yep,
you're right.
yes.
Getting
Yep, yep.
I believe this is once again westbound. I think
Going on,
once
back on the
again
110?
on the 10 freeway. We see a lot of people drive in the same areas. They'll loop around into
We will
areas
see
that they
that is pretty
know they're
common.
familiar with. And I was wondering whether
But
they were going
he-
to head back east again, but we are once again.
They act like they're police chase experts, like they're me or something.
Right?
We're trying to get confirmation. Yes, that
Yeah, this is westbound.
It-
Okay,
it is
we are
westbound.
going to have to dip out just for a couple seconds as we come up to our 3 o'clock newscast.
Oh, yeah, they're going to...
Continue to stream here. We will also be live on air on ABC7.
They'll probably come to the helicopter for a hit
So we're going to
as they come on for the newscast.
broadcast here just for a moment and come right back on streaming and live on ABC7. Stick with us. Don't go anywhere.
Unusual that we don't have Stu or Chris in the helicopter doing the commentary. Now, those are two men that love police chases as much as me. If I wasn't scared of heights, I'd go get a job at a TV station, riding in a helicopter calling police
Breaking
chases.
news here at 3 o'clock. I'm Giovanna Latta along with Jory Rand, and we're following this pursuit. We've been following
Give me a latte, Giovanna
minutes
Latta.
now, and this is happening in the East San Gabriel Valley. These are live pictures from Air 7. You see that blue vehicle there. The driver in that car is wanted for a felony warrant, and authorities tell us they do believe that he
I didn't even do the intro for the show. We're just starting off, jam-packed, all action tonight.
may be armed.
Driving on the wrong side of the road there. This is on West Coast.
It is election night. We've got election coverage coming at you.
So we are now south of the freeway. This person has been driving 100 miles an hour plus all the way from the 15 freeway to West Covina and now plowing through intersections at 65 miles an hour as other drivers are forced to duck out of the way. Going to lose sight here under this
Large tree.
Yeah, the tree coverage. And we're going to come up here on California Avenue, trying to make a decision and going to go right through that intersection. You can see the shadow there of I believe it's the LA County Sheriffs who are following this from above. The airship that is, I believe that's, it's either CHP on the ground for sure.
CHP was following them on the freeway. We are assuming that they continue to follow them on the roadway here.
So now making a right onto Vincent Avenue. So we're traveling on Vincent Avenue, going to
South
hit
Vincent.
Glendora, and we'll see what they do here, going right through this intersection.
And this started, we picked it up when the driver was on the 15 freeway. From the 15, it made its way onto the eastbound 210. It was on the 210 for a while. Then it
So once again, this is live in LA
10
currently.
freeway. It has exited the freeway a couple
3 o'clock
times
local
in
time.
residential areas as it's doing now.
Welcome to the Troll Patrol Live.
Turn of the day, and you see those
Yet another
the
U-turn.
units are following closely behind.
Yeah, another U-turn on Glendora Avenue, now coming back the other direction. I believe this was now traveling.
Suspect apparently wanted on gun charges. They believe they are armed.
Get my bearings and pulling off here, whether this is Vincent Avenue. So
Chase has been covered by the news station for about 10 minutes now. That's about how long I've been with it.
Glendora Avenue and Valinda, and a busy intersection going to make a right
Are
turn.
you African American?
And
Oh,
bailing
oh,
out. There goes the
the
passenger.
passenger.
We have a passenger.
And it doesn't look like they were
Stumbled
looking. They
out.
just kind of sat down.
Mm-hmm.
And the driver.
And the cops didn't even stop for him.
Foot bail of a passenger. We don't know if there's anybody in the back.
Is that damage on the front, or is that just the way
And
the...
when the driver, this pursuit is not over. Continuing on at excessive.
I thought that was damage. It's just
as
the...
that, passenger just
vent
got out of
in
the ground,
the-
seemed to stumble a little bit on the ground, and we couldn't have a direct
grill.
view because of the tree, but may have just given up. If they hadn't given up, it didn't look like they were getting far.
No, they weren't. There were units right there on the sidewalk.
The dude in the passenger side
3 or 4
stumbled out.
Yeah, I don't know how mobile that person was either.
Right, but we, you know, it's safe to assume one of those units stopped to.
You would think cops are stupid.
And again, we believe
It's
that
very possible they didn't stop.
this blue vehicle is armed and he is wanted.
See, that's why I couldn't be calling the commentary on a news channel, because I'd be like, no, cops are stupid. They didn't stop again.
Now coming up on Merced, that's another major avenue. The next one will be Francisquito Avenue. So continuing south through the turn lane here, and this driver has gone on the wrong side of the road. We're now approaching.
They've been driving incredibly erratically.
Avenue. Next one will be Francisquito, a major intersection that should be coming up right about here. This is Francisquito and going to make a right turn onto Francisquito. So now going westbound on Francisquito. This is
France Mosquito over here.
People going about their lives, and now this is being interrupted by this pursuit, which continues on now in the eastern San Gabriel Valley. Westbound on Francisquito Avenue, next intersection will be Walnut. So there should be a light coming up right about here. And anytime, Giovanna, we talk about an intersection, that is where some real danger comes into play. If someone's willing to blow through a red light, there could be pedestrians.
Bagheera,
could be
shut up.
now making a left turn.
Blowing
onto
through a stop sign there, driving at dangerously high speeds. You said 107, 108. At times he's gone down to the 80s, but driving.
She's 7 to 8ist.
Very, very fast.
It doesn't work. It doesn't work as well as 6-7.
The pursuit earlier in the day
Wrong
when
side of the road.
he was there. There he goes, crossing against traffic. A little bit of a close call there. But here on the right, you see he exited the freeway and made an immediate U-turn. You see the units following him, and he jumped right back onto the freeway.
Southbound on Walnut across Maple Grove, again, several times into oncoming traffic to get around vehicles. This person wants to get away. They are pulling off some dangerous maneuvers. And here it looks like the roads are a little bit smaller. Intersections are not as major as they were in other parts. It's going to be a while before they...
Well, as someone who does news daily, Bagheera, I'm going to tell you that you ignore all the fucking crazy, horrendous shit that white people do.
From Walnut,
Because I cover it every fucking day.
southbound on Echelon passing Blackwood.
And
No, I don't understand the reason to bring up a race other than to be racist.
whatever other agency is following along at this point are going to...
I know how the story goes. You don't think you're a racist.
This
Yeah.
suspect is driving so very fast and dangerously, and they will have the police...
Mazda, Nissan, something like that.
Yeah, well, that's understandable. It's going to dead end here, I believe, at Glen Hope. Yeah, Glen Hope. So right onto, it's actually to the left, it's Glen Hope. To the right, it's Lukelton Street. So Lukelton Street, and that's understandable. I mean, someone who's driving like this, there are so many different ways someone can get catastrophically hurt. If you're talking about a major...
There are so many different ways someone can get lost through here and get cornered in.
Should things go wrong. So
Hey, see, he went in a cul-de-sac.
does whether they try and go...
Now, luckily, cops are stupid and won't actually block him in this
Good
cul-de-sac.
opportunity. It's unfortunate that they have called this off like they did, because
Well,
this would
See?
have been a perfect
unit right there.
opportunity.
There's a unit right there.
And what's he going to do about it? Fucking nothing.
Okay, back right onto close call with a CHP vehicle and back into this intersection. So now a left onto, I believe that should be Glen
What
Hope.
the fuck are you talking about, Bagheera? The only person bringing up race is you dumbass.
Going northbound, passing Amar. Yep, okay, Echelon and Amar. So going northbound, we're going to make a left onto Amar. That would be westbound now on Amar Road. So just passing several vehicles. And was that something out the window, or are we looking in? That's inside
No, we're
the car.
looking in.
It does look like they have some damage on the driver's side there.
Inside of the window, but this now going on Amar
We've got some
Road,
trim
moving again in
hitting the road.
just so dangerous.
Sure is.
I wouldn't consider it rush hour. Is it rush hour like 4 to 7?
From the air, we believe that some of the ground troops were being pulled off. But again, this driver speeding across, residential areas and the
Well, to be fair, in LA, it's pretty much always rush hour.
even more for some time now, and wanted for a felony warrant.
To be fair, I've kind of thought the traffic is a little
Southbound onto Hacienda.
light
If we're looking to
for it
get
to be LA
right
at
in
3
the
o'clock
valley.
in the PM.
West Puente, La Puente, heading southbound in the city of La Puente. We'd have to travel quite a distance down Hacienda Boulevard to get to a freeway. Perhaps that's what they're doing into the city of industry. We just don't know.
They have
And
kept
who
to the
knows what these
freeways
drivers
predominantly.
are doing at this point.
This is the longest they've spent
Driving
on
around
service
wherever they
street
can
so
to get away,
far.
Whether there is some kind of plan here. Again, just about 5 minutes ago, a passenger in the front seat got out, bailed from the car. We believe they were taken into custody.
They didn't bail, they fell.
Confirm that, and then again,
Not bail, they fell out of the car.
Temple Avenue. So now a right onto Temple from
They should re-show that or replay that here momentarily.
the neighborhood of Bassett, Avocado
The
Heights.
passenger fell out of the vehicle.
Northwest on Temple Avenue. And again, we don't know what this person is doing, where they're going, if they have a plan, or whether they're just making random turns. But everywhere they go, they are putting people at risk because of the way they are driving. Crossing over there into a turn lane. We'll see if they turn or are just going to blow this intersection. Another close call, making a left turn here onto Unruh Avenue off of Temple. So now going southbound on Unruh.
Yeah, and we're getting clear, better information on the strategy that police are.
There's a Nissan.
They're
I see the symbol now.
Stay far behind, likely because of the speed. So they're not pulling them off completely. The helicopter is following from the air, but ground units are.
Mazda was a good guess. Those SUVs do look a lot like that.
From a farther distance. We do have someone on the line.
Yeah, who?
We have Bruce Thomas on the line joining
great.
us.
Hey, Bruce.
Have you been watching, and what are your thoughts on this suspect?
Well, obviously, it's a very dangerous pursuit, driving on the wrong side of the road, passing vehicles on the left, and, definitely endangering everybody's safety.
Yeah, when you talk about someone going 100 miles an hour on a freeway for upwards of a half hour, 45 minutes, Bruce, can we talk about some of the complications, especially when they pull off maneuvers as quickly as they were veering in and out of lanes?
Yeah, anytime you have someone going at that excess speed over 100 miles an hour.
Bagheera, I don't have any patience for your bullshit today.
1,000-pound missile reaction times, not only for the suspects, but also for the other people involved.
Yeah.
They can't get out of the way quick enough.
Yeah, now backing up from this intersection over some of those
Cone,
barriers.
yeah.
What are they going to do? They're trapped in this little lane here with a vehicle at a stoplight.
This is La Puente now.
In La Puente, going to go through this intersection across the railroad tracks and make a right onto California.
That's what you guys got to help me get bigger
we're now
so that we can get to the point where we have somebody call in during a police chase.
Passing 8th Street.
And Bruce, we understand that they've tried twice to deploy spike strips. Those efforts didn't work for them.
Suspect has apparently missed the spike strips 2 different
They
times.
can still try to deploy a spike strip. What conditions are the best for that sort of maneuver?
To deploy a spike strip, it does take some tactical coordination, meaning the suspect is driving around in the same area. There's some rhyme or reason to what they're doing so that the officers can then get ahead of the suspect vehicle and then deploy it. But it's a hit-and-miss tool.
He says hit and miss tool. I will tell you that more often than not, when I see them deploy spike strips, they either spike one of their own or they spike a
passenger
bystander.
And
They
the
don't actually
units
spike the
very
suspect.
nearby. Is it safe to say that they stopped to talk to that passenger? And could that be one of the reasons
Lenny, I would love for you to hijack a car and then talk to us about safety
to stay a safe distance away?
in the middle of the police
There's a
chase.
couple reasons. That could be one. The second thing, too, is they're going to scoop up that passenger and gain information about the driver, what they're doing, who they are, so that maybe they can apprehend them later on. But the biggest thing is, you have a wanted felony suspect.
There on the right, you see the suspect falling out
If they're
of the
on,
passenger
it's
side.
dangerous, like we've been told.
Yeah, now on Don Julian Avenue in the eastern San Gabriel Valley. I believe this
There you
is
see him
La Puente.
falling
Pretty
out.
close to the 60 freeway going down Don Julian, which puts them into the Avocado Heights neighborhood here. It looks like this is a much more populated area. You see some of those bigger buildings, warehouses or stores. But the speeds look like they have come back down a little bit into control, although they continue to drive on the wrong side of the road. Like it looks like they're looking to do right here, coming up on this vehicle at 5th Avenue and crossing right over. But again, there's
Is this silver car part of the chase now too?
and an itchy driver. You don't know how they're going to handle the situation. You have cars coming in the other direction, whether this guy's going to drive on the wrong side of the road. It looks like they are trying to do that. They're kind of peeking around this vehicle to see when they can get around them. Even, we believe, with no pursuing CP.
You didn't have to time him out, T-minus. I gave him a warning.
Wrong side of the road.
I like
School
Bagheera.
zone.
I just don't have any tolerance for shit
Racking up
today.
the crimes as they go back onto the right side of the road down Don Julian Road here. in.
George, did we ascertain what kind of vehicle this was?
It's a Nissan. I thought Juke at first, but I'm not sure if it is a Juke. It's a Kicks. It's a Nissan.
I don't know
Kicks.
what their SUV is called.
So I don't think it's a ton of power.
It's lighter in weight than other vehicles. So if they have the opportunity and can get upon this vehicle, a pit maneuver might be a good idea.
Yeah. So passing.
They have not been doing speed. Oh, we got another spike strip
right there.
And they avoided it. Other
Yeah,
side
they
of the
sure
road.
did.
Okay, so a left onto Workman Mill Road, I believe. Now going southbound on Workman Mill Road. Again, if they continue
God,
to
I love this. A Nissan Xterra. There you go.
60 freeway, which,
Thank you, Lenny.
while not ideal in any situation like this,
Right.
keeps at least the prospect of pedestrians getting struck out of it.
And Bruce, what would you tell people who might find themselves on the road in the middle of a pursuit like this? It's hard to tell that it's even happening until you might hear the lights and sirens, or you might see.
Tell the suspect to call into the Troll Patrol, 917-830-4359.
Best advice for people on the road.
Well, obviously, get out of the way. Stand your ground, meaning let the problem go by you, either left or right. But don't, if you see it coming, don't try to cut it off. Don't do quick lane changes. Just stand your ground. Let the problem go by you.
Mr. Mumbles, welcome in. Twitch people.
This is not an entry onto the 60 freeway. It's going to go.
We're in the middle of a live police chase. This is East San Gabriel Valley.
River. I'm not sure that far south whether that
Just after 3 o'clock in the LA area.
And then they should go under the 60 freeway right.
It has been a wild one thus far. We've been with it about 20 minutes at this point.
There are some ways to get on the freeway. It's just going to take some maneuvering through.
They are apparently wanted for some sort of gun charge.
Freeway. Again, there are some hospital facilities here.
The cops are assuming that they are armed inside the vehicle.
Passing if they continue down here. And that
We had a passenger fall out of the vehicle.
beneath the freeway. We have seen several instances, Bruce, of cars driving beneath the freeway, having another vehicle or someone waiting for them. So they go under the underpass, they don't emerge,
I've seen that multiple times.
but no one knows to follow that car. And we've seen that play out several times within the last year. Whether that could come into play here is another story.
Watch somebody do it in a milk truck
Gotten a little more
just a few months back.
and or maybe conversing with friendlies to say, hey, meet me at so-and-so, and I'll pull up, and then we'll switch vehicles, or I'll get in your vehicle. So, yeah, to your point, we have seen that.
So now on Pellisier Place, this is now paralleling the 60 freeway, which you see on the right on the bottom of your screen. Very close to a freeway, but you can't get access here without a couple more turns. If they come up on Peck Road, they could make a right onto Peck, or there might
Or
be
get on Pecker Road here.
shortly. Let's see if this is it. Is this the entrance back onto the
Does
freeway?
look like it. Yes, it is.
Okay, so now we are going northbound on the 605, back onto a freeway. We can take the risk of a pedestrian being struck out of the equation here, back onto a freeway, but then you introduce, Bruce, once again, if we're talking about
High speeds again. They were over 100 earlier.
list of risks that we could see to drivers on this roadway.
Yeah, when you're doing those speeds, it just becomes
Not gunning it the way they were, but the cops aren't on their ass at the moment.
the safety of everybody involved, including the suspect. And people say, why do we care about that? Well, we care about everybody.
Yeah, so we're just getting some numbers on this kind of vehicle. It gets 28 miles per gallon. It's got a 12-gallon tank. I'm sure that the miles
Motherfucker just got on the dealer website, just reading you facts.
burn off fuel at a much higher rate. Got back onto the 60 freeway, so there was a ramp from the 605 that you
The manufacturer suggested retail price.
road. So now it looks like back on the 60 eastbound,
You can get one of these
east from the
32 base,
same, although
38 if you want it loaded.
occupant of the vehicle from when they first made their way this way westbound, because that passenger.
I haven't been car shopping in over a decade, so. Or about a decade. I don't know what cars cost anymore. I'd probably lowballed it.
pursuing ground vehicles, although the airship is still overhead.
Well, these fuckers like 50 grand now, isn't
is
it?
going.
And Bruce, you probably don't have the answer to this, but I'm going to ask it because are we the pursuit capital of the country?
The world.
Or the world? It feels like we have pursuits so often here, and no way to prevent them.
You know, I would say that's
Well, hey, dumbass, it's because, one, you're a car-centric city, and you're also one of the largest cities in the world.
pursuits that I have watched throughout the nation where you have 12, 14 law enforcement cars involved, and these people are just driving crazy.
There are far more foot chases in New York City because it's a more pedestrian-oriented city.
The way that the city is set up with the freeway
Sure.
system,
Sure.
you'd think the traffic would prohibit it
Well,
more
it's
than
still-
it
it's still-
does.
it's still
but
early.
it's wide open. Yeah.
Yeah.
And, I mean, that I don't know if we can get
Yeah, I'm assuming school's not back in session for
lead someone.
traffic to be this light.
Very rarely do they get away. It does happen occasionally, but it's
Maybe they start later this week in L.A.
to fully escape from a pursuit like this. And we'll
Yes,
see what happens
we will
at the end of
see
this.
some pursuit suspects drive into a heavily populated area. For example, downtown Los Angeles.
Right.
Just within this last month, we saw someone sort of disappear into the structures and the parking lot. I guess the underbuilding parking lots, underground parking lots, and then it's hard to track those people down. And then what?
They had one get away in a parking garage
Bruce.
twice in the last couple of days.
It becomes a containment where you have enough officers.
They have been going way too fast for them to pit, and also the cops are
the area that you're looking for. The
pretty certain they're armed. So cops are scaredy cats. So they're not going to want to pit somebody that they think they're going to turn around and is going to shoot them through their
Does it
windshield.
help now having a passenger from this vehicle in custody to let's just say this driver is somehow able to escape without being apprehended now. The fact that you have someone that was in the vehicle with them in custody, that has to, I'd say, almost always lead to some kind of identity and apprehension, right?
Well, it helps law enforcement a lot because they can gain information
We have also seen some really dangerous pits where
about the suspects.
cops have injured pedestrians, have caused way more damage to a bystander's
They
vehicle.
have a history for.
Yeah. We
It
don't.
looks like traffic is slowing here now.
And let me tell you, if your car gets damaged by the cops during a police chase, good luck getting them to pay for that.
Looks like it's going to cross over.
Double yellow.
Yeah, one more, but is not driving with the urgency that we saw earlier.
Hope you got good insurance and they're going to take care of it, and they can fight with the cops over getting the
Certainly
money.
not seeing speeds, whether that's a factor of the traffic on the road or the fact that there's no one pursuing him on the ground. He doesn't feel the urgency to get away the same way that they did earlier today.
Ooh, Lenny throws out something I hadn't thought about, a car wash.
45 miles an hour in the HOV lane on the 60 eastbound.
The problem is there's usually a
Just
line.
basically what everybody else is doing, but you see continuing to cross over lanes, which is a little irregular.
Yeah, his driving behavior has definitely been, he's way more moderate at this point,
Right.
maybe due to the slower traffic, but we saw him speed by other cars on other freeways and in the residential areas, so maybe that's not a factor. We don't know what's going on. Maybe he's on the phone. Again, all speculation.
Yeah.
Not sure, but we have been following this on the air for about a half hour now, and this suspect is wanted for a felony possessing weapons. Authorities say that they believe he is.
Oh, this is America, and it was the Second Amendment right.
They will likely not stop following him because of the fact that he is armed. And we did see a passenger bail from the vehicle a little bit ago. This video to your right is
Fell from the vehicle.
the moment
Fell.
he exited the freeway. Made
Not bail.
see the CHP
Fell.
following closely behind.
That was
It was very humorous.
Freeway. We heard about this pursuit when it was on the 15 freeway.
right. That was more than an hour ago now. We first.
It looks like some trim on the side there, Fimvox. He sustained a little damage.
Hour and 5 or 6 minutes ago, going from the 15 to the 210 west.
I think it's the bottom trim.
Miles an hour, through the Cajon Pass at 100 miles an hour, passing the 15 freeway.
They've slowed down a lot since they've gotten back on the freeway, so I don't know if traffic has gotten
We saw
heavier.
speeds well above 100 miles an hour, and
Or perhaps they're starting to think about gas.
rarely. There you see on the right, 107, 105, pushing excessive speeds here. So dangerous. And
Did anybody look this bitch up? Is it electric? Is it a
rapid lane
hybrid?
changes just with the flick of his hands. This wasn't a carefully executed maneuver through lanes. This was quick. It was dangerous, and you could see.
Oh, they told us the miles per hour, didn't they? It was like 30 something.
Attempts here. Look on the right side of your screen. This is where the passenger gets out. It looks like they just lay down on the ground. Whether,
See, they said it looks like they just laid down. No, they fell the fuck out. Look, boom.
Slow down for him to exit.
yeah, it might be a
He-
woman who just lay. Again, I don't know if she laid down to give up or whether the speed, the motion of the car.
I think she fell the fuck on her face.
That lead,
Because there's no reason for her to give up. All the cops went by her.
This lead unit of the CHP ignore the passenger.
28 miles per gallon.
Second unit.
Right.
That's a
That
shame.
person is in custody.
And Bruce, you were in law enforcement for so long.
My 2002 Tacoma got 36 miles to the gallon.
Of folks who lead officers on a pursuit like this.
28. That's highway robbery.
Learned from these suspects.
You know, having talked to hundreds of suspects involved,
Yeah, that's not the only suspect to do some donuts to that cul-de-sac.
they want to get away, or they want their 15 minutes of fame.
If you want fame, then you need to call the Troll Patrol.
That they're going to get away.
917-830-4359.
Radio, you're not going to outrun the helicopter.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And there's an old saying: no one ever accused criminals of being smart, and it is put on display every day.
No, actually, I was interviewing a public information officer for the Kentucky State Police one
The
time,
top of our tracker says,
and he told me they don't catch the smart criminals. He's like, yeah, we only solve about 40%, maybe 50% of the cases. We don't catch the smart ones, so we only catch the dumb
for a
ones.
short time.
Fair enough.
If they head all the way back from whence they came, if they make it all the way back to the 15 freeway,
Exactly, Terry. That's insane that we've not
began, or at least where we first
got vehicles getting 50 miles to the gallon nowadays.
are a little lower. California Highway Patrol has picked this back up, and they are now directly behind this vehicle on the 60 freeway.
And
They're back on his ass, which is probably going to make him start going faster. He had slowed down, was doing about the speed of the flow of traffic.
right there. Now you
Looks like they're about 90
aware that
now.
they're on his tail, and now he's changing lanes again, and maybe he's thinking about exiting here.
Yeah, so this driver's made it through side streets, through La Puente, eastern San Gabriel Valley, from the 10 freeway down to the 60 freeway, and now going back eastbound. Again, veering through traffic, weaving in and out of lanes, and wending their way eastbound. So speeds are going to have to be slower simply because of the volume of cars, and a really close call could have clipped that vehicle right there. Again,
Yeah, so we are seeing traffic pick up.
asked by this suspect, they don't know they're part of a pursuit. And so you just think it's another driver on the road who's just driving impolitely, to put it kindly. And then once they go by, like in a situation like that where you nearly get clipped by a driver, you see 3 or 4 CHP officers going by, and you quickly realize what's happening here. This isn't just another driver on the road. This is part of a pursuit. And these people suddenly realize the thing that they see on TV all the time.
They're in the HOV lane, and they don't have a passenger
It is very
anymore.
common. It is very common.
So that's another charge we're going to add
You hear
on.
people talking about it when they see one coming through their neighborhood or they pass one on the freeway. They say something.
They ejected the passenger
Just like
before they got in this HOV
all
lane.
the time, and now this one is passing me by.
Is school in session in LA?
the
This one
carpool
seems to be a
lane,
little safer now.
Yeah.
It's like back to school week most places.
Eastbound, going relative, mild speeds, 68, 70 miles
Pretty
an hour.
typical.
Yeah, pretty typical here. Curious why he has slowed down, although thankful that he has. Makes it a little
Because he's
dangerous
in traffic.
on the freeways. Now he's getting out of the carpool lane. Maybe it was that vehicle in front of him that was making him slow down.
Yeah, and you saw that truck in the right lane have to slam on their brakes because it looked like this guy was going to veer across all lanes of traffic, and that truck was driving faster than the rest of the flow of traffic. So just again, weaving in and out of different lanes, and the number 1, see if they head, or the number 2 heading back over to the HOV lane, just trying to find any pocket of open space that they can find with no disregard for anybody else on the road. Here is one of those attempted spike strips. It looks like a CHP
would've
officer
been-
tried to do that.
I think it's just a carpool lane. As long as you got multiple passengers, you can
That's when the driver was
ride in it. I don't think it's
oncoming traffic to
paid.
get around cars, and in that instance, to avoid a spike strip.
And that was the third.
Oh, maybe there are fast track tolls.
They're not easy. They're not easy, especially when you're dealing with a driver who's willing to go
T-Mine's out here driving these roads every day. He would
on the
know.
side of the road. And so you basically, it's a prediction of where the driver is going to be when you can get the spike strip out in time to be able to deploy it effectively.
We've seen at least 3 spike strip
Right side of the
attempts, and
screen, you
all
see
have
speeds
failed.
That, it's going to down to 100 miles an hour, but now kind of crawling along, 30 miles an hour on the 60 freeway. a CHP cruiser right behind a canine unit too. So we'll see if they are able.
If you're one of my usual viewers, we're going to be doing election night coverage.
Canines, which we see deployed in
Minnesota and several other states holding their primaries today.
To get out of their vehicle and perhaps getting off the freeway. Yes.
It looks like he is exiting here.
If you're not a regular viewer, what's wrong with you? Subscribe to the channel.
This could split either way. We'll see.
Like the video.
And there's
If you like the most absurd news, politics, and current events on the internet, you have come to the right place.
Sticking on the 60 freeway eastbound here at Lemon Avenue.
Again, if you happen to
I am on the old internet.
following a pursuit underway, this is in the East San Gabriel Valley. Not sure if we're still in the Roland Heights area that we were in a little bit ago. He's traveled some miles now. 327, we picked this up a little more
If
than
you are listening to me, I think I found some dabs.
45 minutes.
Do you have any
This driver
bud to put with it?
A suspect for felony warrant and believed to be armed. Watching him drive at dangerously high speeds past.
I think I found some dabs from months ago
Against traffic,
that I didn't know I had.
several close calls with other vehicles, and now you see him continue on the eastbound 60.
Okay, we're getting
They ain't give me a container like this since last year.
that from the CHP that this driver might be in communication with family on the phone and is looking to make their way back home. Plans to turn themselves in if they can make it back to their house.
Wait, what?
Their father is what I heard.
They're going to turn themselves in if they can make it back to their house.
Themselves in. This brings back some wild memories of what happened. I mean, everyone, the most famous car pursuit in LA history was O.J. Simpson trying to make his way back home, where he said he was going to see his family and turn himself back in.
And they let him too. They let him
Get back home. Why they wouldn't just give themselves up now and make this a lot easier?
On the right,
we don't know.
It's giving the anchors OJ vibes.
in that vehicle that bailed out, it does
Mom said you better bring that car home.
female there, but that person we believe authorities picked up and has been talking to.
Outrunning from the cops in your parents'
that
car.
makes sense that a family member would be on the phone because his behavior on the road has changed significantly. He's not speeding,
Mom told him to be safe.
and perhaps he's on the phone.
Yeah.
You know, hashing out the details, and hopefully he follows his
Right. We
father's
don't know
advice.
where home is now, passing the 57 interchange. And as we approach
Oh my God.
3:30, our live coverage of this breaking news continues on our ABC7 streaming channel. You can watch live on our website, on your phone, on your connected TV, anywhere you stream ABC7 Los Angeles. Here on TV, we're going to turn things over to David Muir for World News Tonight. But again, we will continue streaming coverage of this pursuit on the now 57 freeway, and we will continue on streaming coverage.
Stay with us.
Michael, I don't know what you mean by LA is a shit show. It's one of the largest cities in the world. It's got problems, but overall, like,
This pursuit underway in the east.
in terms of crime and shit, it's not like the crime rate's not that high.
Northbound 57 freeway, units still trailing him. And
They have a homeless issue. That's more because like it's a
that we believe
temperament climate.
There's a family member on the phone.
There's more resources for people. It's easier to be homeless in an area like LA
weapons
because there's
and believed to be
resources for
armed.
you and it's
But again,
warm.
speaking
You'll freeze
to
your
a family
balls off in
member on
Maine
the
if you're
phone,
homeless.
They are, we understand, negotiating a surrender, perhaps at the suspect's home, or maybe.
And I don't think people understand exactly how big LA
Not sure where
is.
home is, as Jory mentioned, but we do know that this pursuit, we first got word of it.
Like, what is it, like 40 million people, 50 million or something like that? LA or New York's like 15 million.
Moments of freedom before you know you are going to spend some time in custody. Bruce, do we still have Bruce Thomas on the line?
Yeah, I'm with you, Jory. Yeah.
Okay, Bruce, let's talk about these moments. People.
New York's
in this
10.
situation
Okay, I overshot
know
it a
that they're
bit.
going to be in custody rather soon. The mindset of someone.
Yeah, LA County is fucking
They would
huge.
want to get home maybe instead of giving up, just pulling over and giving.
We're watching.
You know,
We're watching this car go to his house to apparently
because if they let
turn himself in
back to their house
with his parents.
originated from, now he is going to have to surrender to law enforcement. And how many friendlies are there who may intercede in this arrest.
I think when I was throwing out 40 million, I'm talking about the metro area of LA. It's not just LA, like the city.
Yeah, would there? I'm guessing there would be work to figure out the address of where this person lives, so you can have some law enforcement waiting there at the time.
Yeah, definitely. They would definitely want law enforcement there. You'd have multiple units there. One, to control the family, to control.
Did I overshoot it? What is the population?
That's going to gather in this event. Like you said with the O.J. Simpson thing, it became a spectacle.
I'm not good with numbers.
That happened in a residential area where the suspect lives. It's all possible.
Yeah. All signs are good that he
3.87 in the city.
Doing what his family is asking him to do. We are getting word that he
seems small.
He indicated he is going home and will turn himself in.
10 million in LA County.
That is some good news. Hopefully he can get home without anyone else getting hurt or any other close calls.
And that would track with the behavior we're seeing from just the driving, going westbound, hitting speeds of 100 miles an hour, clearly trying to get away from California Highway Patrol. Now we're talking about eastbound on the 60, 70 miles an hour, not exactly following the rules of the road. Another close call.
Not at all.
Not seeing the 100 miles per hour that we were seeing just an hour ago when we began our broadcast. And so while that is a positive, there is still some risk there. As Bruce mentioned, there are the unknowns of what is going to happen when they get to the house.
The unknown unknowns.
What control does law enforcement have over this?
Well, did they tell them what the address was, or are the cops just going to follow them there? Are they going to meet them there?
How is that going to happen? How will that play out as law enforcement?
Was it the dad that called the cops?
Are you going to have last minute? I'm sorry.
No, go ahead,
Are you
Bruce.
going to have last minute hugs, last minute goodbyes, and are the family going to go along with the program? Meaning, they're not going to change their minds.
Right.
Right. You hope that that's the case. But assuming all of this was perhaps triggered by that passenger exiting the vehicle and talking to authorities, do you believe that that's how it likely played out?
Yeah, I would hope so. Maybe the passenger.
Yeah, stop for some Chick-fil-A or something on the way home.
Pull the car over, let me out. And then once that passenger got out and law enforcement scooped up him or her to gain information so they know where the suspect lives. And if family members are talking to law enforcement, they have the address, they have the person's name.
I did not. I missed a Prius decorated like SpongeBob.
Work up on the person.
And I'm sad about that. Or were you just talking about a school bus?
So 60 eastbound approaching the 71.
That looked like SpongeBob.
History is any guide. That there's the interchange right there. Just going to continue on the 60 eastbound because this began way out east, and it looks like they are headed back.
Yeah, overshot in the numbers about LA, but still, people do not understand how fucking huge it is.
Exit the freeway. We're still waiting to find out where home is for this driver. It's been indicated
that's where the heart is, of course.
Before they turn themselves in and surrender to authorities. Still kind of driving wildly. You don't know the emotional state of someone in this position, ready to give themselves up. I don't know about willingly at this point. It may happen willingly, but I'm sure they're not happy about it after trying to evade capture for so long and so dangerously, but still driving a little beyond the parameters of the law and now boxed in by a couple trucks.
And Joy, we have joining us on the line now with the CHP, Christian Stevens.
Oh no, I was hoping it was going to be his dad.
Stevens, and can you shed some light on this pursuit?
Yes, thank you. Good afternoon.
I thought they were going to get the suspect's dad on the phone.
It's been quite a lengthy one.
That's what I want.
And as it progresses, we ask that everybody, when you see the emergency lights and sirens come in, you move to the right. Don't make any sudden evasive maneuvers. And if the pursuit comes to an end up in front of you, or we always ask that you stay back at least 300 feet.
Okay, can you give any background about basically what's happening right now? We've gotten word that this person wants to make it home and surrender with family there. Are you able to comment on the plan moving forward?
Well, we all want to make it home.
If that's the plan, I would imagine that we would continue to pursue and follow them until they get to wherever they're trying to go.
Yeah. Can you talk to us about the spike strip efforts and, the challenges of trying to stop a pursuit suspect?
Cops are dumb.
Spike strips are an amazing tool. They don't always work, but...
hey, we have seen trucks box suspects in.
I'm not...
I've watched multiple police chases in because a bystander in a big truck
can still try
pulled a maneuver.
the pursuit safely while not putting themselves at unnecessary risk.
And do you have any details on this particular pursuit, on this suspect and what he's wanted for and what triggered the pursuit?
I don't have any details. All I know is that there is potentially a warrant for arrest.
Okay, can we talk
warrant apparently for weapons.
to following someone who's
But they believe he is armed.
107 miles an hour on a freeway, and then the decision to back off. What goes into that call to pull pursuing officers off of this pursuit?
There's a lot of factors that go in, but our primary objective is for the safety of not only the public.
So they're saying shortly after 2 p.m. this began. We picked it up about quarter till
that something has become
3 local time.
That may be one of the reasons that
We've been with it for about an hour at this point.
Is that a group call, or is there someone watching who makes the call that that lead vehicle needs to pull off?
Anybody in the pursuit can make that call. I mean, we are all safety officers at all times, and like I said, our first and primary goal is the safety of everybody.
Does that change at all when you have a suspect who is wanted for a felony and is armed?
Our primary goal is still safety. However, that just might we might pursue much longer depending on what the want is for.
Yeah, at one point there was a passenger in this vehicle. That person got out and I believe is now in custody. We didn't see it officially, but I don't think there was any way for them to get away. Is that, we saw the lead vehicle in the pursuit stay with the vehicle. Is that kind of protocol where you leave the...
I think all the cops just went by her and she walked away.
Vehicles behind you and the...
I'm not going to assume that she's in custody.
I mean, every pursuit is different.
Sure.
But depending on how many other units are in the area, you may have somebody close by that is already able to apprehend that second suspect to try to gain some more information.
And then the concern of the weapon, I think for the officers, obviously. How does that change how you would approach it? Does it change anything, or do you have to assume every vehicle in this situation has the risk of having a weapon inside?
That's correct. There's always a risk of a potential weapon, which is why we train so hard.
I thought this was America.
And focus on both officer safety and the safety of the public.
And so we understand, and I think Jory mentioned this.
I think he just passed a cop. It was some kind of government vehicle.
With a family member, we understand his father, perhaps, and that he's on his way home to surrender peacefully to police. What sorts of things is the CHP looking for, or other law enforcement agency involved, for that sort of surrender? Would they be at the home first? Would they speak to the family? Would they have...
Man, we got so much news to cover. Trump and his decoy.
Walk us through it.
Air Force One and his great escape on a catering truck.
We may be able to get units there.
I can't believe that was breaking last night as I was on. I got off and then read that story and went, holy shit, really?
Them to peacefully surrender as soon as possible.
If you don't know what I'm talking about, boy, are you in for a wild ride.
Well, we appreciate you taking the time to speak with us and kind of guiding us through what is happening here. Before we go, is there anything else on this pursuit that you'd like to add that we haven't touched on?
I've got clips from Hunter on
everyone stay safe and
Tucker Carlson's podcast.
Well, thank you very much.
Good advice.
Yeah. Okay, so a nice little update, some information on how they are handling a pursuit like this in this situation. He wasn't able to comment one way or another whether the plan is to make it to this driver's home, but that is what we believe is happening. Still not driving according to the law, now on the shoulder of the 60 freeway. And this says westbound.
And after reading more about the affidavit against Lauren Boebert's kid,
accurate,
it
right?
I would say that like it doesn't seem as nefarious as the headline would have made it out to be.
Freeway,
So
but
still
it does
going
look like this
eastbound.
is-
Yeah, there we go.
He may have been doing some revenge porn or something like that, and that is
Will be
absurd. But apparently the
so you
girl
but we don't know where this driver
shared
is
the
going,
video
but
out
firmly stuck in
herself.
traffic. So you
And you see the units right.
Or at least that is what the defense is going to argue.
freeway. No, the driver continues on.
An additional motorcycle unit there.
And she was indeed 17. He was 18. They were only a few weeks separated in
The
age.
rest of the
So
traffic. This is a Tuesday, the beginning of rush hour, heading eastbound out of.
not that what he did wasn't wrong, not that what he did wasn't exploitative, but you know,
With a 210, the
you hear child sex charges and you think a certain nefarious
some
act.
speed at times, and you're going to see it slow down as we have seen.
And that
this driver,
doesn't seem to be the case here.
allowed to drive on the shoulder as this driver is doing, and you're not supposed to be allowed to
And I know that is
as this driver is doing, but on the long list of
nuance and understanding that no right winger would afford a left winger
of the list, because a lot of people have
in the same situation.
Again, we're waiting to see where is home for this driver. What will be the exit they take, or are we going all the way out? Next big opportunity to get off the freeway will be at the 15.
But I hold myself to a certain
back up north
standard.
through the Cajon Pass. That's where we know this began.
And Bruce Thompson.
Even though I did absolutely make the video and like Bobert arrested on child exploitation charges, even saying just Bobert.
CHP in
I made the conscious decision not to say like Lauren Bobert's son, just Bobert arrested.
breaking, traffic laws here.
It's a great question, and people have asked that.
You got to play the clickbait game.
And friends of mine, yes, they are. They have information bureau or media relations who record the news, record events.
Traffic laws are for the
What
weak.
they will do, even though they're misdemeanor or traffic violations, they will go back, re-rack the tape, and every time he did something, crossing in and out of the carpool lane, using the carpool lane, riding a stop.
Yeah, using the carpool lane.
off, they-
Your passenger fell out of the vehicle. They are going to charge you.
This person may never have a license again.
And some of the
Seriously.
charged as more than a moving violation if you put other people
Now, if they've got money,
with a deadly weapon.
like that's a nice car they're in.
Notching.
Let's say their parents
back up
have
a little
money.
bit. It seems like the speed might be picking up.
A good lawyer is going to be able to knock this down. Oh, they gave themselves up willingly. Oh, it was just this charge, and they didn't even know they were being chased until blah blah blah.
Airport. Satellite parking. Doesn't
what?
look like Air 7 is in the
Yeah,
airspace.
did you hear
but
me?
Just another thought here.
think
as
I
we
found
pass
some tabs.
Ontario, that the airport is not too far. These are the exits you would take to go to that airport. So they're approaching the 15 freeway. It looks like a couple
It's right there. It's on the
miles,
window.
maybe 5
He's
miles out.
gesturing his hands
inside the
now,
window.
gesturing outside of the window.
Tell me they couldn't use the box. I'm sorry, guys.
Showing no weapon, perhaps. Is this going to come to an end here?
Maybe he's going to stop. Maybe
Yeah, you wonder
we're
if,
just going to have to watch.
if fuel might be an issue. We talked about the
Yes,
gas mileage on the car, and
yes.
this has been going for a long time.
He
So you have a
is
hand out the
saying-
window.
Looks
both
like he's
hands
showing
out the
both
window.
hands.
Oh,
Oh, and this was a woman, and now she is giving herself up.
not sure.
She's,
who the
she's
driver
still.
again, both hands
looks like
out the
she's-
window. And is this how it's going to come to an end on the side of the 60 freeway?
I mean, it seems like she was about to take her.
I think she may have
Yeah, we don't.
run out of gas or something.
Now on the shoulder.
but driving very slowly, as if the driver is planning to stop.
Right here, you see a California CHP motorcycle to block off traffic from the on
Blocking
ramp.
traffic on the right.
Yeah, so just crawling now. I don't know. Again, is this person out of gas? No, they still have fuel to get over to the side of the road.
Are they going to pull over, or are we back to a chase?
It looks like
Which they have done. Put the car in park, hands out, and it looks like it's going to. Come
They
to
are
an
going
end
to give
right
themselves
here.
up. We
Side of the
were
60
under the
freeway,
impression they were going to
and
go
both hands
home
out
to
of the
their
window
dad's
so that they can
house
fly and get out of the car.
and surrender with the cops.
Yeah, she's showing her hair, maybe perhaps trying to identify herself
all right.
or themselves.
We're just getting word that from the CHP that the driver might be hard of hearing.
Okay.
That might make communication a little more difficult.
If that is the case, they are doing the right thing. You want both your hands in full sight of these officers. It looks like the rear
The
window
dad was like, "Don't bring the cops here."
side, but these officers now standing, guns drawn, behind their doors, waiting for this person to get out of the vehicle. This is now more than an hour and a half. This person has led authorities on a pursuit at times topping 105 miles an hour, putting a lot of people at risk. And this is how it's coming to an end. And you want it to come to an end peacefully. It's just all up to the driver right now, whether they're able to do that.
And Bruce, if you're still with us, what commands are they telling her?
Well, they're asking her, the driver, and possibly sole occupant, keep your hands in plain sight. We take the keys, toss the keys out the window onto the pavement.
Now opening the door.
And then we will ask you to step out.
Yeah, we saw the canine units ready to go. We saw the top of the vehicles had canine in it, and this driver is now getting out, hands up in the air.
Walking backwards.
Phone on top of the car,
down.
Yeah, you can't reach for your waist like that. It looked like they were trying to show they didn't have anything in their pockets, but you do not want to reach for anywhere on your waist, pockets, pants.
We've seen this happen many times where they ask the suspects to walk backwards, and maybe the next command will be that she lay on the pavement. We've seen that in the past as well.
Yeah, this
amazed they're not making her get down on her stomach.
To a peaceful end. It is, you can,
what?
even if you're in the situation, hard to stare down the barrel of a gun, and that officer is saying point face that way, and now get down on their knees and hands behind their back, and this will be code 4 momentarily. Risk is over. It looks like you see that officer still training their vehicle on the weapon on the car.
Because they don't know who else is in there,
yes.
if anyone else is in there.
We don't believe there'll be another person in
Custody
there.
being led to the back of a CHP cruiser as 2 officers approach in formation just to make sure there's no one inside, and we believe that it is clear, gun in the window, and it looks like that is it.
We're going to stay on this until they make sure that no one is in the vehicle. And it looks like they've done
code
that.
4. You
Now
see the
they're
4
giving,
fingers in the air to the airship, and now this is over. Okay. So,
Bruce Thomas, thank you so much.
I was going to say, as a footnote, what we have seen are a lot of mental health issues.
I think it was 2 women. I think both of the suspects were women.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Okay.
Thanks again. Thanks again for your insight.
Okay, we want to thank you for joining us for this extra streaming coverage of a pursuit that has now come to a peaceful end. Fortunately, it looks like no one was injured. I don't believe any vehicles were damaged in the process. And so that's how you want to see these things come to an end. It's unfortunate this had to happen, but a relatively successful California Highway Patrol.
Damn it, Ponder Monkey.
And if we get any...
And you guys probably pissed Gear off. He ain't going to come back now.
We're just about 15 minutes away.
We'll see you then.
Well, that was fun. I owe T- a cat. Let me update the titles. We're going to news now. I didn't even get to do the opening. Thank you for the resub, T-. I haven't told anybody, hey. I'd have to make you sit through like the whole 5 minutes. I can't fast forward it now. It's like 2 different videos. I can't, because of the vertical and blah, blah, blah. So like there's no fast forwarding it. AOC dumped her fiance. Yeah, if I could just fast forward and do the opening, I would. Hello, welcome in everyone. You don't get individual greetings. We're going to be covering the breakdown of the election. Multiple states holding primaries today. I think I said Minnesota, right? I was wrong. Wisconsin. I get those Midwestern states mixed up.
Welcome to Meet the Press Now. I'm Monica Alba, and if it's Tuesday...
Oh, Minnesota is going on today. Okay, cool. We'll get the Karnacki breakdown.
Primary elections, including a pair of Democratic races in Wisconsin and Minnesota that are set to test the staying power of the progressive movement after a string of wins this primary season, including last week in Michigan. In the Wisconsin governor's race, polls show Democratic...
That is correct, Mr. Mumbles.
With a lead in a wild primary that's seen candidates drop out and get back in the race. David Crowley, who recently
thank you for throwing out the gift sub, Lenny.
Of Wisconsin's outgoing Governor Tony Evers, spoke with NBC's Shaquille Brewster about his closing message.
With this Democratic primary, what does it come down to? What's the key difference between you and your opponent?
Well, I think there's a lot of key differences. One, I mean, we're going to need someone who can build the necessary coalitions and speak to unity, not necessarily division. We don't need to continue to divide our party or divide our state or our country.
Do you think she divides the party?
I think that right now we have a lot of people where the emotions are extremely high right now, and people are tearing down other candidates in order to focus on their own.
Meanwhile, Hong is pitching a message of change while trying to distance herself from some of her previous left-wing positions, which Democrats worry could hurt her chances in the general election.
Be scary, but when I get scared, I look to the voters who remind me every day that not only are we deserving of change, but they get to be a part of making that change. This election belongs to the voters, and we'll let the voters decide.
What do you say to voters who see those comments and the back and forth about them and say it's either disqualifying or that in your clarification, you're trying to have it both ways?
What's disqualifying is Tom Tiffany still will not say who won the 2020 election. What's disqualifying is that he has voted to send tax dollars to forever wars, for gas prices going up, for grocery stores growing up. He doesn't care about Wisconsinites. He cares about the Trump administration, who he will put Trump first, and Wisconsin deserves a governor that will put Wisconsinites first.
In the Democratic Senate primary in Minnesota, Congresswoman Angie Craig is also making an electability pitch to voters as she faces Lieutenant Governor Peggy Flanagan. Flanagan is running on a more progressive message and has criticized Craig for significant outside spending on her campaign's behalf.
We put this Senate seat at risk if the Lieutenant Governor is our candidate in November. I'm certainly making the contrast that I'm the experienced person in Washington who has a track record already of taking on Donald Trump and getting bills passed that make a difference in Minnesotans' lives.
This is up to the people of Minnesota if they want to send someone who's, beholden to corporate special interests, or if they want to send someone who's beholden only to Minnesotans.
And on the Republican side of things, a South Carolina special election to replace the late Senator Lindsey Graham on November's ballot could prove a test of the power of the president's endorsement. He's thrown his support behind the former senator's sister, Darlene Graham, in a crowd.
She's going to run away with it.
Earlier today, Graham telling NBC's Ryan Nobles she expects this race to go to a runoff.
I expect to be in a runoff in 2 weeks. I feel confident that.
Last time I checked, she was up like 10 points.
Folks that are saying.
I mean, nobody may get 50%. That's true.
I don't see it that way.
But she is front runner by far.
I have to earn voters, so I'm working really hard to do that.
And joining me now is our NBC News team chief data analyst Steve Kornacki's at the big board with what he's watching for tonight. Shaquille Brewster is covering the Wisconsin governor's race from Madison. And Charles Benson, chief political reporter at our Milwaukee affiliate WTMJ, is in Milwaukee, where the city's absentee ballots are being counted. And chief Capitol Hill correspondent Ryan Nobles is covering it all in South Carolina. Thanks to you all for being here on this election day. Steve, let's start with you. What are you watching for in these progressive versus establishment races tonight?
Yeah, well, let's start in sort of the feature contest in that genre, and that is that Democratic primary for governor here in Wisconsin. A couple things. First of all, if you look at Hong and you look at where her path to victory would be tonight, I think you just think back a week ago to what we saw in Michigan with Al Sayed winning the Senate primary there. His vote, his support correlated pretty closely to the median age in counties in Michigan. The younger the median age, the better he was doing. The more you had like college towns, college areas, that's where he was getting running up the score, getting doing the best. So take a look here in Wisconsin. You got the mother lode of sort of the college town. That's Madison, Dane County. Dane's going to churn out more votes than any other county in Wisconsin probably tonight in this primary. You'd expect Hong to be doing very well there. You'd expect also some sort of smaller college towns. Think of like, Portage, you can think La Crosse County, places where you've got branches of the state university where the median age tends younger. That's where she's going to be looking to run up the score there. One other thing that I'm looking at here, though, is the interesting dynamic you got at it of how topsy-turvy this race has been with candidates getting in, candidates getting out. David Crowley, who is now her main opponent, the establishment, if they have any chance of stopping Hong, it's going to be with Crowley tonight. Remember, Crowley was out of the race for a little over a week in July. Then he got back in. He got back in because Sarah Rodriguez, lieutenant governor, got out. The key point, though, is that as all of this drama was playing out in July and this field was being shaped and reshaped and candidates were getting in and candidates were getting out, something around 140,000 votes were cast in that month, in the month of July, by mail. Now, not all 140,000 of those are going to be for the Democratic primary, but we know that Democrats tend to vote by mail a lot more than Republicans. That means a big chunk of the vote in this Democratic primary was cast before this became the Hong-Crowley race that it essentially now is. So if Crowley has gotten a bunch of momentum late in this campaign to make this a game with Hong tonight, getting that sort of establishment wing to coalesce behind him, there's a world where he could get close but fall just short. And those 140,000 vote by mail that were cast long before this dynamic materialized could loom big.
That's fascinating. We'll definitely be watching for that. Tonight, Stephen, of course, we will see what happens in South Carolina. Do you think that this crowded Republican field could complicate a path to victory?
Yeah, I mean, look, you get an open Senate seat in a state like South Carolina, you get it anywhere, you're going to get a lot of interest. So you take a look here on the Republican side. The question here really is if somebody were to get an outright majority tonight, obviously they win, but it's the runoff likely. Who's getting first? Who's getting second? Most expect Darlene Graham will make that runoff. So the question then would be second place. And you've got here, just go through this, Ralph Norman is a congressman, Russell Fry's a congressman, Mark Sanford, a former governor, a former congressman, some other candidates as well. Just keep in mind sort of the regional variances here. Norman, okay, he just ran for governor unsuccessfully in the Republican primary. His base is right up here, York County around Rock Hill. It extends a bit into the upstate. A lot of Republican votes right there. Go to the sort of the Myrtle Beach area, the PD region, they call it. That is where Fry's congressional district is. So you look for him to run up the score right there. Sanford, when he was in Congress, was right here along the coast, but he might have a broader sort of a base of support too from his days as governor. But there's sort of the regional question right here. Is one of these candidates going to sort of get more of a bounce out of their home region that could get them potentially into that second place? But I think the expectation with Graham is her support may be more evenly, widely distributed around the state. So then the question is from these sort of regional candidates here, which one can pack the most punch from their neck of the woods?
Yeah, and we'll see about that runoff in just a couple of weeks. Steve Kornacki, thank you so much for all of your expertise there. And of course, tune in tonight starting at 7 p.m. Eastern to the Kornacki.
The Kornacki cam is picking up here. What time do the polls close in Wisconsin? $8 p.m. We got an hour until polls close. So let's check out this wild story. Remember a couple weeks ago when Trump was in Turkey? And there was the whole musical planes thing that he did, where he flew there on the Qatari jet. And then he left on the old Air Force One because there was a security threat of some sort. And the reporter asked him why we were asked to put our window shades down. Well, we know why they were asked to put their window shades down now. So they couldn't see Trump getting on a catering truck next to the plane.
We are learning of an elaborate ruse to protect President Trump from an assassination threat by Iran. And here we see, right here, the president boarding the old Air Force One last month to leave the NATO summit in Turkey, or so we were told. We were led to believe he was getting on the plane, he was going to fly. But minutes after stepping on board the plane, a U.S. official tells CNN the president was secretly moved into this catering truck in a clandestine move to protect him. The catering truck then pulled away from Air Force One and delivered the president to a smaller nearby military plane. That undercover flight delivered him to England, where he arrived just before the Air Force One decoy. Joining us now here in the Situation Room is CNN military analyst Cedric Layton, a retired Air Force.
Yes, because this apparently put, if Iran was going to take out that jet, it apparently put several White House staffers and the entire press pool in danger. Yeah, people, speaking of paranoid as fuck, boy, do I have a picture to show you.
Force Colonel, how seriously must the Secret Service have viewed this threat to take such extraordinary measures here?
Pamela, it must have been a real serious threat, because when you move the president around, there's obviously a public component to him going from one place to the other. And, there's always the press availability and the pictures that you see of him boarding an airplane or coming down from an airplane. But in this particular case, when they move a president and put him in an airplane that is not normally Air Force One, not normally the president's plane, they clearly thought that something bad could be happening, and they thought the threat was imminent. So that's my take on it, and that's why they would take these extraordinary measures in this case.
But yet many of the president's staffers and the media remained aboard the decoy Air Force One as it flew to England. I mean, were they just sitting ducks?
Decoy.
Potential threat?
Well, we don't know everything, in terms of all the information that they had and the rapidity with which they needed to potentially move him. But in this particular case, it sure looks like the press, White House staffers, the military members on board the plane were potentially sitting ducks in a case like this. So that's something where you definitely have to look at the protective measures for everyone involved here, not just the president.
If I was a journalist on that plane, I would not have been happy to find this out after.
For sure not. And I'm sure the same is true for the military members as well.
Military staff members, so forth. So the deception even included Air Force
how do you feel if you're one of the White House staffers? Natalie Harp wasn't on Air Force One. She was on, well, I mean, technically whatever plane Trump is on is Air Force One. But the cargo plane that he rode on, Natalie Harp was on that plane. She was not on the plane that was giving the call signal as Air Force One. You know it.
Plane actually carrying the president using a common military call sign. How many people do you think were aware of this ruse as the president traveled to England?
It's pretty clear that the number that knew about it at the time was very small. And one of the reasons they did that, I think, was to minimize the threat to the president. What they wanted to do was they wanted to make sure that the president could get out of Turkey as safely as possible. And they thought the threat in Turkey itself was probably at a pretty high level because of Iran's threats against the president. And that's the only logical determinant here. Now, it could not just be Iran. It could have been proxy militias, from Iraq that were active in Turkey. All these things are possible sources of this threat. But having said that, it's pretty clear that using a different call sign was a clear indicator that they wanted to not only protect that aircraft, so the threat may not have just been a surface-to-air threat. It may have been an air-to-air threat, whether it was another airplane, a drone, those kinds of things we don't know. But those
apparently Iran is getting really good with those drones.
In this case.
Do you know if Secret Service game plans these scenarios in advance, and so this was something they already knew that they could carry out if they needed to, or do you think they came up with it sort of on the fly as the threat emerged?
Yeah, they certainly game planned certain aspects of this, and years ago I was involved in Air Force One route planning for President Clinton, just on a peripheral basis. But it's pretty clear that Air Force works with the Secret Service. They work with all the.
Ben, thank you for the resub.
Get a whole threat picture of where the president is going, and if there's any deviation in the president's plan, then they change the intelligence that the president gets and update that intelligence for that purpose. But in this particular case, I think they game plan some of this, but then they're also innovative enough on the Secret Service's side to move him as quickly as possible. And I think that's what happened. And the use of the catering truck is, I think, fairly innovative, and they may have had the help of Turkish intelligence in this case as well, in order to use local facilities in order to make this happen.
I mean, these are obviously
would they have informed
security measures, but it's not
Turkish intelligence?
That there's been subterfuge with the president's movement, right?
Yeah,
do we trust Turkey that much?
In the year 2000, President Clinton was traveling between India and Pakistan, and they actually put him on an unmarked plane to go between those two countries, and that was done for security reasons. In the wake of 9/11, when President Bush was leaving Sarasota, the Sarasota, Florida area after the attacks on the Twin Towers and the Pentagon, he was flown around, but he never left Air Force One, so he stayed in that airplane because at that time the threat was judged to be one that could be handled by that Air Force One aircraft. So there have been efforts to.
And that's what we were told, is that the old Air Force One has the missile defense system. But I guess they're probably worried about drones.
The Pentagon, he was flown around, but he never left Air Force One. So he stayed in that airplane because at that time the threat was judged to be one that could be handled by that Air Force One aircraft. So there have been efforts to move the president around, sometimes quietly, sometimes in his public transport mode. But the key thing here is protecting the president. That's job one for the Secret Service, and they certainly did that in this case.
Robert McDonald is a retired Secret Service agent.
Oh, McDonald
joins us live now to discuss. Thanks.
He used to have a farm.
Welcome to The Story Is.
Now he's a former intelligence agent.
Do you know?
I'm sorry. That was stupid. I'll see myself out on that one. The White House has yet to deny the story. The Washington Post broke this yesterday as we were on stream last night.
A new report says President Trump evaded an alleged Iranian assassination plot last month by secretly switching planes. He was whisked away in an airport catering truck, and the White House is not denying this. Jackie Heinrich with more details at the White House. Jackie.
Harris, the day this reportedly happened, the White House made no mention of the threat to the president's life, but led the press to believe they would be traveling alongside the president on the legacy Air Force One, the old Air Force One, so the new Qatari jet could be shown off to U.S. troops stationed in Britain. After boarding in Turkey, they were told to keep their window shades down, and that's when the Washington Post reports President Trump was taken off the plane, loaded onto a catering truck, and put on another plane, an Air Force C-32A. And, quote, that made Air Force One a decoy with media and some White House staff aboard, the official said. We've just reviewed archived footage from that day, and you can see the catering truck behind the old Air Force One before takeoff. When the press landed in the UK to refuel, the Post reports Trump was loaded back onto the plane, and that's when reporters asked him why they were told to keep their window shades closed.
Do you know why they had us close our window blinds? That was without your... Well, yeah, because... probably on a dangerous flight because of the sleazebags that we have to do.
Were you aware of any credible threat by Iran against your
Well, I have a threat all the time. I'm number one on their list before you. But if I go, you go. Right?
There is some historical precedent for concealing the president's whereabouts during critical threats, but in those past situations, the administrations revealed the president's whereabouts either to the pool as it happened or after the fact. Neither happened in this situation as it is reported. White House Communications Director Stephen Chung told the Post, as the president has said recently, there are many enemies of America who have their sights on him, and we use every tool at our disposal to address those threats. President Trump has faced several attempts on his life, including most recently at the White House Correspondents' Dinner. Harris.
Yeah, I'm looking at that list. About every 2 or 3 months, he faces at least 2 on record. July 24th being the first, obviously, in Butler, Pennsylvania. But the list is long, unfortunately. But a blessing. He is still there. Jackie, thank you. Be sure to like and subscribe for all the Fox News.
That was weird to me.
Full shows streaming.
But it's a blessing. He's still there. I don't know if this picture is real. I haven't been able to verify it. I saw this the other day, but now I'm questioning whether it was real because I haven't found it reported anywhere else. This was supposedly him golfing over the weekend. But after looking at the different sources for the picture, I'm gonna tend to think that this isn't real. Fact check unverified, but I'm landing on the side of it's probably not real. Hey, Igloo, welcome in. Michael, gender fluid. Big Ben, Law Dog, Textilian, anonymously, gender fluid. Peeble. I didn't get to say hey to everybody because we're in the middle of a police chase. Ponder Monkey, Malord, Smash, Rick, Lenny, Mr. Mumbles, Ponder Monkey. This old, Mumbles, Terry, Good evening, friends. Good to see everybody. Join us in following Igloo. Princess Kimberly. I haven't caught you in a little bit, Igloo. I say that, and then you're going to be like, you were just in my stream a week ago. Like, I feel like I haven't seen you on in a little bit. I try to catch my friends when I can. Hung out with Peeble for a little bit last night. Ooh, Peeble, we were watching Caddyshack last night, weren't we? One of my favorite movies. A former Marine who was being held by Russia is now at least on his way back home.
Watching live now from Fox, welcome back.
Family had been pleading with them to release him.
Here we're learning that a U.S. Marine veteran has been released from Russian prison after over 1,600 days of detention. This is just coming into our newsroom here, and this is a post coming in from Secretary of State Marco Rubio. As we're learning, United States Marine veteran Robert Gilman was released from Russian custody today on humanitarian grounds after 1,606.
I don't remember the backstory. I guess they will tell us. Is this the guy they accused of espionage? Like, I think he was there with a newspaper and they accused him of espionage. I may be getting a different story confused.
56 days in prison. This is according to Fox News and this post here from Secretary Rubio. As he says today, after more than 4 years of detention in Russia, Robert Gilman is on his way home to be reunited with his family. Mr. Gilman joins over 100 Americans whom President Trump has freed during his second term in office. We thank Russia for working with Special Envoy Steve Witkoff to release Mr. Gilman and allowing him to receive the necessary medical treatment here in the United States. While we appreciate this positive step, we are still seeking the immediate return of all other unjustly detained Americans, including wrongful detainee Stephen Hubbard. The president will not stop until all unjustly detained Americans are home. We're learning some more information. Gilman is a U.S. citizen and was arrested on January 17th of 2022 in Russia and sentenced to a total of 10 years in prison. While in custody, he was subject to harsh and abusive treatment, putting him into a, quote, catatonic state. And that's according to a Gilman family representative, Kieran Ramsey. Now, in a Friday interview with Fox News, Ramsey detailed the events that led to Gilman's arrest. And I just want to read a portion of it to you here. And this is the quote. If we back up in November of 2021, he's on his way to Moldova. So he's not even supposed to travel to Russia. But in his travels, he gets violently ill and ends up having to stop in Moscow. He ends up going to a relative's house to recuperate because of this illness. In January of 2022, after what he thought was a full recovery, he goes to the U.S. Embassy to renew his passport. But en route, he becomes violently ill again. And at that point, the Russian police approach him thinking he's drunk, claiming that he assaults them. And then they proceed to assault him and arrest him and charge him. And that nightmare has exponentially expanded since that point.
Oh, he was the English teacher.
Speaking to Fox News. Now, the U.S. State Department referred to Gilman as a wrongful detainee and said his release was part of an exchange with Russia, telling Fox News that no other concessions were provided. President Trump also weighing in on this. This is going to be a bit small on your screen, but I'm going to read it to you in full.
Apparently, Trumpy boy called in a favor to Putin to get this to happen.
This quote, I am proud to announce that American citizen Robert Gilman, a former United States Marine, is coming home. In a well-known media story, Robert was imprisoned in Russia in 2022 during the Biden administration. After my discussions with President Vladimir Putin, Russia has agreed to release him very much on a humanitarian basis. We appreciate this decision and the fact that Russia asked for no one in return. No exchange took place. Robert will land at Andrews Air Force Base in Washington, D.C. tonight, where my representatives, some of whom are on the plane with him, will welcome Robert back to the United States of America. I just spoke to him, and he had one request, a great cheeseburger when he lands. I will take care of
Oh,
that.
God, he's going to give him McDonald's, isn't he?
During my administration, we have prioritized bringing home Americans detained abroad and have done
Man asked for a great cheeseburger, not
hundreds
McDonald's.
of people to their families. We've also freed many non-Americans who were under capture in different countries throughout the world. Robert Gilman has been reunited with his wonderful mother, Nancy, who is also on the plane with him, and will soon get to see all of his loved ones. Thank you to my incredible team, including Special Envoy for Peace Missions, Steve Witkoff, Special Envoy for Hostage Response, Adam Bowler.
Russia asked for no one in return, but what did they ask for in return?
And the many others who made this possible. God bless America. That was just posted very shortly here, a short time ago, rather, from President Trump. As we're following this breaking news, bringing it to you now, we are learning
They asked for something. You know they did.
Robert Gilman was.
What did Russia ask for in return? Speaking of Russia, remember how Russia put out the Biden laptop in 2020? We were told it was Russian disinformation. And then we found out from Lev Parnas that it actually was Russian disinformation given to Rudy Giuliani by the Russians. Tucker says it was the Israelis now, so I don't know what to believe.
A wild and unexpected interview between conservative pundit Tucker Carlson and scandal-scarred former first son Hunter Biden that spanned everything from bashing President Trump.
The one existential threat that I think that we face as a country is Donald Trump.
To Hunter talking about his future as a potential crypto king.
I really believe in cryptocurrency. I really believe in those things. I want to
in
that space. Not because of any other thing than I believe in it, but you know what? I also want to make some money. Come on,
Here's
man.
the top 3 most absurd moments from Tucker and Hunter's wild 2-hour conversation. Number 3, Burisma, a stupid thing to do. Hunter decided to come clean during his interview about his feelings on holding a board member position for the Ukrainian energy company Burisma, a job which set off a slew of accusations that landed the Biden family in hot water and led to dozens of congressional investigations and hearings. Hunter told Tucker that him holding the position was, quote, a horrible idea.
My engagement in Washington, D.C., as when I took on Burisma, when my dad was vice president as a client at the end of the year, is like it was a stupid thing to do. I wasn't fully aware of the of what a swamp it was, and the narrative that would be able to be spun. It was a horrible idea. I did not trade on Access. You can look through 22 years of but I know this. I know that I received incredible privileges that no one else in the world, including to the point of my pardon. No, literally, there's no one else in the world that was in my position.
Number 2, they hacked my cloud. The former first son expanded on his infamous laptop from hell, a device belonging to the 56-year-old that was reportedly left at a Delaware computer repair shop in 2019. The device included damning materials about Hunter's troubling drug addiction and gave insight into his family's overseas business dealings. In his conversation with Tucker, Hunter added to his previous claims about not remembering dropping off the device at a repair shop owned by John Paul McIsaac. Instead, Hunter alleged that someone hacked into his cloud storage to find the files.
There's no possible way all of the information that was eventually labeled as my laptop came from one laptop. It's like it's way too large.
Came off the cloud.
Exactly. They hacked my cloud.
But who stole it?
Well, from the cloud?
Yeah.
Well, I don't know. You have as good a guess as mine in terms of actually who was the original hacker of that information. I don't have a digital forensic evidence that it was hacked by this person or this entity or this organization. That it was Mossad, or that it was the GRU, or that it was, or that it was some kid in his basement, and that figured it out.
Number 1, severely in debt. The interview with Hunter isn't the first time the First Son has tried to win over conservatives. Hunter has been on a media blitz campaign, using far-right influencers with millions of social media followers to promote his brand and even hawk his new collection of artwork. Sources told the Post that he has recently appeared on the podcast of extremists
Go
like
buy
Candace
some
Owens,
Hunter art.
not as some great defender of liberal values, but to prop up his stalled art career. Hunter opened up to Tucker about his precarious financial situation, telling the conservative pundit that he owes lawyers between $4 and $6 million.
How close are you to financial security?
I'm a million miles away. I'm several million miles away. I am. Winston Strawn wants their money.
Lawyers.
It's all legal bills.
Like tens of thousands of dollars?
Oh no, millions of dollars. Millions of dollars. Millions. I mean, just I don't know exactly what it is. I think it's between 4 and 6 million that Winston Strawn.
Tucker said tens of thousands.
I owe them for my a couple of convictions, and anyway, yeah, it's a lot of money.
The whole thing is like 2 hours. I might have to watch it eventually. I'm fascinated by that. You've been covering flock cameras and abuse of flock cameras over the past few weeks. Wild story out of Atlanta. Buckle up for this one.
There's your guy right there.
Bob Sklar believes the government is following him.
It's as if the government was tracking you, put a GPS on you, monitored everywhere you went, when you went there.
Not just around this small Indiana town, but across the country.
This is where
we're in Indiana.
Amid the rows of corn, license plate reader cameras are cropping up, connected to the nationwide Flock Safety Network.
Did you start to see the police in your rearview mirror more than you would expect?
Only one officer.
How are you?
I would come into town and all of a sudden he would be there, like he was waiting for me. It started to be more than a coincidence. It just happened. It kept happening more and more. I didn't understand why or how he knew. And then that's when I learned about the flock cameras.
Why are you out here patrolling in the county? Huh?
I don't know.
Or did you just come out looking for me?
No.
Is there any reason they would be legitimately tracking you?
Not that I'm aware of.
So how much is the budget going up?
Bob regularly criticizes the North Manchester government and its police.
Oh, there you go.
You speak out at town council meetings.
I do.
Whether or not this is appropriate conduct for a town employee.
They've adopted official rules just because of me.
Believing the police are following him,
He follows me out of town. He follows me around town.
he started following them.
You can keep driving. Keep driving, bud.
I'm legally parked.
I have seen them on questionable stops and recorded it.
Please exit the emergency incident area. Otherwise, you will go to jail.
Is it fair to characterize you, to use the legal term of art, that you're the town pain in the ass as far as the local government's concerned?
I'm definitely one of them.
Are you allowed to park there?
Do something about it. Leave me alone. Stop harassing me. Why do you keep harassing me?
I'm just trying to see if this.
Why do you keep harassing me? Leave me alone.
Right about a mile outside of town is where this other camera is.
Bob passed by a flock camera and wondered, is that how the police knew where he was?
Did you file a records request for the audit logs to see if they were tracking you?
Yep.
What happened?
They did have an alert on my vehicle. They didn't say what time period or anything like that, and then refused to identify the officer, claiming officer safety.
He found the answer online.
HaveIBeenFlocked.com. Put in your license plate number and you can see if there are
Have I been flocked?
license plate. And for mine, the search count is 63. I put my license plate number in and all these hits came up. That's scary. That is way scary.
Way scary.
Was shocked, emotionally distraught when I saw the level of surveillance that data revealed. Minimum number of devices was 11,235, maximum 98,000. Almost 100,000 devices around the country.
When an officer accesses the Flock database, all the external departments searched nationwide keep their own logs of that search. That's how we were able to confirm dozens of searches of Bob's tag. public records from out-of-state departments show multiple North Manchester officers and Wabash County Sheriff's deputies searched Bob's license plate again and again for at least a year.
Flock requires they put in a reason for each search. What was their reason for searching you?
One reason, my name, just Sklar. You know, a lot of them were just locate, 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 locate.
Locate isn't a crime.
Nope.
I have multiple inquiries under your name for my vehicle.
You're gonna have to talk to somebody else about that, don't know.
Yeah. And you don't know what I'm talking about?
What's your name?
You don't know what Flock is.
No, I know what Flock is. I don't know what you mean by using it to track you.
Really?
He's following my travel history all over the country. That's none of his business.
If Bob did decide to move away from this tiny Indiana town and its 3 Flock cameras, the North Manchester Police Department could still track his movements nationwide because it's connected to more than 6,000 agencies in 49 states with tens of thousands of cameras.
I remember having a conversation with this officer one time, and he said, "So how was your trip to Philly?" And I was like, "How would you know that I was in Philly?" That scares the hell out of me.
Neither the officer nor
It should scare the hell out of everybody.
or to share their side of the story. It's perfectly legal in Indiana and most states for officers to search the Flock database without suspicion of any crime.
Nationwide, there's a growing pattern of officers misusing license plate readers that are meant to protect the public.
They knowingly use these systems for personal reasons.
But we are tracking more than 70 cases across the country.
Unauthorized use of a Flock camera. The number of officers arrested for misusing these cameras is mounting here.
Officers under investigation, disciplined, fired, or arrested for allegedly misusing Flock.
Officers have used them.
I definitely don't trust cops with that data.
Including searches on personal acquaintances and family members.
If they can do that to them, they can do it to anybody, can't they?
Absolutely. And that's the scary part.
Now there's things we can do, and we can, put some new guardrails, parameter, whatever it is. Let's have that debate. But let's not say this technology isn't helpful.
Oh, fuck this dude.
It clearly is.
It's not.
Says its technology is catching bad
It's
guys
helpful to your bank
with or
account.
without a badge, while the company openly invites new regulations.
And there's some part of it that the city doesn't like.
It's helpful to your bank account. You piece of shit.
Make rules about it. Change it. And we're happy to oblige by those things.
Nobody in Indiana is releasing their records voluntarily, as far as I know. So the only reason we know about this is because these 3 departments had metadata showing that he made that search.
That's where HaveIBeenFlock.com gets most of its data. Network audit logs showing external agency searches of a department's cameras. Flock recently changed those logs to withhold the names of police officers and tags searched, saying officers asked for their names to be kept out of public records.
Police officers can track you with no warrant, no reasonable suspicion, no probable cause. But you can't track them tracking you. You can't find out who's tracking you.
That's scary. That's where we have a secret police state now?
Bob Sklar now takes the long
now.
A little out of the way, but it avoids.
They've been working on it for a while.
Do you feel safer because of Flock in your town?
No. Because I've seen the abuse. That doesn't make me feel safe at all. It actually makes me scared.
Bob is trying to put all of this in his rearview mirror, but says he still sees officers behind him.
There's nowhere to hide.
All of the searches, what was it, 80? Were for legitimate law enforcement purposes. I see it was Atlanta News First, is why I thought we were going to Georgia, but it was in Iowa where this all happened. But good job to Atlanta News First. They do some great investigative journalism. Kelly, welcome in. Polls close in Wisconsin at the top of the hour. The Karnacki cam is already up and running. We're just trying to get some news in beforehand. It apparently got incredibly tense yesterday when a psychiatrist testified at the murder trial for Lindsay Clancy. I'm going to watch a chunk of that testimony here. Clancy, the mom accused of strangling her 3 kids to death, then jumped out a second-floor window in an attempt to kill herself, paralyzed herself. Her husband came home, found her paralyzed, the kids dead. She's now on trial for murder. The defense is arguing that she suffered from postpartum depression and that she had a psychotic break. They do not disagree that she killed the kids, but they argue that she needs help, that she tried to get help, and that the system failed her, specifically the doctors that prescribed her a shit ton of medication that she may have not exactly taken correctly.
Briefly. So one of the questions that prosecutor asked you...
This is the defense attorney.
Whether or not you could reach out to a third party.
That is the psychiatrist on the stand.
Like mother, father, husband.
Yes.
And we already on cross talked about that you didn't, and they didn't call you, but then the DA also raised that, and you said you didn't have HIPAA permission. You recall just telling that to the jury?
Yes, that was an additional detail.
All right. So what does that mean?
Well, HIPAA is the privacy law for patients, which we have to respect and honor.
Until you've been subpoenaed, I think.
So we are not allowed to talk about a patient's treatment to anyone. We're not even allowed to say that they are a patient at our clinic unless they were to waive those HIPAA rights.
And she was very cooperative, would have been more than willing to have you talk to her mother and father and her husband, right?
Objection. Sustained.
Well, did you ever tell her, ask her to sign a HIPAA form?
So that was not the main reason why it wasn't done. It wasn't...
Did you ever ask her to sign
a release, you mean?
Yeah.
Yes. No, I did not ask.
So I believe the HIPAA question right now is in regards to the psychiatrist informing
the
rest of her family of how bad she actually
Her
was.
husband didn't call you. You could have then reached out to them, right?
I could have, but it is not typically something that is done when you have an adult patient who's able to speak for themselves.
Yeah, what is that? It's not typically done when?
When you have an adult patient who is able to speak for themselves.
My God, you don't call the parents that she's living with because they're helping her or her husband?
No.
Because why? She's able to advocate for herself?
Yes.
Prosecutor yet again raises the issue of the marijuana. You recall that question?
Yes.
She wasn't smoking marijuana, was she?
She did not tell me she was smoking marijuana.
Did she tell you that she was using marijuana?
No.
Did she tell you that she was using gummies?
No.
Did she, because gummies in plural is what the DA asked you, right? She was using gummies?
Yes.
Now, I asked you about getting access to the woman and infant's hospital records, which you did not. Which you did not, right?
I did not.
And we already went over that. You could have, if you asked for them with a HIPAA form, right?
Objection. Didn't ask about those records.
I don't care if she asked about the
Beyond
records.
the scope. Overruled. You can ask that question.
This defense attorney has been rather brash.
Marijuana gummies, right?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, I would offer the women and infants hospital records from Rhode Island dealing with Lindsay Clancy.
No objection. Okay, they may be admitted. I just want to look at them at some point to make sure it's a clean copy. Sure, yeah. Before it goes to the jury, you can review it.
And it's important for it's important for a patient to be forthright when asked questions by their provider, right?
Yes.
And you always, in your opinion, found her to be forthright, right?
Yes.
if I could approach you with Exhibit 220, excuse me, and
I believe some yelling occurs between them here. I have not seen this yet.
could you read that first sentence?
In the middle of November, she tried taking a marijuana edible to help her sleep, which caused her to have increased anxiety and palpitations.
That happens with some people.
The records, if you had obtained them, you would have seen that it was not marijuana, it was not gummies, plural. It was one gummy that she tried, and it didn't work out, right?
Based on what I just read, yes.
Yeah, but one gummy is incredibly powerful. Thank you for throwing out the gift sub. Lenny, you were awesome.
A thought of suicide versus a plan of suicide, one of which would result, in your words, were a commitment, right?
Yes.
What does that mean? Thought versus plan equals commit.
A suicidal plan means that they are, they know exactly what they're going to do to end their life, what they're going to use, maybe when they're going to do it, they've researched it, and that presents an immediate threat, and that is something that would require hospitalization.
District Attorney had asked you also about the thyroid levels, and you indicated, or she indicated that they were in the low range at Mass General Hospital, Reed. Is that correct?
I thought she said they were normal.
Throwing yourself out a two-story window, not the best way. I don't think she thought that one out.
Mass General Hospital, right?
Sorry, what's the question?
District Attorney asked you whether or not they were thyroid reads. Do you remember that question?
She said her thyroid had been tested.
The question now is, do you remember that question that she asked you that you answered with no problem?
Yes.
Okay. And your response was that, my memory, to jurors it counts, that it was low reads, MGH, and South Shore Hospital. Is that right?
I thought she said that it was normal, or within normal limits.
Almost fine. We'll go with normal.
Was that a cat?
So your memory is that there were thyroid blood level reads of Lindsay Clancy from 2 healthcare providers. Is that correct?
Yes.
One would be Mass General Hospital, right?
Your Honor, I am not a cat.
Remember exactly. I think she said yes. I think she said Mass General.
Okay. Do you remember where the other hospital healthcare provider was?
It might have been South Shore.
Do you know what date those were?
No.
Those are old reads, weren't they?
I don't know.
One of the things that the district attorney asked you about on a number of occasions that seems to be important is if the person that you're treating has, I guess, what do they call it, pressured speech?
Yes.
And you told us repeatedly that you never detected that Lindsay had pressured speech, right?
Correct.
I'm sorry?
Correct.
Looking at the record from October 21st, would you...
Objection is writing on this.
Oh, all right. You know what? I'll ask her.
Oh, yeah, they can't show that.
And if you want to get the actual...
There are several exhibits that can't be shown
So,
to the journalists.
Writing. I'm looking here on...
Be shown to the jury, but not the journalists.
Is that correct, right up there?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
And can you just read this paragraph here for us?
No sleep last night. Falls asleep after 40 minutes. Heart racing, severe anxiety. Worrying about kids, baby, sleep. Yawns but not drowsy. Not hyper, pressured speech.
What was that? Not hyper what?
Not hyper, not pressured speech is what I meant. I know it doesn't say not, but that is exactly what I meant.
Wait, when did you see this that you noticed that it did not say not?
I don't care what it says. I know what I meant.
Well, when you wrote this, you did not say not pressured speech. You said in the medical record, pressured speech, right?
No.
Does it say that?
Yeah, the word is the word not is right before not, hyper, comma, pressured speech. The
Right,
two
so what
are
does it-
following
what
the
does a comma mean
not.
to you? When you put down in a medical record, heart racing, comma, severe anxiety, comma, worried about kids, comma, baby, comma, sleep, comma, yawns but not drowsy, period. Not hyper, comma, pressured speech. That's what you wrote, right?
She did not have
Did you
pressured
write
speech.
that, doctor?
I wrote that, but you're misinterpreting my note.
Am I reading this correctly, and the jury will be able to look at it, that you put not hyper, comma, pressured speech? Did I read that right?
Yes, but your interpretation is incorrect.
I think your grammar is incorrect, ma'am.
That's all I have.
Just in regards to what was raised there.
Yes, just two brief issues. Approaching you with your records from October 21st, 2022, the section labeled speech, where there are all the boxes where you can put pressured, word salad, all of the different things. What do you check off for speech on October 21st, 2022?
Appropriate.
And defense asked you about the thyroid levels. Would it be accurate to state that I asked you if you were aware that her levels were normal at South Shore Hospital and Brigham and Women's Hospital?
Yes.
And your answer was no, correct?
No, I was not aware.
Because you don't have those records, correct?
Correct.
Thank you.
Do we have any clue as to how old they were?
I don't know. You're asking me about something I never saw.
All right.
Nothing further.
All right. Anything further? All right. Thank you, Doctor. You may step down. Thank you.
But yeah, crazy cross-examination there. I don't know where to land because, yeah, like, if I'm a doctor, those are my notes. I know what I meant. It's not for public interpretation. But man, like, you never expect your notes to be presented in court during a murder trial either. Speaking of murder trial, we've got a pretty high-profile one coming up. And our boy Harvey Levin is going to give us the rundown here on TMZ. I just want to point out, every time I watch a video of Harvey, he has a giant bottle of Cholula and protein powder. You might not be able to see it because of my camera, but there's a giant thing of protein powder next to him with a bottle of Cholula. I'm worried about your shits, Harvey. Protein powder and Cholula. Ugh. Smash, I thought he was looking pretty bad until I learned he's like 76 or 77 or something like that. And then I'm like, well, no, he actually looks really fucking good for a 70-something-year-old that works every day. So, get it, Harvey. Go for it.
So I have some intel in the Luigi Mangione case. You know that the defense
Yeah, he looks like he's 55.
wanted to make the argument that Luigi did what he did because of an extreme emotional disturbance. Namely, he was angry, enraged over the healthcare system, and that's why he killed United Healthcare CEO Brian Thompson. So they had filed those documents under seal, saying that would be his defense. And then they suddenly just withdrew it. What I'm told is they withdrew it because they were banking on the federal case going first.
He is 75.
Case going second. The reason that's important is that defense of extreme emotional disturbance is not available at the federal level. And so if he raises it first in the state court, and suppose he wins, and then it goes over to the federal court, he's essentially admitted guilt. And that defense isn't available, so he'd be screwed in the federal case.
Okay, so I find it interesting, and I don't think Harvey brings this up. Usually the federal case does take precedent. So the fact that the state case is going first is kind of wild to me. Is that more indication that our DOJ is just fucked?
It looks like the state case is going first. That's why they withdrew it, because they couldn't make that argument knowing that the federal case looms. Okay, so now the question, what is the defense going to do in the state case? Now here's what my intel, and it's good intel, here's what they're banking on. And here's what is worrying, what I'm told, worrying prosecutors. They are going to get some jurors in this jury pool who are young, people 35 and under. That is the prosecution's worst nightmare, because there are a lot of people, there are polls showing up to 40% of people under 30 who believe that political violence is sometimes appropriate. And so the defense is hoping that they're going to get some stealth jurors on that panel.
That number sounds low.
Want to acquit Luigi Mangione, no matter what the law says. It's called jury nullification. So they are hoping to get some jurors who are saying, screw the law, what he did was noble. Now,
yeah, we're into it.
Get information in if they're not going to raise the defense about him being upset with the healthcare system. How are they going to get corporate greed evidence in? Well, in two ways. One, and this is a be careful what you wish for argument, that prosecutors want to admit the diary of Luigi Mangione that they seized into evidence to show he planned this. Well, the diary also shows Luigi Mangione's anger over corporate greed. And the diary is how they're going to get that argument about Luigi Mangione's upset, essentially through the back door, using the diary. The second way they want to do it, and that's what happened today, is they want this trial live streamed. The defense wants the media
I want it live streamed
to see this trial. The reason they want the public to see the trial is that you've got a situation where there are a lot of people who are sympathetic to Luigi Mangione. Right or wrong, they are sympathetic to him. And this jury probably will not be sequestered. If it is out in the ether that that there are a lot of people who have sympathy for Luigi Mangione, the jury, sometimes jurors will feel permission to kind of embrace that. And then when they come to vote in the jury deliberation room, they might say, well, look, the public is behind him. And they believe that that could happen in this case. That's why they want cameras in that courtroom. They want the public to hear it. They want jurors to know what the public is saying about Luigi Mangione and what he allegedly did. We're seeing that right now in the murder trial of the woman who apparently killed her 3 children, that there is a lot of chatter online where people are starting to blame her ex-husband.
Listen, this is crazy, because my videos on the Lindsay Clancy trial are some of the most popular here lately. People want to talk about the Lindsay Clancy trial. I am amazed at the amount of people who are blaming the dad. I have watched more of this trial than I absolutely want to, even though, you know, I'm into this kind of shit. This isn't necessarily my thing. I'm more into public malfeasance trials, you know, cop shootings and stuff like that. Lindsay Clancy has admitted to everything, and the defense is that she was suffering from postpartum depression and had a psychotic break. So it is wild to me that there are people with this crazy conspiracy that the husband was cheating on her and that he facilitated this whole thing. And I have seen it over and over and over again. It's like half the comments, especially on TikTok. Bagheera, I'm the same. How could you possibly blame the dad? I know.
Which is kind of shocking, but it's a thing that they're blaming the ex-husband. That is ripping a page from the playbook of what the...
I will tell you one of the things that, because one of the videos that did very well for me was him saying she killed the fucking kids. He had that quote when he testified in the courtroom. It was his quote. It's in the arrest record and everything, and he said it on stand that his response was, "Oh my God, she killed the fucking kids." And people have analyzed that as him not being like, "Oh, not my babies, not my children, the fucking kids." So that is part of the evidence that they've given. If you want me to, I can pull up TikTok and you guys can look at it. It's insane. Or you can go follow me on TikTok, Facebook, Instagram, all the places where you get your short news, and I will give you can find out what that news be doing all day long, because I be posting it all day long.
Luigi Mangione defense team once, which is to put it out there in the ether that there is sympathy for Luigi Mangione, and that if you have those stealth jurors on the jury, that it could sway what they do, at least get a hung jury. But that's the thinking behind why they, A, withdrew the defense, B, why they really want the diary admitted because they can raise these issues even without a formal defense, and C, why they want media to cover this in live stream form so that the public can start talking about why they have sympathy for Luigi Mangione.
And we do. Less than 10 minutes away from polls closing in Wisconsin. We'll take on the Kornacki cam. Get you up to date. Polls may have already closed in Wisconsin or in South Carolina. I just don't care about that race as much as I do Wisconsin, Minnesota. From everything I can find about Luigi, he was not some raging leftist. That he was probably some dude bro techie kind of guy. If you kind of comb through his views, it seems more like libertarian bullshit. Then honestly got his vote in for Hong before polls close, because it's coming up on like 7 minutes. We got a couple other news stories we're going to do beforehand. Where is St. Anne? On the West Coast. Where is St. Anne? She did not condemn us on. Missouri. This was in Missouri. Police officer has been hospitalized after a man apparently knocked meth into the cop's face.
Today we're learning a St. Anne police officer was sent to the hospital after possible exposure to meth. Officers stopped a man on an electric scooter Saturday. This was near Jane Avenue. That's when they say one of the officers found a pipe and a container of what they believe contained meth. Police say the man struck that container and then the suspected drugs were thrown into the officer's face and mouth. The officer was treated and released from the hospital. The man on the scooter now faces several charges, including assault.
I'm surprised the cop didn't play dead. How many stories did we see with them saying they were exposed to fentanyl? Any Tiffany Haddish fans? She apparently pled guilty to DUI earlier today, and I wouldn't normally do this, but she made some comment about wanting to take off her hair. So I've got to hear what this is about.
Are you going to freely and voluntarily enter into a plea that your lawyers have negotiated on your behalf?
I would like to fuss a little bit
But in order to get out of your hair, because it's been 4 years, and I would love to take my hair off, I'm gonna go ahead and just agree.
Ms. Haddish, I will accept the following plea. Count 1, driving under the influence of less safe alcohol. It's a guilty plea. 12 months on probation, 24 hours in jail, but that's called time served, no more jail time. Counts 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7 are going to be null pros, and that's based on the recommendation from the state. Here are the terms and conditions of your probation. No drugs, no alcohol. You'll be tested, and I think Mr. Feinling, Ms. Goldberg, and Mr. Gardner have worked out testing provisions. Within 2 months of today, you must complete a substance abuse evaluation, follow up on any treatment. You must complete a DUI school within 4 months, and Ms. Goldberg and Mr. Feinling can tell you what impact that will have on your driving privileges in California. And you will have
what in the fuck is that tie?
Service, and it's my understanding that Mr. Carter says that you've already been proactive and you've reached out to the LA District Attorney's Office to do some work over there. So thank you very much.
I'm very excited about it. That's why I want to get this done so that can get done. I know it's going to change lives. I'm very excited about it.
I'm excited about that opportunity for you as well.
It looked like a Christmas bow tie. Am I wrong? It's got Christmas trees on it. It's like a peppermint wrapping with Christmas trees. In August. This was today. I mean, if he thinks he looks good. Good on him, I guess. I don't know if I found two of the same story with different headlines and different pictures, or if this is the same story, so let's find out. Both of them involve strangers in apartments.
Couple in Queens when they discovered a total stranger was inside their apartment, but it's how she got inside that has them asking serious questions tonight.
Okay, Fox 5's Kelly Kennedy has the exclusive story and joins us now live in studio to explain. Kelly.
Natasha and Steve, can you even imagine? The couple tells me they no longer feel safe in their home, and honestly, who could blame them? But the story gets even more unsettling once you find out how she got in. No, she didn't use a crowbar. She didn't break a window. The couple claims the stranger was just handed over their keys from their doorman at their luxury apartment building. Take a look at this surveillance video. Fox 5 has blurred this woman's face because police have not identified or charged her. But the couple whose apartment this is says they don't know her either.
I mean, we were like panicked.
This is Bill and Yelam Kim's Long Island City apartment. They live at Halo LIC, and they say the woman you see making herself comfortable on their couch is a total stranger.
I was in disbelief. I just could not believe what I was seeing.
The Queens couple says it happened July 24th while they were on vacation, and they wouldn't have even known an intruder was inside their home if they hadn't gotten an alert from their security camera.
We can't help but wonder, what would she have done if we didn't catch her on camera? If we didn't have the security camera set up, would she have just stayed? This was almost 11 p.m. at night. Yeah. Would she have slept in our bed?
Yelam says their apartment management claimed the woman posed as a dog walker, and the employee at Halo LIC handed her the keys without verifying who she was. Emails sent out by management obtained by Fox 5 confirm that. Now, have you guys ever had a dog walker come to your apartment before?
Not while we weren't here.
We've never had an authorized guest.
The couple immediately called a friend nearby as well as the police. The friend got there first.
I know you don't live there. Get out of my friend's apartment.
Sorry.
Hey, I know you don't live there. You gotta go.
The NYPD tells me they're investigating the crime as a burglary. Cops say they were to Perv Street a little before 11 p.m. July 24th to find someone had entered an apartment.
She said, "I'm sorry,"
and also damaged a bookshelf. The Kims say that happened when the woman ripped down their camera. The couple says the woman even came back again 2 days later. But this time she wasn't let in. She didn't make it past the lobby. The building's management company, Goose PM, sent the couple this email that reads in part, quote, "As an immediate action, the concierge employee involved in the incident has been permanently removed from the property." They went on to say they reviewed their procedures with the concierge services provided and made security enhancements. How much has this messed with your peace of mind, your sense of safety in your home?
I'm freaking traumatized. I don't know how else to, describe it.
Fox 5 reached out to Goose PM about the terrifying incident hours before arriving to do the interview. But while we were...
No, I need an interview with this woman. Like, do you just go around posing as a dog walker and go in people's apartments, have yourself a drink, lay on the couch for a little bit? Like, did she steal anything? Or was she just hanging out? She just does it for the thrill. I've got to know what's going through this woman's mind.
Reached out to Goose PM about the terrifying incident hours before arriving to do the interview. But while we were with the Kims at their apartment, there was a knock at the door.
But this is my apartment.
Yeah, but I've been instructed by management.
They are my guests, and I live here, so why would they have to leave?
They can be your guests, but we still have a higher jurisdiction to tell people to leave. And they just told me that Fox has to...
I understand you're doing your job. You could just tell them that we refuse, because this is illegal.
A real New York nightmare.
Wow.
So far, we still have not received a response from the property.
And then the building who made the mistake originally wants to kick the news station out after letting a stranger into their apartment. Bravo, bravo.
A higher jurisdiction to tell people to leave. And they just told me that Fox has to...
I understand you're doing your job. You could just tell them that we refuse, because this is illegal.
A real New York nightmare. Now, so far, we still have not received a response from the property management company. Police say so far no one's been arrested and the investigation is ongoing. We'll, of course, keep you updated as soon as we learn more. Steve, Natasha.
Unbelievable. What a story. All right, Kelly, thanks so much.
I still want to know what the woman's motivation is. Is she just getting a thrill out of going to people's apartments? And how many different stories can I have about people like squatting in homes? Because this is a completely different story. Also happening in New York. This was in Manhattan Beach. A man was apparently living in somebody's home and was evicted after raiding the fridge.
A Manhattan Beach resident had an unwelcome housemate. A man was found living in the garage. Police shared a photo of the man's arrest on social media. The resident noticed food had gone missing from a refrigerator kept in the garage, but didn't know why until officers made that discovery. Police didn't say what the man was charged with, and it's unknown how long he might have been living there. Officials remind homeowners to keep their garages secure.
Everybody party at Rick's house. You can have as much beer as you want. Rick's like, hey now, I said help yourself have a beer. Justin's over here like, kegger. Polls have closed in Wisconsin. One more story and then we'll get to it. Family found alive after being lost in the woods in Michigan. Hopefully they got out in time to vote for El Sayed.
It's a grueling search. Rescuers scouring the woods for a boy and two.
Nope, this was the 7th. They didn't make it in time.
For 3 days.
Make some noise! Yo!
Suddenly, a faint response from somewhere in the distance. The searchers press on, up to their waists in undergrowth and mud. They stop for a moment to get their bearings.
Make some noise!
They're just beyond that tree.
Then, there they are, the missing threesome.
We got lost on the river. We went to the river, and we were on the river.
Oh my God.
Last time we had water. Great. I don't even know.
You can see how badly cut up her legs are after the 3-day ordeal in the woods of West Michigan.
What have you guys been eating and drinking?
We've been eating bark. We've been eating flowers.
So what happened? They were enjoying a day of tubing on the Muskegon River when their tubes were all punctured by logs. Their cell phones all died, and they couldn't call for help. The rescuers put rubber gloves on their feet and hands.
Let's get those on your feet. I'm going to get them on your hands, too, because you got a lot of bugs trying to get into your wounds.
The boy is carried to safety on a rescuer's back. A joyous moment for all. All three are fine now. Jasmine Hawk, her cousin Sarah Vita, and Vita's 9-year-old son, Caden Kowalczyk.
You could see the weight lifted off of their shoulders.
We spoke to two of the rescuers from the Michigan Department of Natural Resources.
It was just a miraculous feeling is the only way I can describe it, just a complete miracle.
Yeah, great work, guys. You are heroes.
Make some noise!
After being medically cleared at the hospital, the family members are now resting at home.
Absolutely, Soup. Nature is very unforgiving. Let's go to our boy. God damn it. Mr. Karnacki. He's got the big board up and he's going to give us the rundown. We might already have some results coming in. Polls closed in Wisconsin about 5 minutes ago.
Do you see the numbers kind of evenly spread?
Darlene Graham.
This will be the question coming out of tonight.
Advances to the runoff.
Who is second place here? And it'll be Graham versus, let's say if it were Graham versus Fry, the immediate question becomes, okay, what does Ralph Norman do? Does he choose to endorse one of those candidates, right? What does Mark Sanford do? Does he choose to endorse one of those candidates? Mark Lynch, he ran against Lindsey Graham in a primary earlier this year. He has a much smaller base, but what would somebody like him do? What would these candidates and what would the other political leaders in South Carolina do? Would they, after tonight, if Darlene Graham does finish, as is very possible here, somewhere in the mid-30s, would they say, okay, that's an impressive showing, and we want to get behind you, and we want to unite the party right now? Or would they look at that and think, well, that's a weak showing, we want to get behind Fry, or we want to get behind Norman? So we saw this in the gubernatorial primary in South Carolina just a couple months ago, where Donald Trump had endorsed a candidate who finished first, just like this, but didn't come anywhere close to 50%. So there was a runoff, and that Trump-backed candidate, it was a weak first place. And what happened was, as soon as that primary was over, all of the other candidates united.
Yes, I have. I have pictures of them together.
Won the runoff. So that's the.
And Darlene was very attractive.
How would a Graham first place finish be viewed tonight? Would it be viewed as weak and vulnerable, or would it be viewed as convincing and reassuring and get the party to sort of double down behind her over the next 2 weeks?
And that runoff, that's, pretty quick, right?
I guess that means I think Lindsey was attractive, too.
They really
they look a lot alike.
Quick in South Carolina.
Yeah, Steve Kornacki, so much more to check.
Oh, Wisconsin polls close at 8.
We'll be coming back to you.
But Wisconsin is on Central Time, isn't it?
And so, okay, let's just.
So I was off.
A lot happened.
Off on my timing.
While we were, this was obviously huge. Okay.
So yeah, they took back some numbers there. As you saw during that hit too, they also posted numbers in Richland. As I understand the process, there's basically two mechanisms for accumulating vote. One is stringers or reporters on the ground calling in vote. Another is gathering from the state website. And I believe they either got calls or errors in those Richland 1 and Aiken, and they switched over to the state feeds for those. So you see much less vote now out of Aiken, but it's coming from the state feed, and much less vote coming out of Richland is coming from the state feed. It doesn't mean those other results weren't accurate. We're trying to figure it out. So we just switched data feeds.
I want to be okay. As Lexington comes in, I want to revisit this. But Lexington, we've been hyped. This is very big. Suburbs of Columbia. This is a big piece of the puzzle too. Again, not in anybody's natural base. This would be the early vote in Lexington. Graham running extremely well there. And just, it's a muddle between the other three, Fry, Sanford, Norman. None of those others
it's a muddle.
Getting a clear advantage there over each other for second place. So advantage Graham in terms of what that update just did. And again, the possibility here of getting that number well into the mid-30s for her continues to loom. I just want, for the sake of clarity, though, Adam, for everybody watching.
Let's switch over to the C-SPAN, our other source for the night.
Greenville County in, or about half Spartanburg.
We're going to do some calls.
Margins there in the upstate. His home of York County, there's only about 12% in. There's still a lot left in the PD area there that Fry is from.
Oh, it's a runoff clinically.
Come in for him still. I think we just don't really know how much.
It's going to be the top two going to the election in 2 weeks.
I think Sanford, from my sources there in South Carolina, he's a good campaigner. He's a good retail campaigner. You know, when he was governor, he brought these two pigs on the
I did not.
Pork and barrel, saying that he was going to cut spending. He did this again in this campaign. So, you know, he's a very creative person. I think he just really felt like he really feels strongly about debt and deficit, but, you know, that he's pointed out the Trump administration has racked up the deficit too. So I think that this is not 2010.
I think she's talking about Mark Lynch.
It's about Trumpism now.
If you want to play campaign analyst tonight and dig into the counties of South Carolina and see what Abby and Jessica can see, go to our website, cspan.org/results, and you can go county by county and look to see where the votes stand.
The big races tonight are in Minnesota and Wisconsin. Both close at 9 o'clock.
And help our viewers out.
Eastern time.
Jessica and Abby. So which counties should they be looking at right now as we approach the first hour? We're headed into the second hour of polls closing.
I mean, Greenville County is really key. Again, that's one of the fastest growing counties in South Carolina, the upstate. I'm a little biased. I went to college there. Go Paladins! But it's a beautiful county, but it's again it has been one of the most heavily Republican areas. Columbia County, Richland County, excuse me, which takes in Columbia. There, I expect Graham is doing very well there. Again, she's from the suburbs there. The PD region, that's Myrtle Beach, Horry County. Charleston is the low country, so each part of the state really has its own distinct area. Sanford, we don't have a lot in Charleston, but he is winning that right now, but it looks like that's just early vote. But, you know, when you sort of see the colors there, you can see that Norman is doing well in his congressional district 5. And in the upstate, which as Abby mentioned, he actually won, even though he came in third in that gubernatorial primary.
I have no idea.
He just benefited that having had run that gubernatorial campaign, his name ID was higher. You know, there is sort of a
paladin would be a really cool mascot.
Caucus is very strong there. In the
Me as a JRPG fan.
Benefited him as well in that area. But again, we're just waiting for more votes to be counted. So I would again look to, I think the upstate is really key, and the PD region.
All right, we will check.
We use magic, but we'll also kick your ass.
In a bit. Mallory, who's in Schofield, Wisconsin, on our line for Democrats. Mallory, did you vote today?
I did vote today. I voted for the first time as a Wisconsin resident. I just relocated here earlier this year, so I've been paying a lot of attention to the elections that have been running, and I have found it all very interesting because, you know, there were a lot of Democrats in the field for me to choose from, and it appears that Hong is going to be the front runner. But
and who did you vote for, Mallory? Who did you vote for?
I did vote for Hong. I'm interested in a lot of her policies, and I think she's kind of being held to this old political standard in a landscape of politics that is nowhere near standard anymore. I think a lot of politicians and people are trying to figure out how to navigate this political landscape that we have going on now. And like
anonymously, there's a voted today number. Call in.
You know, tweets and all this cancel culture that a lot of the right.
I'm not allowed to call C-SPAN anymore.
Hard on is really interesting when we have like a president on Truth Social going off every day, and he's not being held to those same standards. And similarly, I find Tom Tiffany to be a very interesting candidate because at first, watching his commercials, I was like, he's saying all the right things for a conservative, but
I don't think they banned me.
Backed by Trump, they don't hold a lot of weight to me.
So, Mallory, do you think that if Francesca Hung were to get the nomination tonight, do you think she can win in a general election?
Yes.
She can surprise people.
I do. I do think she can surprise people, and I think that maybe that's just from my perspective.
I think this crazy electability argument
I'm on the cusp of millennial and Gen Z, so I see a lot of younger people getting involved in politics for the first time, and I think that she has a lot of that weight that she can carry with the younger crowd.
Okay, Mallory there in Wisconsin on our line for Democrats. We appreciate the call. Abby Turner, your take.
I think
some sort of way to depress the vote,
maybe putting this
to try to
Democrats, but on the flip side, Democrats have been struggling with young voters, rural voters, white working class voters. If that's something that Hong can appeal to, that's really good for Democrats. I think we're at this moment where Democrats are trying to figure out how do we win these voters back, and I think part of this progressive wave that we're seeing is starting to test if that's the lane for that.
I mean, we would not shift this race if Hong wins. I do think that the environment is good enough for Democrats that she is still competitive, so I'm not saying that she cannot win. I just think that Crowley is the safer general election pick. But again, if she can get out younger voters who are typically lower propensity voters, but if they are energized this cycle, if we see Democrats that are energized, but again, in Wisconsin, it comes down to those independent voters. And a lot of them have split their tickets for Trump, but if you hear, they have soured on Trump. Gubernatorial elections, though, are more about candidates than federal issues. And so I think this is where you could see where I do think Tiffany, he comes across as a compelling candidate. But if Democrats are committed to this race, then you're going to see a lot of spending in here.
All right, well, let's go to the ground. Baylor Spears is joining us here. She's with the Wisconsin Examiner, staff reporter there. This is part of the state's newsroom. Baylor Spears, how do primaries...
Let's go back to Kornacki here.
State of Wisconsin.
Yeah, not there. Yeah. And what was it in Charleston in the initial? Not that much. So, yeah, there's a chance, too. We're saying, Fry has so far squeezed more out of his base just in terms of its representation in the statewide tally than Norman has. The opportunity for Fry might be kind of extending now down towards that first congressional district to outpace Norman there, for second place and make up the margin that way. But now we're getting close to 40%. As you can see, Graham is now essentially, that's 9.7 points. He's basically 10 points ahead now of second place. Fry's margin,
10 points was what she was polling at.
I just did there. Okay. All right. Fry's margin over Norman. Right. I mean, it's.
Wow. The race for second's really close.
Right now. What was the last significant vote update to come in?
Berkeley, Anderson.
And Anderson, did we look at this one? Jog my memory. I know we were about to.
We looked at it, I thought, earlier.
Okay,
yes.
yeah. So we'll hold. Okay, we'll hold on. We're looking for.
If you do want to take a detour, Connecticut is reporting a little bit quicker than they have in the past, and we do have a scattering of results.
Wow. Yeah. Okay. Well, this is only 5%, and a lot of this is going to be Hartford. In fact, most of this is. So we got about a little over.
It's a House race in Connecticut.
And this is Windsor. Yeah, this is Windsor locks the airport. South. Yeah, look, this is so far it's consistent. Manchester, sort of well-to-do suburb there. This is pretty consistent early. If you're John Larson, you're not liking what you're seeing. It is early, but again, remember,
we got another incumbent going down
with the party endorsement here. So there was some writing on the wall potentially, and Bronin's base politically is Hartford, but when you're, and again, these are small chunks of vote here, but Manchester is not Hartford, and he's leading there, narrow, but closer, but he's leading there. South Windsor. That's a.
I don't believe this is a progressive taking out an incumbent, but it is an incumbent, an old incumbent going down.
This thing goes all the way out towards Torrington. This thing goes down to Bristol.
Because it's Connecticut. How many progressives are in Connecticut?
Early on, I forgot what the defeated incumbent count is in the primary, but we need to dust that number off because that could be on its way to being updated. That means we might have some numbers. Well, look, it's already been.
There are 4. There are 4 in Connecticut.
NBC News Decision Desk is projecting that Ned Lamont has fended off his challenger in the gubernatorial primary, Democratic gubernatorial primary in Connecticut, easily beating Josh Elliott. The irony, 20 years ago, if you're old like me, you remember Ned Lamont. How did he come on the scene politically? He was the challenger on the left to Joe Lieberman in the 2006 Democratic Senate primary. Lamont beat him in the primary. Lieberman ran as the independent, won the seat. Then Lamont became the governor about a decade later. And now, this is how it all works, right? The guy who was the insurgent on the left now facing the challenger from the left, but he's going to survive. So let's get back to the much more.
Yeah, but which one was taking Israel money?
Contentious question of the hour, and that is South Carolina.
We do also have the opportunity. I mean, I know polls close at Wisconsin at the top of the hour. We have been getting that pesky refresh the screen notification.
I didn't see it.
No, we haven't gotten it recently, but I think there's potential to get it again. We could also take care of some housekeeping if you want to at any point here.
Oh, you're saying the break.
Yes.
Let's we'll keep going a little bit because I think we could be close to a little bit of clarity here.
Our latest update was from Anderson, and we have about half of the election data.
I think C-SPAN's getting ready to take another call, so we'll go back to Greta.
Let's check in on South Carolina. The
I was wrong.
Press has delivered one check mark tonight. Senator Darlene Graham, the sister of the late Senator Lindsey Graham, who was appointed to fill his seat, and then decided to run in this election cycle because he was up for re-election. She has the one check mark tonight. Do you expect that because there's 39% of the vote, she's not going to get to 50%, and there'll be another check mark?
I don't think she's getting to 50%. I think Fry and Norman, as you can see, are split both around 22% here. So she's advancing. I think this was a given that she was going to advance into the runoff. The challenge for her starts now. There has not been a ton of head-to-head polling between Graham and Fry and Norman. She has a lot of ground to make up. Obviously, she was mourning the death of her brother, and then she was thrust into Washington. These other candidates, yes, it has been a short runway here, but Graham has had an even shorter runway.
And it's kind of wild that she just went like, oh, well, my brother died. I'm in the Senate now.
Right now,
it's like the next day.
14.5%. Mark Lynch around 5% here. So I think this is safe to say that this race for second place is virtually between Fry and Norman.
They needed her vote, though.
South Carolina with almost 40% of the vote in. We'll come back.
The Norman is cray-cray.
That race and give you the latest throughout the night. Let's talk about the state of Minnesota. Chris is calling from Minneapolis on our line for Independence. Go ahead.
Hi, I was just calling because I moved up to Minneapolis from Iowa in February, and it was after Alex Preddy had been killed by CBP. And after what we saw with Metro Surge, how Angie Craig could still vote to fund that. I don't understand why anyone would support her and over Peggy Flanagan.
And this has been a central issue in this primary contest between these two candidates. Right, Chris?
Right. It's kind of been the hot button issue. It's what Peggy's been kind of drilling into. Why are senators are elected for 6 years. Is she going to get in Angie Craig if she's elected and then just continue to support this kind of stuff we saw?
Abby Turner.
Yeah, I think this is something that has been key to this race here. I think something that Flanagan has really hammered Craig over is her support for the Lake and Riley Act. That is something that Craig has come back and said, I regret that, but with how visual the impacts of Trump's federal immigration enforcement was on the ground in Minnesota, it is no surprise that this is the key issue tonight.
Let's talk a little bit more about this Senate race. Tina Smith decided to retire. It's an open seat. You have Congresswoman Angie Craig running against Lieutenant Governor Peggy Flanagan for this seat. Listen to Angie Craig last week at Farm Fest talking about this race.
Republicans are saying out loud that they would like to run against you. They would not like to run against me. And when you talk about Republicans talking about the fraud.
Why would we listen to Republicans about anything?
They're already.
You want to be my GOP mommy?
Against you on fraud. They're already running against Keith Ellison on fraud. And I can tell you that Donald Trump has $300 million set aside. And Michelle Tafoya is going to pound the lieutenant governor every single day for her role in fraud. At the end of the day, she can't run from the fact that she was the number 2 Democrat in the state of Minnesota, and again today is accepting no accountability for the fraud issues. Well, my initial support was 3 days into the Trump administration, and when I looked at the bill at the time, we had just allowed Donald Trump, who is an existential threat to this country, to come in part because voters' perception of America's open borders under the previous administration. As this Trump administration attacked our black and brown neighbors, it became absolutely clear that although they weren't using that bill in Operation Metro Surge, that any additional authority to the Trump administration was the wrong decision. And I've said that I regret it. But look.
Do you feel like you were deceived in what was the purpose of it?
Well, look, the bill was a bill that would allow detention of folks who commit crimes. That is not what the Trump administration has done. He said the worst of the worst. And the lieutenant governor, throughout the course of her entire
And you believed him?
Has sat on the bleachers complaining about the one vote I took in 8 years. Where are her solutions to comprehensive immigration reform in this country? Because
in Minnesota, what, you want to keep the Canadians out?
At the Whipple Center, standing in front of ICE. Where I've been is introducing articles of impeachment against Kristi Noem. Where I've been is down in Texas trying to get my constituents released from ICE detention and fighting ICE tooth and nail. Well, I'll start where I ended just then. This is an existential moment in time. The only way we stop Donald Trump and Republicans is by winning elections. I am in the best position to win this statewide election. I'm so proud to have Gwen Walls' endorsement, and that was her message this morning. I go everywhere. I talk to everyone. In my own district, I outperformed the top of the ticket by 8 percentage points in my last election. I like Peggy. We have been friends over the years from a political perspective. But the lieutenant governor has a specific vulnerability on fraud that Amy Klobuchar and I, at the top of the DFL ticket in 2026, do not have. At the end of the day, no one is coming to save us. Voters have to use their democracy in order to
get some of that momentum.
I still believe in this country. We have to fight Trump. I know how to do that, but we also have to be able to reach across the aisle to get things done. And as an experienced leader ready to go on day one in the U.S. Senate, that is exactly what I will do, and I would be honored.
Congressman Angie Craig there in a Minneapolis Public Radio debate. Congresswoman vying for the Democratic nomination in that U.S. Senate contest in Minnesota. She was first elected to the House in 2019. She's a member of the Agriculture Committee, and she's been endorsed by Pete Buttigieg and Representatives Hakeem Jeffries, who is the Democratic leader, along with the former Speaker of the House and Democratic leader Nancy Pelosi. She is seen as the establishment candidate. Abby Turner.
Yes, I think one thing that was interesting that she had touched on in there is talking a lot about the social services fraud. It's hard to compare these two issues, the fraud and immigration. They're apples and oranges, I will say. But one thing that I've talked to with people on the ground in Minnesota is that the fraud plays more on a statewide scale when you're looking at the governor's race, but immigration is something that's hitting a lot harder when you're thinking about who you're going to send to Congress, the checks and balances on the federal government, the ones that deployed that Operation Metro Surge there.
Let's talk a little bit about her opponent in this primary contest, the Lieutenant Governor, Peggy Flanagan.
Yes. She actually has the backing of Sanders, Elizabeth Warren, the backing of the state party, the DFL, the DLGA, the Lieutenant Governors Association arm with the Democrats, have spent for her, but her fundraising has not been as on par with Craig's here. I think in recent polling, it's been very narrow, but like we saw in Michigan last week, we saw, Abdul Assayed with, double-digit margins, and then the actual results were very, very close.
Let's listen to the Lieutenant Governor, who's campaigning, and today is the day when she finds out whether or not she gets the Democratic nod for the U.S. Senate seat. Here she is, also at that NPR debate.
Because we are in the fight of our lives right now for who has power in this country and who this country serves. The billionaires and the big corporations, or the rest of us? The many or the money? And friends, I was born just down the road, and I was raised in the community of St. Louis Park. Lou Park? No. I was raised by an amazing mom who did everything she could to provide a good life for me. But we needed a little help from Section 8, from child care assistance, and from food stamps. And my life taught me that big change doesn't happen because powerful people suddenly decide that they care. It happens because ordinary people organize, fight like hell, and refuse to give up. And that's what I've done, and that's what we've done together. You know, they said, and Senator Smith talked about this, they said that raising the minimum wage here in Minnesota and indexing it to inflation was too much and too ambitious. Well, we won. They said that paid family and medical leave would never happen. Well, we won. They said that feeding every public school student breakfast and lunch was too much. Well, friends, we won that too. Because in Minnesota, we get what we organize for. And I am running for the United States Senate because I want people to be able to afford the lives they want to live. And that's why I support Medicare for all. That's why I support universal child care. That's why I support a national paid family and medical leave program. It's why I support raising the federal minimum wage and indexing it to inflation. It's why I support letting farmers fix their own damn equipment. And it is I support ripping ICE apart and holding them accountable.
I think you should be able to fix your phone, your computer.
That's right. ICE out, friends. You know this. Friends.
Big companies like Apple and John Deere want to make sure you can't fix your own shit.
Campaigning recently there at a rally in Minnesota. So ICE out, that got the crowd cheering, standing up, and clapping.
The biggest applause. And I think that's something that has been very successful for her. You know, this was a federal issue. This was the Trump administration coming in. It was a very visible with the deaths of those 2 U.S. citizens. I think it's very hard right now for any member of Congress in Washington to make the jump to state office. We've seen that on the Republican side, and we're seeing on the Democratic side as well. Very unpopular. Washington, that's something that's dragging down Democrats here. And I think as well, this is, you know, a likely Democrat state, so not a solid Democrat state. But I think there is still a little wiggle room for Democratic primary voters to say, do I want someone that's been in Washington, or do I want someone that is making these promises?
There is a contest on the right as well, Republican primary for this U.S. Senate seat. Talk about the candidates running.
Yes, we have former sportscaster Michelle Tafoya. I would say she is the favorite here. She is the backing of the NRSC. She's really had a commanding lead in polling and fundraising, but she did not snag the state GOP endorsement. That went to former Navy SEAL Adam Schwartz, I think is how you pronounce his last name. But
Michelle Tafoya can be my GOP mommy.
is pretty weak in terms of getting their endorsees across the line. So I don't think that's anything that's going to hold Michelle Tafoya up here.
Let's listen to Michelle Tafoya at Farm Fest in Minnesota recently.
Talking with beef producers while I was here, it's just a constant struggle of those stacking up of regulations. Like, I think a lot of people are okay. You say, okay, give me something finite. Give me something finite I have to do.
Auto carrot.
How much are you going to tax me? But those regulations continue to stack up, and they sneak up on you, and suddenly you can't do what you want to do anymore. So I'll tell you one thing that won't work. Community public-run grocery stores like Mamdani is opening in New York. Those are not going to work.
Why not?
Okay, that is not the way.
I love the smattering of applause.
I just feel so strongly about supporting the agricultural community and your right to produce in a way that is legal, in a way that is clean and safe, and you are the ultimate conservationist. You don't need to be told how to do that. And in a way that allows you to expand domestically and overseas and prosper. That's it. That's why I'm running. I want to be there for you. I want to partner with you. I want to tell you something. I wasn't recruited to run for anything. I've been thinking about this for years, and
please show some respect.
They're laughing at her.
I've thought about this for years, and every candidate on this stage knows what it takes and how hard this is. Why would I choose to put myself, my family, on the line this way? Everyone goes through this stuff, and you know why I made that choice? So I could represent Minnesota better. We have not had great representations here in the state in St. Paul. Certainly they've let us down with the frauds. Certainly they have. And are we going to teach our kids? I have two, 20 and 17. Are we going to teach them that it's okay to allow fraud, to embarrass our taxpayers, to steal from
Trump.
people who actually need it,
Trump.
and to hollow out programs
Trump.
because some people wanted your cash?
Trump.
They wanted your cash.
Who's she talking about?
And some people let this happen. Do they deserve promotions? Do they deserve raises?
You made him president.
Look, we can do so much better. And it starts with integrity. And it starts with being able to put yourself out there and say, I'm going to take the barbs
It starts with intelligence.
because there are some basic, fundamental, common sense things in Minnesota that
Wait a minute, what are the three I's?
I do know
Intensity. Intensity is the first I. Intensity, integrity, intelligence.
in women's sports, period.
Oh, it's damn true.
End.
Oh, she had to pull out the trans line.
Give 4-year-olds dolls so that they can interchange parts and try to figure out who they really are. Every child is born perfect, and I want to represent
She's anti-Mr. Potato Head.
you. That's why I'm running for Senate.
Michelle Tafoya at Farm Fest. She is facing off against two other Republican candidates vying for that U.S. Senate seat. One of them will get the Republican nomination tonight. So, Abby Turner, how did Michelle Tafoya go from sports to politics?
She has I think we talk about this a lot. We see a lot of, broadcasters, news people, very charismatic. They are able to easily make that jump. You saw right there, she's an excellent communicator. I think she's a very good recruit by the NRSC. I just don't think it's
She's such a good communicator that the MC had to tell people not to laugh at her.
in 20 years in this state. It's interesting, Trump has not endorsed in this race. He endorsed in the governor's race for Mike Lindell. I think some people may have hoped that he would endorse Tafoya here instead of Lindell in the governor's race. But what I will say here is I think she's a very strong candidate, but it's a likely Democratic seat. The headwinds just aren't there for her. And I think a lot of these issues like the state social fraud, That's a state level issue. It's not a federal issue.
Is Minnesota more solidly blue these days than it has been in previous decades?
I would say it's getting there. I would say on a state level, yes. Statewide, absolutely. It gets a little interesting when you get down to the local level. You know, the state house here is split evenly. There is a power sharing agreement there. And the state senate, I think Democrats have maybe a
less than 20 minutes until polls close, and the two big states we're watching tonight.
Very even state, but statewide, Republicans just not have found, success here. From the sources I have talked to on the ground, the state GOP is very fractured. They run into a lot of issues where they endorse candidates at their convention, but they can't get other candidates to bow out. So you're seeing some of this nasty infighting, all the way up.
I never had a Mrs. Potato Head.
From maybe
I think that actually came out later.
Lane that they could have run.
Like I was over Mr. Potato Head by the time Mrs. Potato Head came out.
The Democratic primary for governor. Ned Lamont cruising to victory.
I'm not against a Mrs. Potato Head.
I think people were looking at for another taste of the moderate versus progressivism, but
get you a Mr. and Mrs. Potato Head, and you can switch out their parts on each other.
Representative Josh Elliott, who ran to his left, just struggled to get off the ground. Elliott kind of launched his campaign last summer after New York City mayor.
Then you get a he/her, Mr. Potato Head.
To kind of grasp, but I think people had some issues with he wasn't really communicating this message as easily.
I don't care.
Fight Agency, which was the brains behind Mamdani's campaign, but it wasn't enough to make up ground here, and Lamont will be on a glide path.
When my mom got hers, you provided your own potato.
Barry, who's watching in
which is the thing when they were kids, that's where the toy came from.
Thank you for joining us on this primary night. Go ahead.
Same people that had pet rocks.
Earlier about the race in Wisconsin, and I saw that our former governor in Virginia, Glenn Youngkin, was there for
Tom Tiffany.
Is it?
Tom Tiffany, yes.
Yeah, Tiffany. Okay, so I have to say that Glenn Youngkin was an excellent governor for Virginia, and we're seeing the fallout with Spanberger now. And I'm concerned with these Democratic Socialist candidates that I have to say is just a way of reducing what's really communism. For the way that they are presenting themselves. You look at Mamdani and this other guy, L something or other. I can't remember exactly.
Abdul Al-Sayed in Michigan. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's very worrisome. I mean, Michigan, was it Flint, Michigan, or it's
okay, Barry, I'm going to jump in. We'll take your point. So, Abby Turner, are Republicans eager to tap into fear like that?
I think so.
Yep.
And I think there's been a lot of discussion on the Democratic side, for
demagoguery.
The campaign that she's running today and not have the DSA label. Obviously, it's something that she's leaned into before this gubernatorial run, but there have been other progressive candidates that share some of the same ideals as her, expanding access to childcare, data center moratorium.
Is this Ann from
said the words, DSA?
Arrested Development talking to us?
That label tacking onto it is going to provide a very easy line of attack for Republicans to turn it more on a referendum of this movement nationally.
We want to show you Francesca hung out on the campaign trail from yesterday on the eve of today's primary contest, talking to reporters. Here she is.
Why do you think AOC and Senator Bernie Sanders have not endorsed you?
I have so much respect for this.
Because it's a state race.
And they are working tirelessly to make sure that we can flip Congress and the Senate and get Democrats wins in the midterms. I look forward to conversations with them about that too.
Does it show that they don't think you're able to win this battleground state?
A gubernatorial race is different from federal elections. And I think that we are focused on making sure to reach every single voter that we can up until those polls close. And that's what we're focusing on right now.
come August 12th, if you win, how hard would unity be within among
I don't know that Bernie won't be a lot more stingy with his endorsements going forward.
I feel very confident that
After the
we
Plattner
show folks that
kerfuffle.
Democrats are coming together to make sure that Democrats win down and up the ballot this November.
What do you say to critics from within your own party who fear that if you win the primary, you'll drag down some of those down ballot Democrats?
Change can be scary, but when I get scared, I look to the voters who remind me every day that not only are we deserving of change, but they get to be a part of making that change. This election belongs to the voters, and we'll let the voters decide.
You just said this election is not about the tweets when you were talking to the canvassers earlier today, but it's gotten so much attention.
She will not cancel Thanksgiving.
What do you say to voters who see those comments and the back and forth about them and say it's either disqualifying or that in your clarification, you're trying to have it both ways?
What's disqualifying is Tom Tiffany still will not say who won the 2020 election. What's disqualifying is that he has voted to send tax dollars to forever wars, for gas prices going up, for grocery stores growing up. He doesn't care about Wisconsinites. He cares about the Trump administration, who he will put Trump first, and Wisconsin deserves a governor that will put Wisconsinites first.
What do you make of Governor Evers saying in recent days you have focused too much on the tweets and David Crowley is the one who's gotten things done?
You know, service industry workers, I'm proud to be one, and we're built different. I said we've held over 320 events since we started this campaign. We've locked in over 50,000 miles. Just in the last couple of days, we've done 24 cities in 4 days. I knew as a wild card, as an outsider, I would have to out-hustle folks. And what that has allowed us to do is actually listen to more voters, to meet more voters, and make sure that voters know that they have a fighter in Francesca.
Oh, we do have a.
Thank you.
You have the call in South Carolina.
But that's going to become the drama now in this race.
Ralph Norman and not Fry.
Sort of, opinion shapers, the leaders, the folks who can really set the tone for how the next 2 weeks are going to go. The president, I mean, I have not mentioned Donald Trump. This is Trump.
I'm kind of surprised it wasn't Fry.
In that gubernatorial runoff where his candidate, Yvette, got crushed. Trump backed off that endorsement, essentially, in that runoff. He saw the trouble coming. Is Trump out there? I imagine Trump's going to be out there doubling down on this. But, how does Trump react to this final, wherever Graham lands, wherever Norman lands, how does Trump react to it? So those are the questions. In the coming days, what tone is going to be set for this runoff? Is this going to be a party that consolidates quickly and dramatically around Graham and really puts Norman at a disadvantage here? Or is there going to be some, movement towards Norman to try to consolidate? Coming in to do
She is the incumbent. She has the seat currently.
We're going to start talking about the Badger State.
Oh, he's getting excited.
Let me take water.
Quesadilla, welcome in.
It's 10 seconds.
Good evening, friends.
Sorry.
I think he's getting ready to do a hit. Yeah, he's getting ready to go to the streaming channel.
South Carolina, NBC News can now project that Ralph Norman will advance to the Republican runoff election for the open Senate seat there after Lindsey Graham's sister Darlene already advanced a little bit earlier tonight. Let's go to Steve Kornacki over at the big board. Steve, this is a pretty decisive call, relatively early, right?
Yeah, I mean,
serotonin, that hurts my feelings.
I think the story for her is that she wasn't
I'm not your favorite news guy.
State is just consistent. She was running either in first place or second place in basically every county. And you can see here, I think, still some vote to come, but probably going to finish with about a third of the vote in this primary. Meanwhile, Ralph Norman, who's going to oppose her now in the runoff, which will be held 2 weeks from tonight. He's a congressman. His base is right there in the Charlotte suburbs, Rock Hill, York County, this area. And what really did it for him was he expanded his...
Fair enough on that one. Okay, Ponder Monkey's got me. I can't hold a candle to Kyle Clark.
Outside of his congressional district, and this region is...
I would have also accepted Phil Williams in Nashville. He is amazing.
Very religious, evangelical, fundamentalist.
You give me a moment, I can think of a few others.
Very, very big numbers here that separated him from the rest of Graham's opponents and are going to put him into this runoff. So the question now, obviously, Gotti, becomes, look, this is a 2-week campaign.
This is an acceptable answer.
The leaders in South Carolina, How do political leaders in the Republican Party nationally, and of course, how does President Donald Trump, who endorsed Graham, how do they all react to this? How do they react to her finishing first, probably with about a third of the vote, to Norman being the opponent in the
Tim Russert, I miss him.
Are there forces in the party that now say
he died too young
to get behind Norman and make this a real fight?
Anonymously, I don't think so. I don't, not
Graham perform
public facing. I think she might have been some sort of advocacy.
Get on board. Does the party strongly unite?
I feel like she was in education.
Really put Norman at a disadvantage. That's where the drama.
Yeah, Ponder Monkey. I think she was in education in South Carolina.
This result goes final.
And a lot of that will come down to who finishes, who finishes third and fourth and where they take their voters, right? What are we seeing from the numbers below Graham and Norman here?
Yeah, that's the question. I mean, Russell Fry, he's the congressman here, sort of from the Myrtle Beach area. You could see the district that Russell Fry represents in Congress because it's the only part of the state that
they needed her vote desperately, especially with Mitch out.
Swept his congressional district. Okay, what does Fry just? He's one of those people you got to look for in the next 24 hours. Maybe tonight. What does he say? Does he come out and say, okay, I want to congratulate Darlene Graham on finishing first, and now I'm getting behind her? Or does he say, I want to congratulate Graham and Norman, and I'm Team Norman? Or does he say nothing? Does he stay neutral? But we saw this just recently, governor's primary in South Carolina this spring. We saw the candidate who finished second in the preliminary.
Poor Nancy Mace.
Did not have Donald Trump's endorsement, got all of the other defeated candidates around him, Alan Wilson, and then he won the runoff easily. So there is a bit of a precedent for things turning around in runoffs, but a lot of that was, there was a lot of movement towards him as soon as that preliminary end. Will there be any movement to Norman, or will it be consolidation to Graham?
Yeah.
You're talking about Ed Schultz. Oh, okay.
Interesting case. And yet this one, the dynamic, I guess from an outsider's perspective.
I liked it. I really was not impressed with Ed Schultz.
Down to
because he was on
choosing to respect
the radio, and when Randy Rhodes got fired for her comments about Hillary Clinton in the 2008 election, they replaced Randy Rhodes with Ed Schultz. And I hated that because Ed Schultz was like a more shit bib, and Randy Rhodes was like an actual leftist.
Notable coming out of some of the early vote or some of the.
But once we got into the Obama administration, I started like listening to him, and like I remember when he went on one rant about health care, and I'm like banging the ceiling in my truck like, yeah, dude, yeah, go for it. But it was like only that one topic. Only on health care did Ed Schultz ever excite me about anything.
Lindsey Graham had his own, sort of issues with parts of the Republican base, famously.
Anonymously, this is the race for that seat.
Republicans,
there's no chance a Democrat wins in South Carolina.
Nobody really quite knew what to expect from her as a candidate. With Trump's endorsement too, obviously hugely helpful to her. But what does that mean when you're looking at about a third of the vote in a crowded, competitive primary here for somebody with that?
Oh, you watch her in the morning on YouTube? I thought she was in the afternoons.
Does that inspire confidence? I think that's why I'm saying these next 24, 48 hours are so interesting because everybody's going to get to look at this.
Are you confusing her with Stephanie Miller, who's on in the mornings?
And then that will.
Who's also all right.
What the tone is for this?
I think she's a bit of a Zionist. I haven't kept up with her recently.
It's been the eye of the beholder. Steve Kornacki, thank you so very much.
It probably is your morning.
Okay.
Never mind.
So, 7 minutes. Why don't we catch our breaths? Congratulations to Darlene Graham and Ralph Norman. We will probably just check in to see how those numbers land at the end of the night. And folks, we are now 6 minutes and 37 seconds away from Wisconsin. So let's tee that one up and get ready and tell you what we're expecting.
I never really got into Stephanie and never really kept up with her.
Let me get myself.
I liked Hal, and I follow Hal on Twitter, and I don't know how Hal's not bigger.
We have not.
Okay.
But the trend that we looked at earlier is continuing.
But I don't watch him, so.
John Larson is in bad shape in Connecticut 1. I want to just look at this, so I'm ready to kind of go here.
So we're probably going to get results in fast.
A couple things I want to point out before Wisconsin. Well, when the polls close in Wisconsin, it can be a little slow to get going.
But once it gets rolling,
so it will. I think we'll get a pretty good chunk here in the first hour or two. That and again, I think the thing I want to say on Wisconsin
that's
is
sad quesadilla
of possibilities here. Nobody really knows what to expect when these polls close. We know the dynamic of the polling that's out there. Francesca Hong, socialist candidate, has been leading. And we know that the fear of a Hong nomination has sparked the establishment, led by Tony Evers, the Democratic governor, in these final week really, to try to consolidate around David Crowley, the Milwaukee County executive, who dropped out of the race at one point this summer and then got back in. And I think that's a very important thing here before the polls close to just go through. You see all these different names on this list here. Sarah Rodriguez, lieutenant governor, dropped out in July. Mandela Barnes, at the beginning of the year, was considered the front runner in this race. Remember, he almost got elected to the United States Senate back in 2022, a former lieutenant governor. He dropped out on, I think, the last day of July, maybe July 30th. The string of events in July was that Hong was pulling ahead in the polling. Crowley was way down. It looked like he was going nowhere. He's spinning his wheels. So Crowley dropped out of the race, okay? And he endorsed Rodriguez. Then Rodriguez was hit with this campaign finance scandal, and she dropped out of the race. This is in July, okay? When that happened, Crowley got back in the race. That's when Evers, the governor, endorsed Crowley, okay? But at the same time, Mandela Barnes was still in the race, polling, not in the lead or anything, but he was still getting a big chunk of vote in the polling at the very end of July.
And remember when they talk about electability?
Okay. And only at that point,
Hong's likely opponent is Mike Lindell.
Of Abdul El Sayed's win in Michigan last week, the focus on the insurgent left nationwide, and was this about to happen in Wisconsin too? And then the controversies around Hong, Thanksgiving. If you're watching this, you know them all.
Here comes Smokey.
It set off all these alarm bells, really, I think, in the last week among the Democratic establishment in Wisconsin to get behind Crowley. So I suspect there's been dramatic movement towards him in the last week. But the thing to keep in mind is that while all of that drama in July was playing out that we just went through, 140,000 vote-by-mail votes were cast and returned. And those votes are in. They can't be changed. Now, that's the total for each party, Democrat and Republican. We know Democrats are much more likely to use mail than Republicans. So I think it's safe to say that well over 100,000 votes in this primary were cast before this race was seen as Francesca Hong.
Been some violent storms today, and this has been one scared kitty.
Crowley, if you want to stop Hong. A lot of these votes were cast when Crowley was either an afterthought in the polls or had actually dropped out of the race. A lot of these votes were cast for Rodriguez. They were cast for Mandela Barnes. They were cast in a totally different environment. How much of the primary electorate is this going to account for? Well, if we said conservatively that about 100,000 of these are Democratic votes, okay, what do we expect for turnout? This is a big question because this weird environment, this sort of panic of the establishment, maybe it goes way high today. Maybe this energy on the left brings it way high today. But if you said 600, that'd be about 15, it'd be a little bit more than 15%, between 15 and 20%. If that turnout goes higher than 600,000, I think the bottom line is that vote that was cast in July when this race looked totally different, and there was even a little bit of early voting that was done then.
I think we're going to get a speech from Ralph Norman here. I'm probably going to take that, but if they start
cast in this primary,
if the results are coming at us fast in Wisconsin, I'll pop back to Karnacki.
To get behind him, okay, and he falls just short, that could be a reason why.
Looks like we did it, folks. Looks like we did it. First of all, let me thank each one of you for taking the time to come out. I want to thank the ones that were in this race that had the courage to put their name on the line. Russell, the two Marks, Mark Sanford, Mark Lynch, and the others. I want to congratulate Darlene.
Mark 1 and Mark 2.
This is a time to come together, folks. We've got to all coalesce, come together, because we have got some socialist Democrats we have got to beat. There's no way. The Democrat Party is not the party of the 60s and 70s and even 80s. This is a party that is intent on taking over this country.
Yeah, it's more like the party of the 30s.
Taking over.
And I'm here for it.
Government take over everything. And folks, it's time for all of us to come together. I look forward to the next 2 weeks. I love campaigning. We're going to hit every part of the state and take our message. And, you know, this is all about faith, family, and freedom. That's what it is. When Lane and I started this journey, first with the governor and then with this, how unexpected this was to have Lindsey Graham not here. He's a fixture. You thought he would be here.
Yeah, he wasn't supposed to be in this race. He was running for governor.
Said it was, when you looked at the landscape, it was a short time frame to put together a campaign. But everybody came together for us. People really rallied, the work that was put in. And I just want to thank all my staff, both from Congress and that are here, and what they did, because it means a lot. You don't do this by yourself. So I'm excited for South Carolina. I'm excited for freedom. I'm excited to take another 2 weeks and just tell our message and go all over the state. It's so humbling to be here. And all of you play such a big part. So thank you for all your effort, your time, your tithe, your talent. And let's win this thing in a big way.
Who's Bobby?
I will be reaching out to all the other candidates and asking for their support. And I ask y'all for your prayers, and I ask you for another go-around that will be a fun time in the political arena here in South Carolina. So I will be glad to take any questions of the media if they have any. You know, I hope we'll have a good many debates. I know we're scheduled a debate for Monday. I look forward to getting in all the issues. I look forward to hearing what her plan is, hear what her platform.
Oh, Trump is speaking live right now.
Doing the debates as we have been for the last, 3 weeks. So I look forward to that.
Congressman Norman, the race it's coming up quickly. I mean, we've got 2 weeks.
Yeah.
What do you want to say to voters tonight who maybe they supported someone else, they didn't support you? What's your message to them tonight?
Here's my message. You know, I may not have been the first choice. I may not have been the second choice. I want to be the third and the fourth choice of everybody. I want everybody to unite and come.
Interesting.
Because we've got the right message. I've got a great resume that I'm proud of. I really feel like that South Carolina and the country's at a tipping point. So I would tell people to let's get involved with this race. Let's help us take it to the next level. And we can do that.
Bernanke on edge over here waiting on these results. It's not letting me go into C-SPAN. I feel like Eric Andre. This has never been an issue before. Well, never mind. For some reason, the White House isn't live with it right now. Usually they'd be live. Let's go back to Karnacki.
About Hong's electability would resonate in these places. And that's why I said if Waukesha does give us that first initial update, why I think it's so key. Waukesha is a big puzzle piece. It's not as big in a Democratic primary as it is in a Republican, but I think this is a county where when you get the number here, this is where Crowley needs to be winning, and I think he needs to be winning by a pretty healthy margin. So that's why I said if we do get a Waukesha update off the bat, and we talked to the clerk in Waukesha County today in anticipation of that possibility to clarify, to make sure that the votes that we see reported, that there's no sequence to these where there's like a batch of vote by mail, a batch of election day, because it's so important. Just everything I was saying about what happened in July, understanding, what the sequence of the vote returns is. The clerk there told us, she told us today, everything that comes in their office is coming in precinct at a time, voting unit at a time. It's all bundled together. Vote by mail, election day, early vote. So returns coming that are reported out in Waukesha, they're going to come from different parts of the county, but they're all inclusive of those different types of votes. So you're getting kind of a complete picture, okay, as opposed to, some of these places you only see the mail vote at first or you only see the election day. So that's important because the complete picture in Waukesha, for the Stop Hong folks to have any chance, I think needs to be a Crowley win and needs to be a pretty big Crowley win. So that's why I think that's, if they do give us an initial report, other places to keep in mind, just, again, while we're kind of waiting here, that are sort of, potentially, I think swingish here. I think, actually, can I move this map a little bit? We're squeezing out Kenosha. I think like a good bellwether county is going to be right down here.
Smokey, I'm sorry, I've been busy.
I sort of think, again, these targets that we've put together here, they would work out to a tie right there. So I think if one has an advantage there, if that happens to come in early, Ozaki, I think needs to be a really big Crowley win. Washington, it's a little smaller, would need to be a big Crowley win. I think he would need to. Another good bellwether could be right here, where Appleton is, out of Gamey County. I think this would need to be a Crowley County Brown. This is where Green Bay is. The Bow counties. We got the Wow counties. And we got the Bow County. I always say Wisconsin's where we bark like a dog. Bow wow. Okay, the sort of the Fox River Valley versus those suburbs right outside of Milwaukee. Milwaukee County. Okay, here we go. What do we got? Very, very small here. 3% of the votes, like probably a precinct or something.
One precinct in one county.
Jefferson County, Watertown, Wisconsin's here. I think the thing that jumps out is just look how much vote didn't go to either one of these candidates. A quarter of the vote, right? Look at this. I mean, this is like a precinct or something. But I think that's just the first thing that just jumps out. Not going to read into that one precinct from Jefferson County, but except to say that's just everywhere. Keep in mind, I said, what if it's 10%? What if it's 15%? What if it's a lot more than that? It's going to those other candidates. And again, I think if you're Hong, and you've got that, we know there is a very big sort of, left-wing base there, very activated left-wing base. We know, we expect certainly, young voters we'll be talking about. If that win number the lower it gets, probably the better it is for her. That's more from Jefferson just coming in. We're getting some more precincts. We're getting 15% in Jefferson, and already, holy cow, look at how many.
Oh, wow.
This is 2/3 of the vote for these two. And 11 for Kelder Roy's, 9.
Neck and neck. It's going to be a close one.
Mandela Barnes dropped out of the race. Missy Hughes out of the race. And yet you are seeing 1/3 of the vote here go to the other candidates. Okay? So for what it's worth, we put benchmarks together to hit 45% for these two candidates. What did we think you needed to see in Jefferson County? Overall, we said Crowley at 45%. needed to win it by like 2 points over Hong. He is beating her by 1 vote, but with a much lower, just much lower vote for the two of them. Again, this is just we're looking at, you know, a town or something in Jefferson County, Wisconsin. Nothing much more. So we're gonna need.
This is Ned Lamont, the gubernatorial candidate in Connecticut.
We're expanding.
Current governor, I think. Or former governor, not the incumbent.
Independents, even a few right-minded Republicans, because we have one thing in mind: affordability and opportunity for all of the people of the state of Connecticut. I know a lot of you are going through really tough times, working your tail off, 1 or 2 jobs, hard time getting by. The Trump economy is really bad. Look what it's done to the price of food. Look what it's done to the price of gasoline. Look what it's doing to the price of insurance. That's what it is about affordability. That's where we're stepping up. Make your life a little bit easier every day. Make sure you have food for your kids. Make sure they have free breakfast and lunch in our schools. Make sure we have affordable health care for all of our residents. Right? Let's get that done. And talk about affordability. You know, the Republicans are always saying, oh, it's just about taxes. We're going to eliminate the income tax. No, they raised the income tax, and they raised the income tax. We did just the opposite. We cut the income tax, not for millionaires. We cut the income tax for middle-class folks, just after everybody in this room. Eliminated the income tax for our working families, allowing you to keep it for what you earn, higher pay, keep working to earn. That's about affordability. Just one other thing. It's about opportunity as well. Affordability lets you to get by. Opportunity says, let's get ahead. I want each and every one of you and your kids and your grandchildren to know Connecticut is a state where you can get ahead with opportunity. It starts with the best education system in the country. That's true of almost all of our schools, but not all of our schools. We're not going to stop, Susan and myself, until all of our schools are the best. That's pre-K right through college, debt-free community college, debt-free state college. I want everybody to be able to achieve their dreams, not worry about the finances there. Give you that opportunity. We've started more new businesses in this state over the last few years than ever before. Businesses started mainly by women and people of color. Small businesses right on Main Street. Businesses allow you to start a career, allow you to grow a business and grow your...
I love Carnacky's just...
allow you to buy your first home. That's what I mean.
Still on that one set of numbers.
And
update.
He's wanting an update.
Okay. Whoa. Okay. Yeah. Now. Okay. It's not a ton, but that's again what we're seeing. You know, we're seeing communities in Waukesha County transmitting vote, and we said this needs to be, if he's going to make it a game, this needs to be a Crowley win, and it needs to be a pretty decisive one. I don't want to say too much at 2%, but I just say if you are looking at something like this at 20%, that is certainly in the realm of what I'm describing. But this is 2%. And one thing we saw when we broke down the Waukesha returns from November was it was sort of these small outlying towns and villages that were kind of reporting early. And what was the report there? I don't want to get off Waukesha.
It was another Jefferson report.
No, we just got a little bit in Wood just to show, Wood here needs to be a Crowley win. We think I had it at about a 10-point Crowley win for 45-45.
Long been thread.
Okay. Like the city of Waukesha came a little bit later in 24. We have more in Jefferson. I'll just toggle back there to see. We're landing at something close to, we're at 2/3 here. And I would say, for Crowley, those are pretty encouraging numbers there, at least in Jefferson. Columbia County, okay, again, this is just a small amount. I don't want to lose the plot at all on Waukesha, but Adam, keep me honest here on anything else.
Another one.
This is Waukesha. Okay, so now this is starting to get a little more substantial here.
Getting ready to start flowing.
Closer to about 10%. And yeah, I mean, that Crowley number just ticked down too. That Hong ticked up to, but 4430, again, just to, what we kind of felt here was that in a race to 45, Crowley wanted to be at 49, Hong at 41 here. But that's very, very rough. And so that's early on. These are I think from the standpoint early on here of can Crowley make this a game or was this going to be a Hong runaway? These are, if you're on the I want Crowley to make this a game bandwagon, these are provisionally encouraging numbers for you. But again, it's limited here.
Still very early.
But I'm just, again, these are small. I don't want to read too much without Jefferson's complete. Jefferson's complete. So, wow, that was fast. And again, I felt in a race, our benchmark, it's saying, trying to get to 45% statewide for these candidates, had Crowley 46, Hong 44 here. Okay? And obviously, the early indications are it's going to take less than 45% to win this thing statewide. But, you could see that's right in line. It's for each candidate, it's right in line, because that works the other way too. That's a 45-45 tie. That's each of them. Okay, Waukesha. I just want to, Adam, shout if anything is there. I said I have this little computer thing I worked up. I want to just try something here.
Don't eat the paper. Flip back to C-SPAN, see if they're taking a call here.
That movement. David Crowley is the moderate establishment candidate?
I would say so when you compare him to Hong. I think people have viewed him as more of a progressive county executive. One thing I will give to him, though, is covering, states, local governments, local elected officials. County executives have a lot of power. There's a lot of things that he can point to and say, I've done that. I know we had the caller earlier that talked about how he was really in the forefront of some flood responses there. On the campaign trail, he's really touted, bringing down the homeless rate there. So he has a lot of, I think, achievements under his belt. He just needs to levy that with some of the very lofty promises that Hong has made. I think his biggest ding tonight could be not hopping on board to support a moratorium for data centers.
In addition to Wisconsin, we are also watching its neighboring state, Minnesota. Max Nestorak, who is a deputy editor with the Minnesota Reformer, joins us now. Max, what is the latest from
no calls. I'll go back to Karnacki.
Well, she can make up for it with bigger than expected turnout and bigger than expected numbers in Dane County. And we've already seen our estimated vote for Dane County rise pretty dramatically, okay, in the advance of tonight. And so that's already one piece of it for her. And if she gets a bigger share than the benchmark we have for her there, that combination undoes a lot, if not all, the damage of missing numbers, in the WOW counties. So I would just say that the
no, not communist yet.
Thing we can say, looking at this number,
may not ever be.
County, and next
Crowley may pull this out.
Okay, now Jefferson County, it looks like that means there is a little bit more vote there than we thought there was. So you can see that was at 95%. We thought that was complete. I should always say when it hits 95, it's potentially complete. That's when our decision desk goes and looks and makes sure that the estimate matches up and that there's not remaining vote. There was actually remaining vote. But it's our most complete county that we have, so between that and the early here in Waukesha, Crowley is putting up numbers here that suggest he could make.
I called it Waukesha like fucking months on end.
Places. It's very now in La Crosse County. We got a third of the vote in La Crosse, and we said this is one of those places where you expect.
There weren't that many people watching me at that time to correct me.
Again, I'm immediately struck by how much of the vote here is going to other candidates.
Well, I know now.
But we felt that.
I'm talking like when it was
I'm gonna have to abandon
first the Rittenhouse thing. I think that's the first time I ever had to say it.
And fixed there a second ago. But we felt this would be basically.
Only had like 2 people watching me at that time.
Could win La Crosse narrowly by about 2 points.
One of them was Warlord.
For that 45%. And she's winning it, by leading it by about 3 points. So again, we zoom out statewide right here.
Only 4% in, but Crowley,
Waukesha's
8 points up.
33%. We got a third of the vote now in Waukesha County, and there is Crowley sitting at 46%, and Hong sitting only at 30. So Crowley is getting a, and I want to put this in the context of the total statewide between Crowley and Hong is sitting at 75%, meaning a quarter of the vote currently is going to other candidates. If that...
I caught a year ban when you were watching for like a week.
Quarter of the
Sounds
vote.
about right.
Then it only takes 37.5% to win statewide. 30.
Everyone knows to follow me everywhere. This show doesn't stop if I get banned somewhere.
Washara only 7. We're going way up north here.
I'll broadcast on Pornhub if I have to.
Clare County. Now this is interesting because I would put this in the.
I looked into it. They don't allow violence.
And she should be winning this thing by a pretty convincing margin over Crowley. And again, this is.
I looked into OnlyFans. They also don't allow violence.
Where it's from. The University of Wisconsin Eau Claire is here. Again, this could be a geographic thing, but this is a county where when this number gets up, when this 12% gets up.
Are you kidding me? I'm always in the YouTube comments.
So
I love that shit.
See, early on here, in La Crosse,
and now that I have the second channel that seems to get way more engagement, oh my God, I love those comments.
She'd want to step it up there. She's running low here in Waukesha, and Crowley getting a big number there. So
fair enough.
What do we have here? We have about half the vote. Again, this is a county that Crowley wants to be winning. He wants to be winning. He'd want it to look like this. He'd want it. To
C-SPAN has some Flanagan numbers up here, and she's looking awfully good.
He'd want to be. This is only 7%. I don't.
But it is only like 1,000 votes in.
That's subject to kind of jumping around. So we say 6% of the vote is in statewide, and everything that we've seen and what's come in so far says that question of was it too far gone for the establishment to make this a game and have a shot, or could the establishment consolidate and make this a real contest tonight? So far, 6%. It's spotty, and I'm trying to qualify this.
Yeah, you got to get up to like 20% before you can make projections.
Crowley is making this a game tonight over Hong, and there really has been some serious consolidation here behind him in a very short period of time. I really, the thing that's in my head a little bit as I'm saying he's hitting numbers here, is what happens in Dane County, again with that through the roof turnout apparently that we have in our system here. If you give me 2 minutes, maybe even less, and Adam, shout if anything else comes in.
But yeah, all the counties that they have done so far have been more rural.
Right. This thing that I
would think Milwaukee and Madison there. Those are the bellwethers.
Bear with me. This is all directly.
How is Hong going to perform there?
Now.
Is she going to crush him by 20%? Especially in Madison? So I assume that the county to the left of Milwaukee, I'd assume that's some kind of suburb, probably a more wealthy area. And that was one that Kornacki pointed out that Crowley would do well in.
Okay.
Carnegie does not have Anonymously's vote up on the board yet. Lindell trailing early. It's still early, though. Amy Klobuchar coming out with the win. That's no surprise. She will be the Democratic gubernatorial candidate in Minnesota. Flanagan looking in good shape. That is for Klobuchar's Senate seat. Oh my God, Royce White. Bottom of the field.
Okay. Out of gaming. Let's go right up there. We got okay.
Declaring for the WNBA did nothing for White.
Gaming's like a swing, a swing county between these two. We got a fifth of the vote now out of gaming. Appleton, Wisconsin here. Fox River Valley, and there's Crowley in that first fifth. Again, just it's consistent with what we. There's Dane. Okay. Holy cow. Okay. Now this is a small chunk of Dane, and we don't know where from, but this is supposed to be okay. Not everything in Dane is Madison, is University of Wisconsin. But I want to say this is supposed to be, based on the benchmarks we're talking about, this is supposed to be Hong's best county in the state. Biggest vote producer, biggest share of had a huge turnout today. Hong's benchmark here that we established for a higher vote share was 53. Let me put it this way. To get 45% of the vote statewide, we said Crowley.
Polls have been polling number one since last August. And when I announced December, every poll up between 6 and 9 points. But here's the thing. And when
he's going to claim it's rigged.
Endorsed me, it went up a couple, 3, 4, 5 points. But here's the big thing. With his endorsement, there was about 400,000 people that didn't get out to vote, that voted for Donald Trump in 2020 and 2024, that didn't vote in 2022. So with you do your polls and you have, maybe it's 1,000 people. Well, they're doing this 1,000 people. They don't. It's for me. It's how many voters I get out to vote. It skews the whole number. So I expect with his endorsement, the people that might not have even bothered to vote to get out and vote, and it could be.
Down by 15 points currently, but also very little vote in.
Appear to be with his endorsement. Grant, I'll tell you this. The other people running would have loved his endorsement, and one of them even bragged about it when last November was Lisa Damon, who was the establishment's pick, and she said, and we're going to get the president's endorsement. And I'm going, I think I was at the White House, I'm going, oh really, that's weird.
Mike, if it's not you on the Republican side, who would you like to see on the ballot in November?
Yeah, Kendall Qualls. Lisa Damon hasn't done anything. She's been the Speaker of the House. This fraud, all this happened on her watch too. I don't care if she had an R before her name. She sits there and she goes, a year ago I came up with this committee for the fraud. Well, that was a year ago. They took $9 billion. I'm sorry, Lisa. You're not a good politician. You sit there and you get all these politicians going back and forth and nothing gets done. We need an outsider. Kendall would be that outsider besides myself. Because you've got to take a different view of things. We are elected for the people, not the other way around. You're elected, Amy Klobuchar gets in, she wants everybody to bow down to Amy, she's just another waltz, the same old political stuff. When I'm governor, you got the two parties, they can sit there when I bring them stuff and say, here's our budget, here's our thing we need to do, pass it. And if they don't pass it, which will help all people, I'm going to just reach out to the people. I'll be the most transparent governor you ever see. Not just the media, but the people will hear me daily. I'm going to hide up in the Capitol or in the government, man. I'm going to be out there, as you know I have been for as long as I've been around. and I'm going to tell the people.
Oh, you're definitely out there.
Whether it's Republicans blocking it or Democrats, and I want everybody to ask them. They can go right to them and say, "Why aren't you past this? It would help all of us." That's where I want to be at.
Well, Mike, you don't have the Republican Party, the state Republican Party. That was not their pick. Have you talked with the state Republican Party at all about what happens if you win the election? Will they rally behind you?
Well, Alex Plekish, you can look at my social media. He made a comment to CNN that was here that he absolutely will get behind Mike Lindell. But no, did they attack me ever since I got the president endorsement? Every single day.
I can't for sure say they're lumpy. I've heard mixed reviews. I've heard people say they're
probably the worst,
incredibly comfortable. I've heard people say they're lumpy.
The worst paper in the United States.
I would say that the best I can tell you is they're inconsistent.
They started attacking, and then so did our own party, saying Mike's not a resident. Mike, he didn't register. He doesn't live here. I mean, this craziness. And I'm showing my pay stubs and my driver's license and the day I registered. The Star and Tribune, when they found out that I was registered, they didn't do an apology. They doubled down. They doubled down. Well, he's registered now, but he wasn't before. And I told him the passport, everything I had brought to Chaska when I registered, of course I'm registered. And then what does Alex do? Sends a letter to the Secretary of State, and he doubles down. Mike might not be, boy, if you vote for him, those Democrats are going to come after him, and he might not be eligible. The biggest lie, what they did, you talk about defamation and what they almost did to our state. To get through that, but I'm used to it, and the public's used to it. I've been attacked for 5 years because I want to secure our election.
Jesus.
Amy Klobuchar and I were in lockstep in 2020. She wanted the machines gone and go to paper ballots. Amy and I, she was the loudest voice, louder than me. But as soon as she was in the movie Kill Chain, the documentary. Amy wanted the machines gone. She named them. So did all the Democrats. Now, when I got there after 2020, what did I do? I spent $80 million all over this country trying to secure our election. What did Amy do? She turned her back on that fraud, went out to Washington, brought back, $9 billion, and had it shipped off to Somalia. Amy, I'm sorry, you should follow the money. You're not a good steward of money. She's not a businessman, and she's a person.
Mike, no matter what the results are tonight, do you believe it will be a secure election and you'll abide by these results?
Here's what I'm going to tell you. I have people, my teams, there's 300,000 strong in every state. Right now, by having Edison Research that we're streaming it, if there's anything that we will see, whether I win or whoever wins, we will call it out and say, open these up. I'll give an example. Up in Duluth, the DOP in Duluth, at that convention, the voting machines went down. Do you remember the clickers? Are you all familiar? When that went down, what did they do? They didn't just say, nothing to see here. What they did, the next day they said, in light of the machines not working, we're going to let Lisa Damath run and break her oath. So if something would happen tonight that we would all see, I'll make it very transparent to everyone. If I won and I knew something happened, I will bring it out and call it out. Just like if Donald Trump in the 2024 election, the media asked me, Mike, do you think this election was fair? Your friend won. I said, here's what I said. I said, you all should be ashamed of yourself. I was telling this to ABC, NBC. I was out in Florida at the convention. And I said, you all know me. I don't trust any election ever done with a computer. And I said, we need to get rid of them, just like 132 other countries have done. So you're saying, am I going to contest this election? No.
Which countries?
If there's nothing that went on. If there's something went on, believe me, we know where to look, and yet we know what to show the people nowadays. And it would be up to you, the media, to actually say, wow, look at that. But you didn't do it 3 weeks ago when the president declassified the evidence of the machines, and Smartmatic is guilty, and Mike was right. Here in Minneapolis this week, one of you could...
Didn't he already get sued by them?
It's against them. This is the last. They were the genesis of all this in Venezuela. The CIA, the president dropped it, and some networks didn't even cover it. So, it's a long answer, but that's reality. My fight, I want to secure our elections for future generations, and this has been one of the biggest fights ever. Why couldn't we pass the Save America Act? I went to vote today, and you know what? I couldn't believe it. I walked in there to get my license. Oh, you don't need your driver's license. I go, what? I thought they were doing it because I'm running for governor. No, nobody needs a license. I said, are you kidding me? I was surprised like you wouldn't believe. Then I went over to vote, get my paper ballot, stick it in the machine. I go, that's it? Don't I get a copy? Don't I get to know what I voted for? No. Boom, it's into the abyss. No ID, no nothing. In Minnesota, you can vouch for 8 other people. I should have went and got a friends, vouching for friends. This is crazy, our election process. I want to secure them. And you know what? When I fought for 5 years...
You have to go in and tell them your name, your address, and they're going to know who you are. They're going to look it up in a book, and then you're going to sign your signature.
For uniparty Republicans that block me at every turn, when you talk about Robin Bob...
Most states at this point require you to have your license to vote.
Arkansas, Alabama, South Dakota, Louisiana, they push back on, we don't want our elections are just fine. It's disgusting.
Mike Lindell there talking to reporters in Minnesota.
I think coming in, did I just see another?
We're about 16% statewide, so it's not looking good for Hong.
I don't think I did, actually. So, yeah, the biggest pieces of real estate we have in are a third of the vote in Dane. You know, again, what does that add up to statewide? Inside of 5,000 votes right now, statewide. Crowley with an opportunity. I think, look, you know, he's beating her by 5,000 votes in Waukesha with, you know, still a quarter of the vote to come, okay? You know, I think if you look at Washington and Ozaki combined, they're going to be smaller than Waukesha, but he can do something similar, you know, so you're just looking at this, trying to look where each candidate can kind of get margin from here. Crowley, the places Crowley's got to be looking are the WOW counties, certainly. The opportunity in Ozaki and Washington to get more there. And, you know, Milwaukee, I think, you know, can he win Milwaukee County? It's an interesting test. His political base versus, I think, demographically more friendly to Hong. And what's going on in Dane County? Can he ever keep Dane County close? Because, you know, again, you're looking at
yeah, she needed to run away with that by like 10 points.
When we say a third is in Dane County, how many votes do we think are left in Dane right now?
In Dane County, our estimate is 108,000.
108,000 left, right. So if you start getting precincts that are breaking, areas that are breaking for Hong dramatically, that's a big pool of votes.
That's what we're just not seeing the dramatic break for that we need.
We got Milwaukee.
We just got Milwaukee. Okay, now. Wow. Now.
Yeah.
Wow. Now, do we know, are we in the city? Are we in the county? Can we tell here?
Taking a look.
Okay. What I just said a minute ago, this is super, super interesting. Because demographically, this is the kind of place that Hong should be doing well. And this is going to be the number 2 vote producer in the state tonight. And it is, though, Crowley's political base, but it's, you know, that's almost half the vote in Milwaukee County that just came in. Adam's trying to figure out here. Oh, while Adam's looking at that, we got Brown County. Okay, we said now this is Brown County, Green Bay, the Bow counties. We said this is where Crowley needs to be winning. A third of the vote there. He is doing that. This is about what he needs to be doing. This is about what he would need to be doing in Brown County, in Green Bay. About a third in statewide. That Crowley margin. Hope
3 points right now.
If I sound a little more subdued, it's because there's a lot more to process with this one. This is like I said we had no expectations, and the range was like Hong wins this in a blowout right away to like this is to this. This is you know, Crowley is it's quite something. I don't know if where this is going to land, but a lot of places here. He's done a lot better than I think maybe it looked on paper for him. Adam, any idea on that Milwaukee?
Yeah, there's definitely results from inside Milwaukee, not all results. I'm just trying to do a rough tally for what's been reported.
Well, you did that. I think we just got some Washington. Yeah, now now this is a little closer. I thought this is much smaller. This is one of the WOW counties. It is the smallest of them. Ozaki just came in. We got a fifth of the vote in Ozaki. As I said, I think Ozaki would look like Waukesha.
It's not looking good.
A bit more friendly for Crowley. Let's see what the remainder is. It's about a fifth of the vote there. But I mean, the opportunity here for Crowley, I think, is that the name of the game is to try to run up the score in these counties. A little low for him there in Washington. I think at least in that third of the vote. But that's the smallest of the WOWs. If you want to miss your mark a little bit in one of the WOWs, you would want to do it in Washington. And then Adams is working on Milwaukee, so we reset that statewide.
Yeah, just looking at Milwaukee, it looks like from the city proper, it was about 30,000 votes, and Crowley was winning at 47-45.
Okay, so
ouch.
So this is it's pretty even then. Even and outside of the city is not much different.
Yeah, based on those results, yeah, I think that's
pretty evenly.
Right.
So that's not like I don't know that that's. And remember, I do keep in mind that Milwaukee is we should mention this. I want to zoom out to the statewide. Keep in mind that the city of Milwaukee is one of the places that holds its early vote until the very end of the night. And that's probably 25,000 votes, the city of Milwaukee. That's a vote that's probably not that great for Crowley because, again, so much of that was done, that early vote was done when he wasn't a candidate. How much? Let's see if we're in a situation where those 25,000 votes loom big late in the night.
36% in. Oh,
43-69.
Shit.
Did more just come in from Dane?
Yes.
Okay. Yes, it did. And again, Hong is not opening up here. I think this is the big story. We're closing in on half the vote.
And she needs like a 10-point win there.
And Crowley is not even, but darn close to it. With Hong here, and this is the kind of place where when I was looking at what it would take here to just get there for each candidate statewide, Crowley's at that number. This number, this is a number that I think with everything else that we're seeing, Hong meanwhile I think wanted to be getting, I think. This is much lower than the number Hong wants to get out of.
Yeah, she wanted 47, 48%.
I'm still waiting, holding the possibility in my head that there's.
So also here with me is my husband, John, right over here.
Amy Klobuchar winning the Democratic nomination for governor in Minnesota.
McCollum just walked in. More than crossed the river and came over here to the 3rd District. I know that Leader Aaron Murphy is here and Leader Zach Stevenson is here. Richard Karlblom is here. So many legislators, local officials, thank you. And thank you to Joe and our team. They're fantastic. And to the voters who are showing up in big numbers this year, thank you for putting your trust in me to be the next governor of the state of Minnesota. In Minnesota, trust is not given. It's earned. That trust comes with an expectation, which is results. Results that you can see and feel in your life. Results in making life more affordable, making our government work, and getting rid of the fraud. Results in expanding our economy with a growth agenda. Results that will transform our government. And yes, I will be a transformative governor.
I don't think so.
The Democratic nominee for governor. Let's go to South Carolina. Darlene Graham is talking to supporters.
It's difficult. Secondly, I want to say thank you. Thank you to God for carrying my family and me through some of the most challenging times we've ever had the past few weeks. It's been extremely difficult. Thank you to my husband, Larry, my 2 daughters, Emily and Nicole, and Kyle, my son-in-law, and my beautiful grandson, Copeland, had to leave because it was getting a little late for him, but they were here earlier. Thank you to my staff, my official Senate staff, and my campaign team for standing by me and supporting me. I could not have gotten through the past few weeks without you. I want to thank President Trump. His steadfast support and his complete and total endorsement means so much to me. He knows that I will stand with him and fight for his agenda just like Lindsey did. I also want to thank my opponents, especially Russell Fry and Mark Sanford. They ran a good race. Most importantly, I want to thank the Republican voters of South Carolina for having confidence in me. I look forward to the next 2 weeks, meeting with you, listening to your concerns, and telling you more about me and my conservative values. I decided to answer the call to serve because South Carolina and President Trump need a leader who's tough, principled, and will fight to advance our conservative values in Washington. Lindsey and I grew up in one room in the back of a bar and liquor store where our parents worked long, hard hours to earn a living. That's where we learned a strong work ethic and the value of a dollar. From a young age, our parents taught us that you're not given anything in life, and no one owes you anything. If you want something, you work for it. That's how I've tried to live my life. I've spent my career serving the people of South Carolina. For the past 7 years, I led an agency dedicated to helping South Carolinians who are blind or visually impaired find employment, become more independent, and have the opportunity to provide for themselves and their families. I took a struggling agency and turned it into a national model. I never expected that career of service would lead me to the United States Senate. I certainly never expected it would happen under these circumstances. I've only been on the job in Washington for 3 weeks, and I've already passed a major piece of bipartisan legislation through the Senate that meant so much to Lindsey, the Russia sanctions bill, which I believe will end the bloodshed in Ukraine and keep Americans safer. I was also the deciding vote to confirm President Trump's Attorney General nominee, Todd Blanche.
Thanks for that, pedo protector.
Never get a major piece of their legislation passed, so I've already accomplished more in a few weeks than many do in decades. So I'm very proud of that. So when President Trump and others asked me to run for a full term in the Senate, I prayed hard about it. I knew I could not sit on the sidelines. That's not how Lindsey and I were raised. That's not who I am. I'm a fighter. Here's what South Carolinians should know about me. I'm a conservative Republican. I'm not a career politician. I know how families are struggling to make ends meet because I've been there too. I have 2 daughters with health problems, so I know what it feels like to have outrageous medical bills. I know there's
So you're for Medicare for all?
in the country that would let you put everything on credit like we do today with the federal budget. You have to show an ID to check out a library book, so why wouldn't you have to show an ID to vote? That's why the first bill I co-sponsored was the Save America.
I'm pretty sure all you have to do is show your library card. Just like all you have to do to vote is show your voter registration card.
Trump and I are going to walk them right back out. I believe that if you want to come to the United States, you do it legally, and if you want to stay here, you respect our American values. I support the right to life. I believe that
Well, Ponder Monkey, she's married to some rich dude. Her name is Lindsey. Her name is Darlene Graham Nadone or some shit like that.
Is how steady you hold your weapon. I'm a volleyball mom. I love watching my daughter play, and I know that boys have no place in girls' sports, especially not in the locker room. I've been accused of not being a politician. Guilty as charged. I will spend the next 2 weeks of this runoff meeting with voters and, unlike some politicians, listening to their concerns. Yes, listening to their concerns. This seat belongs to the people of South Carolina, and I will work hard to earn your vote. This runoff will be a sprint and a team effort, and I certainly can't do this alone. So I'm asking you to go to darlenegraham.com to join my campaign, volunteer, and contribute $5, $10. Again, that's darlenegraham.com. If you didn't vote for me today, I will work to earn your vote in the runoff. Thank you for voting. Thank you so very much for your prayers. May God continue to bless this great state of South Carolina.
Man, I wish I could talk to a Republican that would like be honest with me. Like, do you guys actually believe that shit?
Darlene Graham, they're headed for a runoff against Ralph Norman in 2 weeks. You heard her.
Do you honestly believe that Trump was the best candidate
that she needs
to run this country? Really?
Even asking for money with 2 weeks to go. Abby Turner.
You're still in that realm where each candidate has a shot here.
It is fucking close.
At best, this is pointing to, if you're Crowley, at best, this is pointing to you winning narrowly. At best, if you're Hong, this is pointing to you still
winning narrowly.
So, nothing more in Dane since we 58.
It's about
Brown still 30.
2 points separate them, less than 2 points.
If anything substantial.
You did all right in the debates.
Got some Door County.
You got a little Door.
Well, the debate. She didn't participate in the second
This
one.
is what Crowley exactly. Yeah, Crowley wanted a big margin out of here. Probably wanted a little bit bigger than this, to be honest. The Hong number, though. But this is the resort. This is the everybody vacation.
Flo Francesca Hong is the leftist candidate.
They're a very beautiful place.
Let's go to Trump here.
Higher income, high.
Me to thank me for the endorsement, and it's great that she's doing so well, and she's a very good woman, and she's got good genetics because she's related to Lindsay, who's a real professional. So we'll see. I'm going to call her right now. She just called me 2 minutes ago. She won by how many points? Well, not yet.
It's significant.
She's definitely in a runoff, and that's good. That's what you want. You campaigned for her down and down? Yeah, I think so, yeah. On the turkey trip. I mean, just so you understand, I like the other people in the race.
I'm hoping they ask him about the turkey trip, and I think they're getting ready to.
I endorsed her. I think she's great. It's really in honor of her brother, and she's really a very smart woman. Lindsay loved his sister. More than anything else, he would tell me about his sister, that she's just outstanding. He actually said she is better than him. That was hard for Lindsay to say.
I can imagine she is.
Doing a great job.
They cut away before they asked about the turkey trip.
On this special
Damn it, C-SPAN.
primary, Republican primary to replace.
The vote is, outside of Madison and Milwaukee, and the vote's a little bit more spread out in Wisconsin. Marathon County. What do we have here? We got some vote. It's basically a tie in Marathon County.
I'm rooting for Lindell. I want to see him win.
This is one of our benchmark would have said Crowley needs to, would like to win. Strikingly low, though. Again, just like that win number statewide is going to be probably about 40%, huh? Where else can we show you here? We got some more. Just go through these counties. Okay, here we go. This is near Superior, Wisconsin is here. Okay, this is one where this is one we had as a benchmark. Crowley would like to be winning Douglas County. Crowley would like to be getting a good number out of Douglas County. Most of the vote is in, and he's not going to get that. This is better for Hong than it is for Crowley in Douglas County. This isn't that big, but this is Superior.
So we got a win in the Republican primary and a stomping for Royce White, who tried to pull the WNBA draft.
See what else we have.
Troll in order to propel him into the Senate seat.
Candidate want to see here. I think Crowley would want to win this narrowly. Okay.
Lost by a huge margin, just like he would in the WNBA if he tried to play.
Going through him. Trempalou. We're in the driftless area. I love saying that. This would need to be Crowley would want to win here. He's doing that. Lacrosse. We got most. Now we're pretty much done in lacrosse, huh? And Hong getting pretty. I think Hong did a little bit better here. And more to the point, the Crowley number is on the lower end here. Hong's getting a number I think that she wants to see, but Crowley, it just means more of the vote. More of the non-Hong vote went to other candidates here as opposed to attaching itself to Crowley. So he wanted his own number to be higher here.
It's looking like Peggy's going to win Minnesota to replace
I think that sort of
Amy Klobuchar, but we haven't got an update on that one in a while. But she was like 10 points ahead.
The race might have hurt him. We have yet to hear from Winnebago County. Oshkosh is here. We have 2/3.
This is the clip that I wanted to see. This was the Trump answering question. He was apparently just at some games thing going on. He's with some kid at a like a high school sporting event thing. This is him. I think these at Joint Base Andrews. Patriot games, that's what it was.
The future of our country, and we had a great time in Ohio, a fantastic time in Ohio. The country's doing well. The stock market's fantastic record. We have 79 records so far in a short period of time. More people are working right now in the United States than ever before, and prices are dropping fast. Iran is going fine, going just absolutely fine. We totally control the Strait of Hormuz. We have control.
It is opposite day.
Nobody else, only us. Our Navy is unbelievable, and things are going great for our country.
I don't have to fact check that. We do not control the Strait of Hormuz.
Airport catering truck in Turkey. Why did you need to do that?
Well, it's only up to Secret Service. I just follow what they'd like to do. So I go by Secret Service and the military. They wanted me to go on a different flight, a different plane, equal safety, but they wanted me to do it, so I do it. I do what they say.
Why did they want you to do that?
I guess there was a threat out there. I didn't really ask too much about it. I get a lot of threats.
I don't believe him. Back to Carnegie. Results out of Wisconsin.
Carolina too. We just sometimes there's these glitches, data entry glitches, and I think that's what just happened there.
With 51% of the vote in, she's about like 1.5 points behind him. 52% in now.
Has the statewide expected vote been adjusted again?
Yeah, current estimate is 743,000 total.
So it's going up
at 1.6 is what it's at.
Dane County, 150.
She just inched closer to him again.
It's only going up 1,000. What's Milwaukee?
She's within a point now.
That's the same.
Or just over a point.
Interesting.
And it's also
me and math. I'm sorry.
Where they updated the statewide number
without updating it. Right. So I mean that's the other possibility we have to keep in mind. 70. We got more in Dane. Okay. So now again, Hong continues his 4.5 point margin here. Her margin is she's getting a net of 5,100 votes out of here.
This motherfucker's already speaking.
Now let's compare that to Tom Terrible Tiffany. Don't boo, vote. What we're fighting
I've heard that before.
each and every single day.
How'd that turn out?
Affordable. He is focused on dividing us. He supported some of the most restrictive abortion policies in our entire country. He voted against certifying the 2020 presidential election. And instead of bringing people together to solve problems, he has chosen partisan politics over the people of Wisconsin. I believe Wisconsin deserves something different. A governor who will fight for working families each and every single day. A governor who will lower costs for families. A governor who will fully fund our public schools. A governor who will make child care and health care more accessible and more affordable. We need a governor who will build an economy where every community, urban, suburban, and rural, has the opportunity to succeed. That's the Wisconsin I'm fighting for, y'all.
He seems to have the momentum. They're feeling good in that room.
On Tuesday, August 11th, to vote for David Crowley. If you've already voted, thank you. But let's make sure that we're calling.
Oh, this isn't current.
Calling our neighbors and letting them know what's at stake during this election.
Motherfucker. I thought he was speaking now. Damn it, C-SPAN.
That's going to send us to the mountaintop.
We're talking about, well, we'll see. we'll see. That's central count absentee in Milwaukee. Ozaki, yeah, he's at 16. Okay, these are filled in a little bit more. Now we're at 84 in Ozaki, 77 in Washington, still sitting at 69 in Waukesha. How much is here? This could be a good one for him, although he's only up 5 right now. And he's just, he's also like the small counties add up. I think that's the other thing.
If it's a commie, it's going to be a close commie.
In some cases, by very large margins, these add up too. Hong does not get into the lead
just over a point
through Dane County and Madison, right? The other places we're kind of looking here, as I say, La Crosse is basically done. Eau Claire's sitting at 70%. I think she'll do well here in Portage. She is leading currently in Outagamie. She is leading currently in Kenosha. I think some more vote has come in there. And we said she did have Douglas County. But if she's playing catch up outside of her home base, that could be a very tough place for her. 1.2 is the margin now, Crowley over Hong. What just ticked in, Adam? I know it was something favorable to Hong.
The Milwaukee, we just got a Milwaukee update that was favorable to Hong.
Okay, so now so what's our expected remaining vote in Milwaukee?
So that was 17,000 votes, and we have 15,000 currently as our estimated.
I see what happened. We may have to be upping our expected vote in Milwaukee. So that's it. That's it in real time. When we said before, based on the
it was a high turnout today, apparently.
Absentee. Nope, turnout, it looks like higher in Milwaukee County than we thought. And that last update,
that's probably good for Hong.
Not much, I'm thinking, but it was a little bit more favorable to Hong. She won it, but not by a ton over Crowley. It did.
Looks like but it is still on Omar
600 votes.
Is going to stomp her opponent.
That central count number.
No call yet, but she is running away with it.
The risk for Crowley, again, what we're talking about. Now it may be. We may now be in a place where it's that central count, that absentee is what's left in Milwaukee. The risk for Crowley is this: if it's 25,000 votes, right now, this is absentee by mail. This is in-person absentee.
She is not able to break into that 1 point range. She's just been shy.
He also has
of getting it under a point.
Milwaukee City is in Milwaukee, his home county, but a chunk of these votes, a chunk of this 25,000 was cast when Crowley was not a candidate in July, and a chunk of it was cast in July when he was a candidate, but he was like an afterthought in the polls. Okay, and a chunk of it was cast when other candidates, Sarah Rodriguez, Mandela Barnes, were still active candidates and presumably attracting a significant portion of this. The problem for Crowley would be if his share of that vote by mail is low for all the reasons I just said, and Hong just gets if Crowley got 20% of it and Hong got 40% of it, right? That's significant. There's a real risk for him in that absentee ballot that's yet to be counted in his home county, in Milwaukee, the city of Milwaukee. There's a real risk for him there because a lot of that vote is coming from.
This could be a nail biter that doesn't get called until tomorrow.
He was not a candidate for, or he was an afterthought of a candidate for. So that's a significant that is significant there. That's not the only city.
Tiffany will be the Republican nominee.
Milwaukee's the biggest city, and they do the central count. Central count is also done in Green Bay, so you can expect a final update there where we're kind of asking the same question. Central count is also done actually up here. Yeah, what we're seeing, by the way, is a lot of these counties. Remember, we were just looking up here at Douglas County, and it looked like a lot more of the vote was in. We're adjusting the expected vote now in a lot of these counties.
It was high turnout.
The percentage is coming down, yeah.
So just looking at the numbers in Dane a little bit more, it looks like 50% of what we have in there is from the city of Madison.
Yep.
And Hong is leading that 47-34. Of the 50% outside of Madison, Crowley is leading 42-37.
Okay, yeah. So, and we've got, and I just, what I'm seeing in other counties too is making me wonder if this number is going to be adjusted as well.
She may end up with the 7-8% that she needs there in order to pull this out.
Statewide. And let me just check one thing here.
We got another update from Outagamie.
Okay. We say this could be a bellwether. Oh, wow. If you're calling, that's a very good update. Whatever just came in there, huh?
Yep.
Now, in fact, can you believe I did not memorize we have one central count in Outagamie, so I don't think that's what it was. But, so that for Hong.
Exactly a point now.
Side of 5,000. She's exactly 1 point behind. She's doing quite well in Outagamie County. She's doing pretty well in Kenosha. Again, we identified two of these as potentially bellwethers, and so it's significant that she is ahead in both of them. I really would like to see Winnebago County. We have nothing there yet. Still a lot more, as we say, in Brown, and that includes that vote by mail in Green Bay will come last there. Sorry, I'm just checking something since I can't on this computer. Sorry about this. Come on now. Okay. All right. So Milwaukee, we're sitting at now.
Sparkle sent me a picture with a heart, and I thought it was going to be like some cute animal picture or something. No, it was like the storm cloud approaching her building, and the heart was actually beating really fast, like it was an emote.
Adam, what's the statewide expected vote now?
Apparently scared of the storm.
757,000.
Okay, good. And I can now see it. I have this thing. Thank you, Josh. Thank you, Josh Braun, master of all things technology. He just got me in here. Okay, so now I can finally see this and I can spare you some of these questions. Yeah, so we still, we have 6 counties. 7 counties where there's more than 10,000. There are 7 counties right now where there's more than 10,000 outstanding votes. Milwaukee is one of them. Madison is one of them. So are both Racine and Kenosha? Just Racine. Waukesha.
We're going to go grab a drink, use the bathroom. We'll make a determination how long we're going to stay with this, because it may be tomorrow before they call this.
But we have vote there. Wait a minute. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. What am I missing?
Portage, Winnebago.
Oh, Winnebago, right. The big empty one. Okay. These are the counties where there's more than 10,000 remaining votes. There could be a lot more in Madison. Madison is the biggest single source right now. Dane, 43,000. Currently, we think 43,000 votes remain in Dane County. Remember, these things are subject to being updated. This expected vote has really kept going up as we've gotten a clearer picture of what the electorate looks like right here. We think about 27,000 in Milwaukee. Again, that would be that central count absentee vote that we've been talking about. Again, possibility there's more election day vote out there as well too. That's true in all these places. 19,000 or so votes here in Racine County.
Got another Dane update.
We think, okay, let's go into Dane. And now that was if you're home, that was a positive one. That was a much better update for her. She upped her margin in Dane now to 7,500 raw votes. That's 6 points with 83% in. Do you just have the break, Adam, of what that update was? She just won it by?
Yeah, in Dane, she won that 49-33.
So, okay, those are now we're getting into the kind of stuff that we were saying. This is the kind of stuff she needs out of Dane. And that just brought the Crowley number down close to 3,000. And if that kind of clip continues for Hong, there's still a lot of votes to come in Dane County. We got it. That was a big update, about 15,000 votes.
Yeah.
It was about 15,000 votes. So that did bring it down. We still have just under 30,000. We think currently about 30,000 that are left there. Again, subject to some adjustment because it has kept going up. But if she won that, if she won the remaining 30,000, let's say, by what she just won that last update by, it would net out to about 4,600 votes. She would just overtake Crowley in the statewide vote. That would then, the next biggest source, we're saying 27,000, say, remaining in Madison. We're saying 27,000 remaining in Milwaukee. Again, that's mail, mostly vote by mail, early vote. That's a huge wild card for the reasons we discussed. We're saying 19,000 just south. That's a 19,000 in Racine County. Racine County so far is a good, it's a tiny bit that's in. The tiny bit that's in has been good for Crowley, and we think that's going to be a good one for Crowley. Winnebago has absolutely nothing in. I keep saying Winnebago. Look, I said maybe Kenosha, maybe Outagamie, maybe Winnebago as a bit of a bellwether. I think if, be a little bit better perhaps for Hong, maybe a little bit better.
It's going to be a nail-biter.
Crowley, but that looks kind of like a toss-up between the two of them.
It is a nail-biter.
We think there's about 17,000 votes there in Winnebago County. We still have, we think, about 11K to come right here in Waukesha County. Those are clearly...
Now, apparently the mail-in ballots,
for Crowley,
a lot of them happened when Crowley wasn't even in the race. So that might be what saves her ass.
We think about 17,000, currently Crowley leading there. But again, they're going to have the same issue in Green Bay that exists in Milwaukee, where a lot of that remaining vote is going to be a vote by mail. They process it centrally at the end. So is that really good for Crowley? Boy, that's a question. That's a question right now. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So we are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Where else am I missing?
It is going to suck for him if he has been up the entire night.
I feel like,
and then the mail-in vote at the end.
What else has more than?
Is what puts Hong over the top.
And Portage has more than is it 10,000 exactly in Portage? 11,000. It's 11,000 left in Portage, and that's a Crowley County right now. By a pretty solid, well, of course, that's a Crowley County. It's a precinct. It's a Crowley precinct right now in Portage, because I was going to say, we expect that to be. So, look, 11,000 here. I think this is probably, this on paper is a Hong County, okay? Like, Stevens Point, University Town right there, right? Okay. Winnebago, I don't know what to expect. Brown County.
Kind of seemed like Lindell was already alluding to voter fraud.
More favorable to Crowley, but a lot of it's that vote by mail, and I don't know about that. Same question in Milwaukee. Huge question in Milwaukee with those 27,000.
Peggy Flanagan up by about 7 points right now.
Left there. I think that, if you're Crowley, is a very hopeful
6.5.
Because I think he's expected to do he should do quite
16%
well there.
in, looking good for her.
He's doing well there. 11,000 left in Waukesha. So if you're Crowley, those two places right now, a combined 30,000 votes between Racine and Waukesha County, where I think there's some reasonable expectation he could net some votes out of that. His margin, they're sitting at 3,200 statewide. So he could get some out of Racine and Waukesha. Certainly.
Anonymously, if you're still here,
looking up here at Portage County,
the counties that are still in gray, are those pretty rural?
Votes there. I said we don't know what to expect with the 17,000 here. We got the mail question, the vote by mail question, the mystery in Milwaukee and in Green Bay. That's not.
I don't know. Over to the left there is close to Chicago, isn't it?
Some other areas of Brown County there that are favorable to Crowley, and then we got 27,000 at least, right?
Like this area right here is pretty populous, isn't it?
It is Dane County. But where the most recent update broke sharply towards Hong. And if it continued to break that way towards her, she could net still, I think, 4,000 or 5,000 more votes over Crowley out of there. Again, she is trailing Crowley by 3,200 statewide. So if you're Hong,
I have been to Wisconsin, but only driven through it.
In Dane County, you want there to be, you want that
with the Gray County single. That would
again and be
that would be in line with me.
A big number for her. That's her biggest. That remains her biggest opportunity on the map.
I kind of go for the Gray now, don't I?
Everything she can out of Portage. That'd be an opportunity here for her there to net. I don't know. That 1,500.
You guys would hate me for this, but I kind of think that Angie Craig girl.
She wants Crowley
going against Flanagan is really cute.
It's not so much that she has big hopes for the vote by mail.
She got that old lady look I like.
Green Bay, but she wants that Crowley number to go real low there for the reasons we've been talking about when it was
got another
cast.
5,000 out of Milwaukee.
Okay, let's take a look. So that's probably, there's still same day coming in. How did that break?
Is a tighter margin on that one. Let's see. She wins 41-38.
Okay, so we're still on election day, or we're still on non-central count.
Yes.
Right. Again, so it's just this is a thing that's happening as we're doing all these calculations. It makes it 32-22 statewide. As we're doing all these calculations, and I see the expected vote now is 765,000. I mean, in these statewide primaries in Wisconsin, these Democratic primaries, non-presidential, it's typically been 520, something like that. So
Flanagan seems to be running away with it. About 16% of the vote in.
It keeps climbing, and that's what keeps happening. This must be vote by mail that got. I'm just looking at Iowa County where we just got a little bit of an update, and I saw Sarah Rodriguez's shade come up here. I would guess this is vote by mail, and folks.
Yes, Chicago is right there.
Vote is cast in July for a race that gets utterly reshaped.
Like right there.
All those votes, it's 7% in a small county, but still, just show you that is a dynamic.
If I had life to do over again, I'd be a lawyer.
So
and then retire to Wisconsin with a cheese farm.
Of each candidate with what's left here, it's also kind of a moving thing because the expected vote keeps going up in a lot of places. We're just finding out that this electorate is a lot bigger. We keep finding out that it's a lot bigger than we had been expecting.
That's probably good for Hong.
Clearly, something just came in Portage County. Okay, basically all of Portage County, or maybe all of Portage County, just came in. Again, this number can be adjusted, but it means we may be getting close.
Cheese law. Well, I didn't mean be a lawyer for cheese.
Stephen's point, it is she ends up netting about,
if I'd cared about using my talents to make as much money as I could have, I would have been a lawyer.
Does statewide is it knocks that number, that Crowley margin over Hong statewide now falls below 20.
And I would have used that money to make cheese.
We said those counties have more than 10,000 left. Cross Portage off the list. Hong got a good number out of there. It moves her within a half a point.
I don't like having regrets because,
okay, again,
I wouldn't want to change anything. I would have wanted to meet all the same people I've met and have the same relationships I've had.
Out of Gamey sitting at 81,000. She's doing well.
I would really like to be like an owner of a cheese farm right now.
We think there's close to 20,000 votes left here. Could be more. This thing about, the election day vote being higher. Early precincts, look what it looks like. And it's based on the sort of demographic benchmarks that we set. We expected something like this for Crowley and Racine.
Ponder Monkey, it's not likely I will ever have kids. I mean, at 42, I've never had one. That I know of.
See what he's doing there. Although it's gotten a little bit closer. I think, the city
had one.
Hong might be doing better, and that one is typically reported later here. Washington County, the smaller of them, but still vote to come here. It may benefit Crowley.
I mean, honestly,
a little better there than
I can just make cheese, but if you've got the cow or the goat and everything, it's a lot better if you make the cheese.
There are places where Crowley can still move this number up.
You need the farm.
The biggest place, and Racine comes to mind at maybe the top of that list at this point.
Oh, wow. She just pulled within half a point.
Can make big jumps. This is top of the list. Dane County. What's the next update we're going to get, and what does it look like? The last update we got from here, was like 15.
To make the best cheese you do, motherfucker.
And Hong won the update by 15 points. I think 16.
Need that vertical integration.
So are we going to get another one of those updates? If it does, if another one of those updates were to come in right now, we'd be essentially tied statewide. But is that how it's going to break?
That's also another thing. I would have to have somebody run the farm for me. I don't think I'd be a good farmer.
versus the outlying parts of Dane County. And
you can't tell me she's not attractive.
Places. Do we have a?
But it looks like she's going to lose.
What the breakdown is of what's left.
This is Angie Craig.
Yeah, I mean,
candidate for governor in Minnesota,
and it was about even from the break. And we saw, that last update be very favorable for the Hong. So I think it was.
I wish I could grow stuff.
Madison.
Yeah,
but I can take a look.
Yeah, if we just have a general.
Sassy Snicks got me catnip, and I killed the catnip within like a week.
Madison versus if it's
maybe even less
outside of Madison.
And catnip's incredibly easy to grow.
A little bit later, so. If it is, obviously Hong wants it to be from the Madison side.
I think clinically is volunteering to run my farm.
But if it is, she's got room to, she's.
Ooh, and if I had a cow farm, you know what else we could grow?
We were saying kind of going in, she wants double digits out of Dane. It'd been 2, 3, 4. She's got it up basically to 6 now. If there's a lot more Madison to come, and that
I'm trying.
Goes up again.
Well, yeah, we'd grow weed too.
Get that she could get that margin up closer to where we.
But I was thinking something else with the cow patties.
But look, bottom line is she's basically 2,100 votes behind statewide right now.
Ooh, really, Ponder Monkey.
And we're giving you a sense here of.
Listen, the best mushrooms I've ever had was some dude. He was growing them for a restaurant, like he was growing fancy mushrooms.
Map. I'm just looking. Kind of back,
and they were better than any acid I've ever had. They were they are the absolute best hallucinogenic I've ever tried. Nothing has come anywhere near as close.
Dane remains the biggest single outstanding source of votes. Milwaukee second with again.
Oh my God, Ponder Monkey!
How many times did I say? I think it's about it's that vote by mail that's left. But we've seen that our estimate for the we've
love to be your friend.
Times our estimate of that
on the road. And I was raised in the community of St. Louis Park.
I don't know. I don't think this is her victory speech, is it?
No. I was raised by an amazing...
She hasn't been declared yet.
Who did everything she could.
I think C-SPAN got me again. I thought it was a victory speech.
We needed a little help from Section 8, from
the city of Madison and 27 are from inside the city of
Madison. That's useful. That's useful.
I have never done mescaline.
Right.
And it's one of the few drugs I haven't tried.
Very big split Adam was describing between what's happening in Madison and outside.
Ayahuasca would be cool. I'd like to do ayahuasca.
So what just came in? Something ticked Crowley up a couple hundred. Was it anything?
Onita was
somebody come get me. I'm up for adoption.
Again, this is
like any one of you could come pick me up tomorrow and just come get me and have your own Justin.
He's not
you
even
know that, right?
Like, this is small share. 13.
I'm nomadic.
4%. This was. We thought we earlier we thought. They were basically.
Well, fine then. Don't, my lord.
Saying, boy, what a good number that is for Hong. There's still a lot to come here now, it turns out.
I had some good acid that was made by some chemists at my college.
So it creates the possibility in a place like this.
But their DMT was way better.
That remaining vote is good for Crowley. There's room for him there to end up getting, making this county look a lot different than it did when we checked in 20 minutes ago. What I'm kind of getting at here is, the small northern Wisconsin counties that add up, if they become kind of a uniform Crowley block. I know you're seeing the Hong shade here in some of these counties, but in a lot of them, it's 13% in Ashland. It's 6 votes. It's 100 votes in Polk.
I mean, fair enough. Yeah, you need somebody else to drive. I can drive. I have a driver's license. If you have a car.
And Crowley, we're just.
I'll drive you cross country.
Right Crowley is leading.
But you hold your head out the window like a puppy dog.
So if you these northern counties are small, but collectively, if this becomes a block for Crowley, and he's winning them by I don't know, it's
like Mr. Crowley, like from the Aussie song.
We have.
I am not good with kids. I hate kids.
Across northern Wisconsin, beating her by 10 points.
Fair enough, the Lord. I mean, you could have a car in the family.
That number for him. It wouldn't be on the whoa.
Got another Dane.
Dane, I guess. Look what just happened.
She is now in the lead.
Came in Dane.
Oh no, we're not statewide.
10,600.
What was the break?
Yeah, Alistair.
They broke for Hong 50 to 33.
Another. It got to be Madison. Another.
That's the Aussie song. That's who it's about.
Updates for her. I think. It puts her up 6.5 countywide, but more importantly, look at that. Look what that does statewide. 575 votes is David Crowley's lead in the tally over Francesca Hong.
I do not remember. Again, he was growing like shiitakes and shit
90.
for local restaurants.
These can be moving targets.
And he's just like, I got these mushrooms. These are really good.
More.
And they were.
And that's a huge question right now. Because if there's more, and it's
also Byronic, good evening.
Which is what we just saw in that last update, and you saw what that did statewide, what that meant statewide. And what we saw in the update before that, those two updates have taken what had been a pretty steady Crowley lead in the 4,000-5,000 range.
Holy shit.
Brought it down to this.
0.1%.
So we know there's more vote to come from Madison. We know not all of it is from this from Dane. I may have said Madison a million times for Dane County, and I've never made that mistake. I usually don't make that mistake.
What I see on the Dane County website is they report 78% of their precincts reported.
And it would have been like 15 years ago, so, not the popular nowadays.
Yeah.
It would have been like 2014.
Too could go up. I mean, I feel we've seen this in elections in Wisconsin before, where Dane, there's just more and more. You get to the end of the night and you think there's X number of votes left, and it turns out turnout was even higher. And so I keep that in mind here.
We are up to 768,000 statewide.
So probably looking good for Hong at this point.
From our last update.
Yep. So, we're saying our system here is now saying
the remainder of the vote is favorable to Hong.
Expected left out of Dane, but I say take that under advisement. There could be more, but if there is 17,000 left in Dane, and if Hong won it by the margin, she just won that.
566 votes separate them.
Update by, it would amount to
I can tell you that the gal that I did those mushrooms with,
close to
she spent the entire night hugged up to the toilet.
Again, some of this is outside of Madison.
Puzzle bitch comes over and he's hanging out with me, and I'm like talking to him, and like he didn't even know she was in the bathroom hugging my toilet, and she says something, and I'm like, oh yeah, Michelle's in there in the bathroom, because he knew her.
Coming out of Dane.
And he was like, are you okay, Michelle? And she's like, I'm fine,
there's
Chip.
clear places on this map you can point to where I think
she's like, I'm having a great time. I just can't leave the toilet.
One of the, Racine County. I think this is a place where Crowley is going to, if Racine came in right now, I think that goes up, not insubstantially. Still some to come in Waukesha, right? If that came in right now, okay, Washington, I think Ozaki, there's even some there in Ozaki. As we say, I think there's much more. Okay, again, here's another place that's been updated. If you've been watching in Brown County, the percent of the vote that's in looked much higher earlier. That means our decision desk has looked at it and said, no, turnout was higher in Brown County. So, and again, it's not a huge margin here, but Crowley's leading here. He could get more of a pad out of Brown County. As I say, if in these small kind of rural counties in northern Wisconsin, I
think she just ticked up a little bit more.
Through the driftless, I should go to a county that actually has votes in. Through kind of the driftless area, he's putting up some margins there. St. Croix. Now this is the suburbs of Minneapolis, St. Paul here, and could be all the vote here. Hong wins this one. Could win this one.
Speaking of Minneapolis, our decision desk is flagging that they do expect a Hennepin County update in a minute.
Oh, okay.
She absolutely threw up multiple times, and she did not leave the toilet the whole night. But she said she had a great time.
Here, I think our benchmarks. I think Crowley wanted to have a much better night in St.
She did them with me again like the next weekend.
This is bedroom community. I mean, you could just see it. Bedroom communities of Minneapolis right here. That's a very good number for Hong. 70% in statewide. Crowley 7.
No way. They fucked the cattle feed up. Well, we've also got multiple conversations going on. We got Carnegie giving us numbers. I'm kind of whispering.
So much of this is, gosh, is it more than 10% remaining here? Is it very...
Or I guess me whispering.
What on earth...
Not a usual person's whisper.
Central count absentee look like in Milwaukee?
Oh, boo.
How well will Crowley do here? Does he win Racine County by double digits? We think 20,000 votes, something like that in Racine.
Yep.
If Crowley wins it by 10 points, he nets 2,000 votes. Can he do that? Or is this a place where he ends up only winning by a couple and doesn't net much?
But I mean, if we've got them legal in multiple states now.
Fill in the rest of the WOW counties. Racine County. It does look like some more in Brown County. Can he do better than a 4-point margin with what's left?
Seriously, as somebody who gets a lot of athlete's foot,
most of
I enjoy antifungal most of the time. I appreciate it.
In like northern Wisconsin and through the driftless area, that collectively could add up to a couple thousand. He just got a sizable update somewhere. Where was that? Can you?
Bumped him a little bit.
County, we got 2,500 votes, and he nets about 200 votes or so.
Okay, yep. This is one of the WOW, the smallest of the WOWs. That puts Crowley back ahead by 1,000 statewide. Yeah, I mean, there are a fairly spread out geographically number of places on the map where I can see Crowley, and I think he just, look. Yeah, okay, Iron County, small, northern Wisconsin.
Yeah, like 200 votes.
A few votes. I think this was Hong's shade of blue earlier. I'm not going to make much of it, but it's 15. But again, I just like, if he wins the Iron Counties of the world, by 50 to 100 votes and, sweeps 20, you see what I'm saying? How that does ultimately add up in a race like this. So I could just see collectively in sort of the rural, small.
Yeah, Carnegie's got a point.
Northern Wisconsin and the driftless area, I could see Crowley getting votes that bring this up. Not in a huge way, but that do pad this. I can definitely see him doing that here in Racine County, and certainly in whatever is left in Waukesha, Washington, as you just saw, Ozaukee County. Looks like we got a little bit more of an update there. It was friendly for Crowley. These are all places.
This might be a recount.
We're talking on the order of hundreds of votes, maybe in the case of Racine, thousands.
My lord, it looks like it.
This margin. Whoa, he just got something big.
I don't know what the rules are, but usually it's within a point.
Racine.
Yes.
Okay, whoa, okay. What did I say? We said he could maybe get 2,000, right? And he gets 1,763. So, not necessarily all of it. This is where we check, we find out, is it higher? But this is a lot of it. This is probably most of it. And so there it is. That's exactly, it's pretty much what Crowley wanted to get out of there, I would say. But if you're Hong, you're saying, okay, you just took your shot. Was that your best remaining shot, Crowley? 2930. He's got something else. What else just came in?
We got an Iowa update. We got Jackson update.
Oh, this is where Rodriguez was leading the early count. Right. Okay, again, just small. But this is what I'm saying. From Crowley's standpoint, if he's doing this is the kind of thing that adds up. What was the other one you said?
About a quarter of the vote in. Mike Lindell looks like he's going to fall short.
Right. He is. I mean, but it is like he gained some votes here, he gained some votes up here, he gained some votes down here. The opportunities for Hong are much more concentrated.
Krill, good evening, my friend. Welcome in.
She is.
You wouldn't smoke crack with Mike Lindell?
Kenosha. Now.
I was on crack.
Kenosha, and we should say.
Yeah, I wanted Mike Lindell to win.
So that vote by mail, that in fact is perhaps what is left. That is probably.
I would. I'd smoke crack with Mike Lindell.
And I think why that number's been there for a while. The central.
If I ever smoked crack again, sure. Why not with Mike Lindell?
Early in person.
I bet he'd be fun.
where she has continued to lead. What did she win that update by?
38-36.
How many votes roughly?
1,500.
She won by then dozens of votes, we're saying.
Yes.
Politically, they interviewed him earlier, and he's already talking about voter fraud.
I'm looking for raw votes because it's just we're just so. He just got something else because it went from 29 to 3,100. What else?
Yes, Wapaka, he netted 100 votes.
Yeah.
And Sean O, he netted.
So it's been like an hour or two of her inching closer to him.
This is what I mean about these.
And now he's pulling back out.
Right? This is where they start to add up.
Okay, question. Would you rather smoke crack with Mike Lindell?
500 votes a little while ago. I think 594. Was that as close as it got?
Or do coke with Kennedy, but you got to do it off the
just came in now. See how
bathroom
it picks
seat.
up like this?
I can't.
Ron Kennedy.
we got a Dane update. We got a bunch of updates.
Okay.
But we got.
I really need to relabel those.
Let's not belabor that. What was the update in Dane?
So we got 3,800 votes. Hong 1,868. Crowley 1,278.
So I'm guessing we might have been in.
Or would you get gay with Lindsey Graham? John Kennedy.
I can't
1830.
wait to have your cock in my mouth.
No, 60-40. No, okay, that's.
Why are you not in the center?
So she.
Then
we also got a Sheboygan update. That was about 3,500.
Sheboygan.
Yep.
Crowley gets 1,500 of them. Hong gets 1,300.
Okay. Yeah.
Better off alone.
Say, it's starting to become. I don't mean to do this, but it's just. I think we're seeing what just came in.
We got Crawford and we got Barron.
Yeah. So I mean, again, this is like what
a quarter of the vote left
from a small driftless area county. It's a 25 vote margin for Crowley, but what you're seeing is the Crowley blue, right? Even if these margins are small. The places where you're actually seeing Hong's shade of blue here, right? We know it's the big college one. La Crosse, it's the college. Eau Claire, college. Stevens Point, right? Wausau. I think a bit of a surprise that we've seen it here in Outagamie and Kenosha. Now, Kenosha's sort of pending this vote by mail. But there's and I think this is a surprise too. Seeing Hong ahead in Douglas County, we don't know if that's going to last. 3.5 points, 180 votes, 73%. But what's largely happening now is we focus on the big counties, and I think you've seen. Okay, Wood County. Oh, she just got a good update in Wood County, huh?
Yes.
That is for her. You're close to that. Might be it in Wood. And she ends up on top there, right? I think that just flipped. That's a county I think Crowley was supposed to win. Not that Wood County is the be all and end all, but again, by and large,
keeps ticking back up for him now.
Of the small
half a point
from small and mid-sized counties, just slowly, dozens of votes at a time, nudging that Crowley number north. He's just. In the last 30 minutes or so, he's had more places on the map spread out, different regions of the state that have been doing that. He's also had a few of the bigger counties, most notably Racine, but Washington County, there a second ago. Is that Winnebago? We got our first Winnebago update. It's only a few precincts, so let's not overreact yet, because that could be anything. But this is a big piece of real estate, and if we start getting Winnebago, because again, I think this is one of those that's sort of on paper, bit of a toss-up. There's Hong doing very well in Outagamie, but she needs places. Yeah, she needs given that Crowley, and there's still a lot.
So you didn't go patronize him, is what you're saying, T-minus.
That just every time you get an update, it's going to nut. So what does Hong have to work against that?
Did he say every time you get an update, you're going to nut?
Here. Certainly Dane, right? Maybe she's got more votes in Winnebago. La Crosse, there's still some more here. But again, she's, there's still some more in Eau Claire. She can get some there. She's been leading in Kenosha. I don't know. It's vote by mail. That's what's left here. We've certainly seen The experience has been in other states that the sort of the DSA vote, the very sort of left progressive vote is more election day than vote by mail. But we got vote by mail. We got vote by mail left in Milwaukee. We're at 3/4 of the vote.
But he wasn't on the ballot when vote by mail was going on.
Is his margin? Let me look at it this way. Sorry. Let me go back in this. I see our expected vote. Looks like it ticked up yet again statewide. We're at basically 772,000 statewide. Our current estimate is that there are 4 counties with more than 10,000 votes outstanding. Okay, I'll show them to you. It's 22,000 in Milwaukee County. It's 17,000 right there. That's 17,000 in Winnebago County. It's 14,000 here in Brown County, Green Bay. And currently, it's 13,000 in Dane. As I say, the numbers may be higher than this in these places. That has been a trend we've been seeing tonight, but that's our current thinking in those places. We also think a little bit less, but we think there's 8,000 left right there in Waukesha County. And where else do we have? Columbia's got, we think there's like 6,500 votes that are left. That's not a good, it's too fat. And then it just small places. So what do we think of how that vote is going to break?
What them Gregg counties be doing?
Of what's
taking forever is what they be doing.
In Columbia County, right now,
I think we have all the population centers in.
Far. It's only a scattering of precincts, but Crowley is doing well in those few precincts. But we'll see. I think this is likely to be better for Crowley.
Just take back closer to him.
6,500 votes right there. This is interesting because did anything else come in Winnebago, Adam, or just those few precincts?
Not in Winnebago. We got Polk and La Crosse came in where Hong, that's a couple votes.
Oh, only a couple in La Crosse?
80.
Okay. What's the expected vote in? How much of La Crosse is in now?
La Crosse, we have about 2 precincts remaining in our estimate.
Okay. Yeah. Boy, that vote by mail in Green Bay, that vote by mail in Milwaukee, because on paper these are. If you told me there were just, we didn't have that wrinkle, we would say, with that vote by mail being from a time when Crowley was just, not much of a factor. Not all of this in Brown County's vote by mail Green Bay, but that would be, I would be a little more emphatic now about saying what's left is more favorable to Crowley than Hong. That said,
what about the vote by mail?
Even with those questions, there has been, well, let's see the rest of Winnebago, because if Winnebago's a surprise, I think things that Hong is looking for right now are for. I don't think it's going to look anything like this, but I think this is a surprise, and I think if Winnebago looks like, this, right, and she could net something like 1,500 votes out of it, right, that'd be a surprise. But going into that, it would have been a surprise. But that's something I think she'd be looking for right now, and we just keep saying it, broken record, but. Big numbers and more votes out of Dane. And we have seen that before, whereas we get later and later into the night, we do find out that the turnout was even higher still than we imagined. It's a possibility. It doesn't mean it's going to happen. But I think that's something Hong's folks are looking for right now, because there are just, if I look at where Crowley is putting up his best numbers right now, I'm just looking through places where he's running. There's a couple places, Manitowoc County, There's still a lot of vote to come. He's running.
Not been called yet, but it looks like DeMuth is going to.
Boy, again, we say there's a lot.
Trounce Lindell.
You know, yeah, places like this. You know, there's a fair number of places. This is a more dramatic example, but there's a fair number. I think there's a breadth of places like. Oh, what just came in? More Dane?
Brown.
Oh, okay. Wow. What the heck just came in Brown? Which was that? That was huge for her.
Good night, clinically.
Yeah. So that was about 18,000 votes, and she nets 2,000.
I put her in the lead, didn't it?
Question.
Go back to statewide.
Was that that wasn't central count, was it?
It's possible. There's no remaining vote in Brown according to our counter. I'll check the check the website.
I said I want percent more, but now I do, because if that was central count, what was his percentage of that vote?
Let's take a look.
If this was central count, this is the question we're getting at from Milwaukee. If he just got buried in central count Green Bay,
then it's hers.
44-34. Hong over Crowley.
Okay.
Wow.
Okay, yeah, can we ask our decision desk what we think that was that just, and do we think there's central count?
Go back to statewide. I think she's in the lead now.
Wow, that's...
The decision desk also flags that...
Nope, she's still behind by 1,200.
Milwaukee County has been raised by 16,000 votes.
Oh, wow. So, remember, this thing was up at 88 once, came down to 80, went back. So it makes me more and more. This thing makes me. Pardon me for a second. I just gotta.
0.3 percentage. 0.3% of a percentage
Brown
point.
Website says unofficial results final, and they have 101 precincts. Their total precincts reporting. So
okay, so I think we've got
done.
central count. I would just love to know if that was the central count number that came in. Well, you said it was 44-33. 77 and 75. It's not that the number of non-Hong Crowley votes is not higher there than it is overall. But yeah, was that like the city of Green Bay, or was that like central count? I think that would be, if we could find that out, would be great. So Crowley's lead with that is slashed down to 1,300. But you see what I'm getting at, right? Because it's like there is now going to be more vote here. Election day, which is going to be more total vote here than we thought. So it just keeps going up. Milwaukee's been raised now to 150,000. Milwaukee County has been raised to 150,000 expected vote. I can tell you, at the start of the night, that was much, much lower. And now it's just south of the Dane number. The Dane number is sitting at about 157 right now. But again, wondering if that could still go up as well. Those are now the only two counties left in Wisconsin where there's more than 10,000 votes expected left. I said that wrong. There's also Winnebago. Winnebago, which. Okay, so we were starting to get a little bit more here. Remember that first. This is just precincts. That's why. That first update was Hong by 26. Now it's down to 11. So just let's let this one fill in.
Something else came in.
Huge. In the scheme of things, it's a huge piece of real estate. But we did just get some more. Something else just came in that was friendly to Crowley.
Yeah, Marinette County.
Yeah,
1,200 votes, and he wins about 300.
And it must have been that update from Winnebago must have come in too. But yeah, again, this is just the small, demographically small counties that, there's still half the vote to come here. These just add up to It just seems that there are concentrated places where Hong keeps being able to make pretty big dents at, in one fell swoop into the number, right? A big update for her out of Brown County, a big update for her out of Dane County, a big update for her maybe out of La Crosse County. It just seems like clearly, as you could see on the map, just by the distribution of the Crowley support here, there are more places where he's able to, far more places where he's able to do what he just did here in Marinette County, right? We saw him do it. We were talking about Iowa County a minute ago. There's a lot of places like this. We saw it in Crawford, not as much, but and it just.
Yeah, so is this race, Ponder Monkey.
One fell swoop, and then he sort of brings it back up with the Marinette counties of the world, the Iowa counties, and then it just comes down again. Where did it just come down?
Marathon County.
Okay.
4,300 votes.
Yep.
Hong wins 1,906, and Crowley gets 1,400.
Okay. And this is a good, this is one I think on paper Crowley probably wanted to win. This is a good number. This ends up being a good number for Hong. 0.2 of a point. So it's not, I say there's more breadth to his, but there are places like that. That's the sort of, it's not totally straightforward here where it's like she's just doing it in the college towns or the youngest places, we said we thought like this would be bellwether, and she's winning it. We thought Kenosha would be bellwether, and she's winning it. So that's why this is,
You stumped Karnacki.
And we just don't know how many votes.
I said she needed about 8 points
really only
in Dane, and that's about what she's going to get, isn't it?
And if it's more, and those more are from the city of Madison, it is true though that we've been at this only an hour 51, but we started at 7 with South Carolina. That's why it feels longer. I don't think, maybe outside of the very first report, she's ever actually
he hasn't led
this thing over, right?
Right.
That might be the thing that's kind of 77% of the vote counted statewide, and she, as I say, she gets these big updates.
She's been right there the entire time.
A couple of them have been in surprising places. And I think the Madison number, honestly, going into the night, you would have thought this number was a lot better for her. It still could get better. I think there's more flux in this. I think maybe.
I think Karnacki's right. There might be more votes.
Suggests.
Because apparently turnout was huge.
Let me just. Boy, this turned into quite a. I said, no, we're not going to 2 a.m. again. I don't know. What do we do?
Yeah, I know, Karnacki.
We're hopeful that that Milwaukee Central Count update, hopefully they beat some of their past history in terms of time.
Is there? Yeah, has Decision Desk said anything about, or our reporter? I know we have some reporters there, right? Like
we're trying to track down timing. That's the best I got for you right now.
Okay. But it does look like, clearly it's not just Central Count now, because there's more vote left in Milwaukee County than we thought, right?
Yes, that's right. I just point to Central Count because I know that's a big expected batch of votes.
Right. Yeah. No. Okay. It's just one of those. It's one of the many. Look at this. Our statewide expected vote has yet again been revised upward. We're essentially at 800,000 right now, and we started the night at like 6, maybe 6 and change.
Yeah.
So part of the story is we've seen in one primary after another is this explosion of interest. Whoa, Dane must have just come in.
Eau Claire.
Eau Claire.
Yes.
Okay, wow, it was a huge update for Hong. So tell me about this update.
Hong wins 1,584. Crowley gets 627.
Wow. Substantially.
Also, an update from Brown County. Andrew at the decision desk talked.
Fucking tied. He's only up by 170.
Everything in the city of Green Bay, in one of the villages, election day and central count.
Green Bay central count.
Yes, it was the city of Green Bay election plus central count plus
the city of Green Day.
So they are basically done in Brown.
Oh yeah, they're done.
They are done. Okay, that is a wrap in Brown, and Hong wins it. I mean, that's it's like you keep going back and forth on who's got the just when you think she look in the Fox River Valley here. Hong has done very, very well. I mean, she's going to win Brown County. She is going to win, I think, Outagamie County. If she can win both of those, I don't think there's any reason she's not going to win or can't win Winnebago County. 324. See, I'm just saying 2 minutes ago, Hong hasn't been able to get in front, 336, but this is, she did very, very well here. She's doing it. It's not complete yet. She's doing very, very well there. And again, that last update out of Eau Claire, I wonder if that's, that reminds me of I think what is possible in Dane is what I guess I'm trying to say. That was I assume we're getting super young. Are we getting are we in Eau Claire? Are we in young areas and flood turnout and it's overwhelmingly, and I think there's that possibility here.
I feel like that's the kind of the big storyline potentially thus far is some of these places that are not the central or the largest county or city inside some of these counties have different voting patterns than what's looking at these cities. And because these places have the biggest populations in the counties, potentially they're reporting the last.
Yeah. That's right. If that was like Eau Claire that came last, Green Bay that came last, we said,
Jones, welcome in.
City of Waukesha brought her a little closer here.
You're looking at a close race. The governorship of Wisconsin.
And then again, look what the small incremental updates tick the number up. Just give me an example. What just one or two that just came?
Under 500 votes separate them.
305 new votes. Crowley 139. Hong 83.
Yeah.
Polk 79 new votes.
5 years and 6 months. I don't even know how that's possible. Tones.
Crowley 138. Hong 128.
Yeah,
I was banned for like a year and a half.
Crowley has this working in his favor. The Chippewa.
Tones has been a ride or die with me.
The Iowa counties of the world, the Marinette counties of the world. That keep giving him dozens at a time to pad that, and then, you're right. Those seem.
Yeah, I'm surprised it counted that as 5 years and 6 months, and not like 3 years or whatever.
Sort of. Dane seems to have really slowed down, but this one is.
You were still modding my band channel.
Huge, and we're at 9.
I'm glad Twitch apologized to me when they reinstated me.
I think.
Yeah, we just got a Kenosha update.
Yeah.
For those of you unaware of the lore, I shouldn't have been banned for a year. They got it wrong.
Kenosha.
Yeah, let's take a look at Kenosha. Keep you updated.
So 418. Holy cow. Well,
I was only supposed to be banned for a couple days.
I'll ask you a question after this. Or maybe I'll look it up on my own.
Tones, that is very much up in the air right now because they are neck and neck. This is one of the closest races I've ever covered.
I think there might be still a few precincts out of Kenosha.
Only 418 votes separate them currently. She has overperformed in areas that she wasn't expected to perform well in, and underperformed in an area she was expected to dominate in. So
this might, this might land in a range that
I don't know that I shaved my head on Twitch, did I?
It might not be resolved tonight.
I think I was on Kick when I had to shave my head.
Recounts are not automatic in Wisconsin, but a trailing candidate may request one if the winning vote margin is less than a percentage point in races where more than 4,000 votes are cast. That's from Associated Press.
Okay, so there we go. There is no automatic recount in Wisconsin.
1/10 of a point right now. I don't know whoever ends up on the short.
Tick back up for him a little bit.
Pursue a recount, but that also might be a question for our decision desk. What's the procedure on calling if there is a potential recount? If it falls in a threshold where a recount is permissible, does that affect the call at all? I should know this.
So did I get banned right after I shaved my head?
I don't think our decision desk will get ahead of if it's super close. I think that's been the past precedent, but I'll get clarification from them.
Almost immediately. I know it was the shooting in Louisville that got me banned.
Are we 7? So I
can tell you the date. Hold on.
Here. 38 by far, at least as of our current estimate from the decision desk, by far the most. Well, put it this way: we think right now that there's 100
April 10th, 2023
left statewide. Okay, we think that 38,000 of them.
Yeah, I think I shaved my head in like March of that year, didn't I? It was almost immediately.
We think that 16,000 come from Winnebago County. That's 54. We think 13 come from Dane. We think 7.
The most of my time being bald was when I was on Kick.
And we think 6,000 come from Sheboygan, 6,500 from Columbia, right?
C-SPAN apparently wrapping up for the night.
Only ones with more than 5,000 votes we think left. 38, 54, 67, 80. That accounts for 86,000. Yeah, that accounts for exactly half of the remaining vote. Exactly half of the remaining vote in the state comes from those places. Then it's just much more kind of, it's scattered. In those places that are left, right, what can we say about advantage for who? Sheboygan, I think clearly advantage Crowley. Waukesha, advantage Crowley. Milwaukee County, they've been running even. Pretty much even.
Almost.
But
it ticked up a little bit more.
Some of that vote left that looks like it's kind of a wash, but a big chunk of this is that central count we're talking about, and we just don't know what to make of that. We think Columbia. Do we have much more in Columbia? I would think it's advantage Crowley. Okay, then Madison, advantage Hong. Winnebago, I think we could now say advantage Hong. She's overperformed in this part of the state, right? So counties.
She's overperformed, 29, but not in the lead, even though she was leading in the polls.
Hong, 7,
insane.
Counties totaling about 20,000. I would say of the big, we'll call it the big 6. I would say our advantage Crowley, and that big puzzle there of Milwaukee. I just don't know what to make of it. It could just be a wash, but there's the possibility that central count, goes south for Crowley. That's the risk for him there in Milwaukee County. So it's 886 votes statewide for Crowley right now. Now I'm just looking myself. We went to the 6 that account for half of it. I'm just looking for the next rung under that to see what's if anything kind of jumps out. Let me do it this way. Hong's best.
This is intense.
She could get. Yeah. There's still There's still maybe some votes left in Eau Claire, where she poured it on in that last update. There are still votes left in Portage. That's another. Yeah. Well, it's only 2,400. Right. It's.
I just sent you an update as well.
Okay. Crowley leads. Also, Rock County, you know, where Janesville is, Crowley's got an advantage there. There's about 3,000 votes left right there.
This is probably not going to be determined tonight. There's probably going to be a recount. Possibly litigation. They share notes with each other on their phones.
We got Crowley favorable updates.
When they don't want to, you know, come out and say something yet, when they're thinking something.
Hong favorable update in Rock.
In Rock, and that took us to 95% in Rock. Is that right? Let's take a look.
Take a look.
Yeah, we may be done here.
They still show 2 precincts reporting.
Okay.
Missing.
And it was only a small amount there in Sheboygan, huh? So there's still a lot to come there. That the amount left there.
No, David Crowley is your probably center left, like
place.
Not as shit-lib as you would expect, but the establishment candidate. And Hong is like I don't think she's DSA, but she's whatever the WPL, whatever the Wisconsin version of the DSA is.
We just got a Milwaukee update.
Is that what it was?
That was not it, but I think we just got it. 9,800 votes. So I don't think that was our central.
It was pretty even.
He wins 38-32. Yeah.
Wait, say it again.
36 and a third.
% of the vote. He gets 32%.
What was the raw
about
vote?
500 net votes for her.
Hold on. Did we?
Yeah, Mike Lindell not going to be in the running.
Yeah, this was okay.
Yeah, that's why I said
Yeah, I see. Okay. Yeah. So there's an example. We thought in Milwaukee, right? We were at our we thought we just had the central count left. Turns out much more turnout than we had expected. And look at that. The first update we get from it is very friendly to Hong. She cuts it to 500.
The expected remaining vote in Milwaukee.
Flanagan looking good in Minnesota. 35% of the vote in.
And that's right.
She is up over 10 points.
Central count, Milwaukee absentee.
I'm not falling for this trap again. I'm not falling for this one.
Again that's the remaining update there, but we'll see.
16, 13, geez, yeah.
All right, I'm going to tap out on this one for the night. I'm going to give you your animal video, but I'm going to send you over to Amy. And she is going to pick up on the election coverage where I left off. This is a furry dog mother giving shelter dogs a glow up.
Tonight, a small town dog groomer is doing more than keeping pets looking their best.
KXIA 12's Mia Medellin introduces us to the furry dog mother.
Meet Angela Bishop.
Oh, I live on coffee.
At her grooming shop, the furry dog mother, Bishop is known for making pets a little extra fancy.
I like adding tinsel to their hair, feathers, making bows, getting to dye them, making them extra fancy.
Grooming pets is a passion that started as a teenager.
I just treat
Puppy's so fancy.
In between her,
you already know.
You're gonna get a new mom and dad.
She volunteers her time to groom shelter dogs when she can.
Did I?
You can't always see the potential under a furry matted mess.
Bishop says giving is what she likes.
I don't remember watching this one.
It's been that way my entire life. It's not just animals, it's just the way I am with.
But Thread would know.
Only keep giving because her community keeps showing up too.
It's a full circle thing, and hopefully it just continues to make the circle bigger.
Because for her, a fresh cut isn't just a new look. It's a new start.
I had a 14-year-old Shih Tzu who was my first child. Winston was my whole world. These guys, they deserve to be loved.
Good night, everybody. Light one up, tip one back. It's all right to have a little fun before you hit the sack.
Those
I'll give you the update on the election tomorrow night.
Just
but Amy,
at a time.
we'll take care of you right now.